How terrifying can a hero be when driven to despair and corruption? Although he possessed the power of a monster, he had never killed a single criminal. That's because when he became a hero, Seo Kang-yu promised his comrades that he would never kill anyone. So, instead of killing him, he sent the world's most powerful villain to prison to await his execution. But on the day of the villain's execution, an incident occurred. All the superpower control devices in the prison were simultaneously disabled, allowing all the prisoners to regain their powers. As luck would have it, that day, Seo Kang-yu, the main character's older brother, was the one in charge of executing Hwang Seung-hwan. Knowing that Seo Kang-yu wasn't as strong as his younger brother, the villain didn't hesitate to strike him down. When Seo Kang-yu heard the news, he couldn't contain his rage and stormed the prison. Posing as a warden, he began a brutal execution, slaughtering every single prisoner. To hell with that promise now. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Anyway, let's get to the main story. The story opens with images of enormous plumes of smoke rising from beneath the ground. Following that are large, jagged craters, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. A tired man is seen sweating, his face covered in wounds and blood. Beneath that man, another person with white hair and white clothes is being choked and pinned down. The two seem to be at the end of their battle, but surprisingly, the man being choked, bleeding profusely, shows no fear and even smirks. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. It's over. He then glances to the side. You're different from that other trash. The scene shows other people, exhausted and collapsed on the ground. The tragic scene unfolds as raindrops begin to fall, making it even more desolate. The black-haired man on top can no longer stand the mocking tone and snarls in anger, "Shut up and just kill me." The white-haired man below continues to grin wickedly. "You're the only one who can kill me." The black-haired man above just looks at him coldly with sharp eyes. "Is that so? But I won't be the one to take your life. I made a promise to my comrades." As he spoke, he grabbed the man by his collar and lifted him up. He stared intently at him and shouted, "I'll make you face the death penalty and answer to the law." But the white-haired man just kept smirking at him. "To this day, I still regret it." The black-haired man shouts, "You'll face the judgment of justice, and then, regret. I should have killed him back then when I had the chance." Just then, a news bulletin appears with an anchorwoman announcing breaking news, accompanied by a picture of the white-haired man with the caption, "The worst villain, Hwang Seung-hwan, the villain who brought fear to the entire world." So it turns out this villain's name is Hwang Seung-hwan, folks. A judge's gavel strikes the desk, and the verdict is announced. Hwang Seung-hwan is now bound and pinned tightly to a wooden board. Surrounding him are soldiers in protective gear, guns in hand, extremely vigilant. The verdict is read again. Death penalty. Hwang Seung-hwan is currently wearing a special device to control his powers. But even after being captured, this villain confidently flashes a bright smile. He is being held in Lucillus Prison, a place for the most vicious criminals. He's imprisoned in the deepest basement of the prison, the 5th floor. Furthermore, a memorial service called Justice is scheduled to take place tonight. Someone watching the news grinds their teeth in fury, a bandage on their cheek. To commemorate the fallen, an image appears of a girl with shoulder-length purple hair, a monk, a girl with long blonde hair, a man with a beard, and a young man with blue hair. These were the heroes who sacrificed their lives fighting alongside Seo Kang-yu against Hwang Seung-hwan. The sole survivor, Seo Kang-yu, is now recovering. As he listens to the news, his expression turns terrifyingly cold. The TV continues to drone on. The government is truly grateful for the dedication of the fallen. Suddenly, someone grabs the remote and turns it off. A voice calls out. Our dazed Seo Kang-yu turns his head coldly. A man in a police uniform enters and speaks. Your body is still aching. You should be lying down, not sitting there watching TV. This is the warden of Lucillus Prison, Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu narrates internally. This is my older brother, a prison warden. Then, Seo Kang-yu speaks up. Brother, he says, looking down at his hands, lost and speechless. That bastard, Seung-hwan. His face darkens terrifyingly as he mutters, I should have killed him myself when I had the chance. His brother immediately tries to calm him down. Seo Kang-yu, you made a promise to your comrades. He recalls how his blonde female teammate, Rasa, had said very seriously, a hero's job is to save people, not kill them. No matter how evil the opponent is, you can't just kill them with your own hands. Because they're human too, their fate should be decided by the law. But Seo Kang-yu had retorted, what if they kill us? Rasa then said, promise me, no matter what happens, you won't kill anyone. She had reminded her comrades of this. Back then, he could only remain silent and obey Rasa. Back to the present. Seo Kang-ho, his brother, spoke up again. I agree. The only thing that can judge a person is the law. As he said this, he lowered his head, not looking happy at all. His brother seemed a bit reluctant. And of course, as a warden, I have to keep this a secret. This is classified information. Hwang Seung-hwan will be executed next week. I'll be the one carrying out the sentence. Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu looked over in shock. His brother continued. You kept your promise to your comrades. You did well. As for the end of his life, leave that to us wardens. So, let's go. Seo Kang-yu was even more surprised to hear this and looked up at his brother. Seo Kang-ho reached his hand down to him, smiling as he said, Let's go see your colleagues. The scene changes. Letters and flowers for the fallen heroes are piled high. Citizens are gathered together, holding banners, their faces filled with grief and indignation. And there, the portraits of the sacrificed heroes are lined up neatly and respectfully. The two brothers, Seo Kang-yu and Seo Kang-ho, also appeared there to commemorate his comrades. In his hand, he held a radiant white chrysanthemum for his beloved teammates. A week passed quickly. The memorial hall was still crowded with people coming and going, and the day of Hwang Seung-hwan's execution had arrived. The wooden board that had pinned down the villain is shown, but Hwang Seung-hwan is gone. In his place is a funeral portrait of Seo Kang-ho, the main character's brother. Seeing this image is a real shock, everyone. It's too heartbreaking. He's dead? How? Seo Kang-yu, with tears streaming down his face, can't believe this reality. He's in too much pain to speak. Why is a man sentenced to death by law still alive? The sinister face of Hwang Seung-hwan comes to mind. My brother, a prison guard, had to die instead. A memorial photo of Seo Kang-ho shows him smiling, a prison guard who always did his job well. In front of it are memorial chrysanthemums and a smoking incense burner. Seo Kang-ho just sits there, numb, next to his brother's portrait. As he's sinking into despair, a voice calls out to him. Seo Kang-ho. A woman appears, flanked by two men in uniform. She steps forward and says, It's been a while, hasn't it? This woman is Jo Se-hee, an official from Lucillus Prison. Can we talk for a minute? She asks. Annoyed, Seo Kang-ho raises his tired eyes to look at them. She holds out a tablet, already playing a video. What is this? Seo Kang-ho asks irritably. Jo Se-hee replies, This is the video of Hwang Seung-hwan's execution, which took place today. The scene cuts to the video footage. The sound of synchronized footsteps fills the air. Hwang Seung-hwan is strapped to a board, being escorted by several prison guards. Seo Kang-ho is walking beside him when the inmate glances over with a sneer. Hey, you look familiar. He leans in close to Kang-ho and continues. A lot like Seo Kang-ho. You two brothers? Hearing this, Seo Kang-ho just glares at him in silence. Hwang Seung-hwan continues to casually taunt him. So, you're a guard, huh? You brothers are so different, aren't you? Ha ha ha. So, between the two of you, who's the older brother? And who's the younger? Seo Kang-ho remains silent, but the inmate just keeps staring, waiting for an answer. Suddenly, he speaks up again. Hey, Hwang Seung-hwan asks, how does it feel? To kill someone? Seo Kang-ho finally snaps, annoyed. What? But Hwang Seung-hwan just keeps that despicable smile on his face. You're a guard. Isn't your job to kill people too? Just like me. So, how does it feel? He's clearly trying to provoke Seo Kang-ho, but the guard remains grimly silent. Then, Hwang Seung-hwan glances at him and says something sinister. For me, it's a bit of a shame. Seo Kang-ho asks irritably. A shame? Hwang Seung-hwan breaks into a wicked grin and says something so vile it makes your blood boil. Killing someone with just a light touch. There's no fun in that. At this, Seo Kang-ho is truly provoked and snaps. You bastard. He points a finger at Hwang Seung-hwan, gritting his teeth. Even when I have to execute monsters who aren't even human, like you, I feel an immense sense of guilt, and all I do is lightly press a button. But the truth is, he's plagued by nightmares. Every night, he jolts awake, clutching his head in anguish. These nightmares leave him exhausted, unable to get a single night of peaceful sleep. It's a living hell. Images of other executed inmates flash by, their voices screaming, You're just like us. Even before his death, he keeps smiling that wicked smile, while cursing Seo Kang-ho's job. They're nothing but murderers, plain and simple. Seo Kang-ho, completely agitated now, blurts out, The prisoners I've executed. They haunt me even in my dreams. Hwang Seung-hwan just keeps smiling that repulsive grin and asks, So what keeps you going? Why do you stay a guard? The older brother pauses to think. Well, everyone has a job to do. I'm just doing my duty as a prison guard. The moment arrives. As death row inmate Hwang Seung-hwan is about to be executed, Seo Kang-yu, sitting before him, asks, "Do you have any last words?" Hwang Seung-hwan casually replies, I just have a question." He laughs like a madman. It's unrelated, but, between the two of you, who's the older brother? Without answering, Kang-ho speaks into his radio. Begin the execution. 3 guards prepare to press their buttons. 2 fingers are inches from the switches, but Hwang Seung-hwan still has a look on his face of pure nonchalance, a smirk playing on his lips. 1 finger makes contact with a button. Just as it's about to be pressed, a bright light flashes across the dark screen. The video on the tablet pauses. Seo Kang-ho stares at the screen, utterly speechless, unable to believe what he's just seen. Jo Se-hee continues. At the moment of execution, the screen went to static due to signal interference. Back at Lucillus Prison, the feed shows the ceiling, the long fluorescent lights now dark. The guards are in a panic. What's happening? A power outage. And then, they all look over at Hwang Seung-hwan, and there, on Hwang Seung-hwan's collar, is a red button. He laughs like a demon as he raises a finger and crushes it. A mysterious attack is unleashed. Hwang Seung-hwan screams, "The only one who can kill me is me." Kang-ho is horrified. A massive explosion erupts in the chamber. Everyone tries to dive for cover. Electrical conduits on the ceiling begin to spark and pop violently, unleashing blinding flashes and thick smoke that obscures everyone's vision. A guard manages to yell into his radio, "All units, capture him! Alert! We need backup. The inmate has unlocked his restraints." He rushes to get the words out. I repeat, the inmate has breached the control room, but it's too late. Hwang Seung-hwan appears behind the guard, his eyes glowing with demonic energy. Instantly, the guard's face begins to blister in terror. Agonized screams fill the air, all while Hwang Seung-hwan grins with sadistic glee. Then, the guard's body swells up and violently explodes, completely disintegrating before Seo Kang-ho's horrified eyes. His eyes glaze over as he stares at the fresh blood of his comrade. Seo Kang-ho collapses to his knees. Hwang Seung-hwan steps through the pool of blood, approaching him. "The moment I saw you," he says, looking down at Kang-ho with contempt, "I knew you were the older brother. Right?" Filled with rage, Seo Kang-ho grips his baton tightly. He lunges forward, swinging it down at Hwang Seung-hwan with all his might, but Hwang Seung-hwan simply raises a hand, and Kang-ho's arm instantly shatters. Seo Kang-ho's eyes fill with a mixture of agony and pure hatred as he collapses, clutching the mangled limb with his remaining hand. Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes flare as he asks again, "I was right, wasn't I?" Seo Kang-ho's entire body is trembling, but he still tries to reach for his fallen baton with his good hand. "You have to be dealt with by law." His blood-soaked fist clenches, veins bulging from the strain. Hwang Seung-hwan just stands there, watching with a look of utter disdain. With his last ounce of strength, Seo Kang-ho swings the baton again, screaming, "The law will see you executed, you monster." But once again, Hwang Seung-hwan effortlessly raises his hand. In an instant, there's a spray of blood in the air, leaving behind only a few shredded pieces of cloth. A familiar guard's cap falls to the ground. On the ceiling above, electricity continues to arc and spark. And below, the demon-like figure stands over something no one should ever have to see. It's the head of Seo Kang-ho, lying in a pool of his own blood. The demon looked at the empty hat and exclaimed, "What's this?" He smirked wickedly, and added, "For the correct answer, you'll have to ask Seo Kang-yu." Back in the present, Seo Kang-yu was still completely stunned, his eyes wide and unblinking. Jo Se-hee then spoke up. "So, because of the sudden attack incident, instigated by Hwang Seung-hwan, the control devices on the death row inmates on every floor have been disabled. Fortunately, a mass escape was prevented, but countless guards are locked in with the prisoners." Seo Kang-yu finally snapped back to his senses. He gritted his teeth, demanding resentfully, "Who did this?" Jo Se-hee? After a brief silence, she replied, "We're still investigating." Then, resting her chin on her hand, she cut straight to the chase with the hero, Seo Kang-yu. "I'm truly sorry to ask this of you at your brother's funeral, but can you put down the riot at Lulu Prison?" Her expression was sharp and serious. Without a moment of hesitation, Seo Kang-yu declared, "Of course, I'll do it." Jo Se-hee kept her sharp gaze on him, as if waiting for something more. But then, a murderous aura enveloped Seo Kang-yu. His pupils glowing crimson like a demon god, he continued, "But I have one condition. My comrade once said this." As he spoke, explosions of all sizes could be seen. A mob of prisoners in yellow jumpsuits was trying to smash down a door, apparently trapped inside. Chaotic screams filled the air, Open the door! Damn it! Die! Die! There were those who were slaughtering others like madmen, looks of pure satisfaction on their faces. Seo Kang-yu's narration continued. A hero saves people. They don't kill them. The heavy iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a sliver of light. Then the door swung open wider. After a moment of chaos, the prisoners began shoving each other to get outside. My brother, who was a guard, also told me that the only thing that can pass judgment on people is the law. The grotesque, hardened prisoners were ecstatic to see the light. A gleeful shout erupted. The door's open. Let's get out of here. And the one who executes the law's judgment. Before they could celebrate, a massive force from outside the door suddenly threw the prisoners back. It was a guard. The prisoners yelled in panic. What? What the hell? Standing in the doorway was a dark silhouette, its eyes glowing like a predator's, staring down the convicts inside. I don't want to step into Lucas Prison as a hero. A cap with a familiar insignia appeared, along with a greeting that seemed to rise from hell itself. Hello, you filthy animals. But, as a guard, a butcher, Seo Kang-yu appeared, his face a cold, emotionless mask, and announced, I'm guard Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu? The hardened convicts were completely stunned. One of their leaders boldly stepped forward. You're supposed to be a hero. Why are you wearing a guard's uniform? Then they all began to laugh like monsters, their eyes fixed on him. Well, whatever. Nice to meet you. Now, die! Screaming, the mob of monsters surged forward to attack Seo Kang-yu. He stood calmly in the doorway, waiting for the insects to rush the flame. Just as their sharp claws were about to reach him, his expression darkened, and he simply raised a fist. Then, his eyes flaring with light, he charged. The brute at the front of the pack took a punch from Seo Kang-yu right in the gut. Instantly, the man's body was ripped in two. The ones nearby got caught in the shockwave, their arms ripped from their bodies. All of them, dead or alive, were sent flying backward from that one punch, as if they'd been hit by a hurricane. A path was now cleared from the doorway inward, littered with mangled corpses and pools of blood staining the floor. The other prisoners watched in absolute horror. One, grinding his teeth and sweating profusely, gasped, What the hell is he? Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu stood there calmly, perhaps catching his breath. Then, he stood tall and issued a loud warning to the remaining animals. Listen up. From now on, by government order, from the first floor, a giant man sits with his head down in a solitary cell. Basement level 1. A purple-haired girl smiles. Basement level 2. A group of shadowed figures, only their gleaming eyes visible. Basement level 3. Someone with blue-tinted hair and a luminescent mark beneath their eye. Basement level 4. A girl with long green hair, only half of her face showing. Basement level 5. A familiar hat, stained with blood, comes into view. Seo Kang-yu's voiceover continues. All of my brother's work. The scene shows Hwang Seung-hwan sitting atop a pile of bodies, nonchalantly wearing the poor guard's precious hat. I will. As Hwang Seung-hwan sees someone approach, he smirks mockingly. So, you're finally here? Seo Kang-yu concludes his monologue, continue his duty. Then, his face filled with rage, he issues the verdict. The death sentences will now be carried out. Hearing this, the remaining prisoners began to panic. Execution? They screamed in frenzied disbelief. This is bullshit. You bastard. You're really planning to kill us? Seo Kang-yu simply stared at the chattering mob with cold, hard eyes, waiting for them to fall silent. Then, his face grim, he spoke. You've murdered countless people. Do you really think you don't deserve to die? The confused prisoners looked at each other. We killed a lot of people? Then, one of them started yelling. I didn't kill that many, but this guy at the front, Hilon, he killed 12 people. Another prisoner raised his hand to defend himself. I only killed a handful of people. He's Brook, and he killed 7. A portly inmate proudly held up a few fingers. I'm not even at 5 yet. This is Cade, and what's even more disgusting, he kidnaps children, abuses them, and then kills them. And so, the unrepentant prisoners began to challenge Seo Kang-yu. Who do you think you are to kill us? I want to talk to my lawyer. Even murderers have human rights. A chorus of curses and objections then rose from the crowd of filth. Amidst the chaos, one prisoner stood silently, just observing. He watched, an annoyed thought crossing his mind. So noisy. He had long, moss-green hair and a weary face, as if he hadn't slept in days. His name was Choi Guan. He was a murderer of 8, with sexual assault on his record as well. Standing amidst the chaos, Choi Guan began scheming, while he's distracted by the other inmates. Peering at Seo Kang-yu through a gap in the crowd, he thought, I can do it. His eyes flashed as a wicked idea took shape. Choi Guan quietly backed away, then planted his foot firmly on the floor. While the other prisoners were busy confronting Seo Kang-yu with furious protests, Choi Guan used his incredible speed to dart past them, seizing the opportunity to break out. But before that guy Choi Guan could even get cocky, something was immediately approaching his ugly mug. How could Seo Kang-yu even bother with a small fry like this? He only needed a single kick, and a huge spray of blood immediately splattered into the air. The prisoners who had been causing a ruckus just moments ago fell silent in terror when they saw this. All that was left was a mangled body falling to the ground. Seo Kang-yu calmly spoke. He stood defiantly before the dumbfounded prisoners and declared, I'll give you all one last chance. Quietly put on the monitoring devices and return to your cells to await your execution. Or be executed right here, by my hand. The look on his face as he said that was no different from the King of Hell himself. When the prisoners heard this, every single one of them was utterly bewildered and panicked. Suddenly, one who didn't fear death spoke up mockingly. What's that bastard thinking? He puffed out his chest and spoke wildly, to the astonishment of the others. There's one thing I want to say. If we're all going to die anyway, isn't it better to die in a riot than to just lie down and wait for it? This negotiation is completely meaningless. That guy is ugly as sin. He's like a sewer rat, and his words stink, especially with that smug look on his face. Seo Kang-yu's voice cut in, refuting the despicable prisoner's contempt. Suppressing his murderous rage, he patiently explained, This is not a negotiation. The last thing I'm offering you is mercy. The prisoners began to murmur, some bewildered, some worried, some trying to stay calm. We're screwed. Is he going to kill us all? Just trying to live a little longer. I thought he was just a new guard. Who would have guessed he's a hero from equality? I'm putting on the monitoring device. Me too. But one prisoner remained silent. A brilliant energy emanated from his mouth. While the other panicked prisoners were huddled together, he opened his mouth wide and released a powerful aura. His face now looked like a high-level monster's. The frenzied prisoners turned around, stunned, to look at him. Attention! A voice rang out as a dark-skinned prisoner pointed to the sky. He called out nonchalantly, Everyone, listen up. Even if he's a hero from equality, you don't need to worry. It's just one guy. I've killed a second-rank hero before. We just need to work together. The man started brainwashing the weaker prisoners to attack Seo Kang-yu together. Another prisoner asked nervously, Is that true? And just like that, their earlier confusion was replaced by sinister smiles. Then the sewer rat from before chimed in. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's just kill him and take back our freedom. Seo Kang-yu calmly looked at the man, his eyes glowing red, and spoke, You piece of trash. We cut back to Jo Se-hee, who was sitting in a chair and explaining seriously, Lucillus Prison divides its containment zones by danger level. The first floor holds those who have killed many people. There are over 300 serial killers there. In the first basement level, there are over 100 regional-level criminals. On the second basement level, over 30 city-level criminals. On the third basement level, there are 10 national-level threats. On the fourth, 5 continental-level threats. And on the fifth basement level, there are 3 individuals, including Hwang Seung-hwan, who are a danger to the entire world. You must be thinking that's quite a lot. However, the number of prisoners you'll actually have to deal with is much smaller, she said, with a very serious expression. The prisoners on the second basement level. An image appeared, showing people staggering around, with glowing golden rings locked onto their heads. 2 girls, one with blue eyes and one with red, were admonishing the prisoners, confess your sins. Then, on the 5th basement level, we see a ceiling. A girl was sitting in the corner of the room. A man approached her, took a look, and exclaimed, So, that's Hwang Seung-hwan. In his hand, he held a round, red, flesh-like object. He stood there, smiling maliciously at the girl in the corner. Tossing the object up and down, he spoke nonchalantly. You're here too? The girl shot Hwang Seung-hwan a sharp, cold glare. Hwang Seung-hwan then smirked sinisterly, and then figured he could kill some time while waiting for Seo Kang-yu to arrive. Then, Jo Se-hee's voice came in again. However, there is one rather special prisoner on the first floor. Jo Se-hee put down a file and warned Seo Kang-yu, You have to be careful with this one. An image appeared of the sewer rat from before, smugly holding his prisoner info board. His name was Hilon. Back in the present, Hilon wore an extremely nonchalant expression, without the slightest hint of panic or fear. He possesses a skill that makes people easily persuaded by his words, Seo Kang-yu explained, listing his crimes. You attacked a hospital, injuring 30 people and killing 7. Counting the second-rank hero, that makes 8. Suddenly, Hilon's ugly, pleco-like lips curled into a smirk. He raised both hands and laughed manically, proudly, saying the most disgusting thing, I actually killed 10. That female hero? She was pregnant with twins. After hearing this, Seo Kang-yu's eyes grew even sharper. He stared intently at the man, let out a breath, and then spoke into his comms. Commander, he said into the glowing device on his collar, I think I'm going to have to use a little force. How sturdy is this prison? The commander on the other end replied confidently, no matter what you do, you won't be able to bring it down. I guarantee it. Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu's expression became stone cold as he spoke. Then I don't need to hold back anymore. Hilon, still fearless, sneered. You're just bluffing. He continued to mock both Seo Kang-yu and his comrades. You're a hero from equality, and you couldn't do a thing. To capture Hwang Seung-hwan, you got so desperate you used your own colleague as bait, didn't you? He stepped forward, a disgusting, sinister smile spreading across his face as he yelled, We'll send you to go meet that dead colleague of yours. Then, Hilon threw his head back and unleashed his rabid power. The other prisoners received this power and grew excited, their eyes filled with hope. One of them cackled. My body is overflowing with power. Then, Hilon opened his mouth wide like a high-level monster and gave the order. Everyone, attack. Immediately, the other prisoners charged towards Seo Kang-yu, filled with a powerful conviction that they could take him down. 2 streams of bright energy shot towards Seo Kang-yu. But in an instant, the prisoners leading the charge were torn to pieces, just like the first one. A wave of dark energy struck down all of the prisoners who dared to charge. Hot blood sprayed into the air as the front line was utterly disintegrated. At that moment, a stream of dark power snaked through the prisoners, causing them to cry out in panic. What? What is this? A moment later, the inmates were obliterated by Seo Kang-yu's power, their bodies not even left whole. Fragments of their corpses littered the ground like sick chickens, while a few lucky survivors stood frozen in place, their legs turned to jelly. What the hell was that? Among them was Hilon. His scornful, despicable expression from moments ago was gone, replaced by utter shock and terror. Just then, a foot shot up with incredible force. It was none other than Seo Kang-yu. His mid-air kick unleashed a dark aura that crisscrossed like a spiderweb. Then, Seo Kang-yu brought his foot down with twice the force. The blood-red tendrils of power spread out even more violently. Instantly, his power reached its peak as his foot hit the ground, and the remaining prisoners were decisively sent to hell by that same force. The scene then shifts to a beautiful sunset sky, as if the recent massacre had just been a nightmare. Someone was sitting in a dark room. It was a man, sitting with his head bowed, silent and motionless. Suddenly, the prisoner looked up. His mouth was gagged with a leather strap. Then, a questioning voice called out loudly, Seo Kang-yu. Elsewhere, a prisoner let out a scream. He was still getting a beatdown from Seo Kang-yu and was about to be sent to meet his maker, but he couldn't resist cursing through the pain. Damn it! Afterward, his eyes rolled back in fear. Seo Kang-yu was still leaping up and crashing down, dealing with the remaining prisoners. All they could do now was cower and try to dodge. Seo Kang-yu's eyes glowed brightly as he lunged forward with his swirling fist of death. That fist transformed into a massive surge of power that came crashing down. Screams echoed. No. No. Stop. Blood splattered endlessly into the air. The words Death Fist rang out, and the result was, his fist acting like a net, piercing through all the prisoners there. It was like the claw of a giant beast. The prisoners were terrified as the blood-red power wrapped around them, and Hilon was no exception. He too was sliced in half by that sharp energy, his face not yet registering the pain. A moment later, his eyes rolled back in his head, an expression of disbelief on his face as he gasped, Impossible. The result of Seo Kang-yu's subjugation was that all the remaining prisoners had been cut in two. After Seo Kang-yu retracted his power, all that remained behind him was a post-apocalyptic scene of corpses. Only then did Seo Kang-yu open his mouth to speak. First floor execution. Complete. Time for solitary confinement. Behind him was a sight no one would ever want to see, but one that those scumbags truly deserved. How many had been killed? The number was impossible to count. Looking at that mountain of bodies, dozens, hundreds. Seo Kang-yu's fist of death was still burning with power. He now stood before two prisoners, one large and one small, who were utterly bewildered. Seo Kang-yu spoke, "Choose. Either put on the device or die." His voice was cold and his eyes were sharp. The smaller man gritted his teeth in fear, while the larger one gritted his in anger and spat out, "You!" The man contemptuously raised his hand and charged, intending to attack Seo Kang-yu while cursing. "You bastard." But Seo Kang-yu simply delivered a light kick, and the man was blown to pieces, sharing the same fate as the others. There were about 3 million people on the first floor. The smaller man who remained watched in horror as the larger one died in the blink of an eye. He quickly came to his senses and raised his hands, hastily surrendering. I'll wear it. I'll wear the device." Seo Kang-yu then told him to come and get it. The man stammered in reply, "Yes. Yes, sir." He frantically held up both hands and said cautiously, Please give it to me." Seo Kang-yu watched him with sharp eyes. Just when it seemed this man valued his life, he suddenly broke into a devilish grin. A surge of power, which he believed was stronger than Seo Kang-yu's, erupted from his hands as he cursed him. "You bastard." He then confidently launched that power at Seo Kang-yu. He laughed maniacally. "Did you really think I'd actually obey, you son of a bitch?" Suddenly, his eyes widened. Revealed behind the dissipating attack, Seo Kang-yu stood completely unscathed. The man uttered in disbelief, "Huh?" One of the villains that Tom had captured once said, "Those lacking in physical abilities are truly pitiful." Tom's equal division. A female prisoner, completely bound in chains, appeared. Despite being completely bound, she laughed like a madwoman, saying, "You don't know the blissful feeling of crushing someone from a distance, do you?" A familiar fist slammed into the other man's face. Just like that, his head instantly splattered in midair. "Isn't it just like cracking an egg with your bare hands?" Later, Seo Kang-yu was in a different, cleaner space. He pressed a red button on the wall. As the door opened, Seo Kang-yu's silhouette stood against the light. A voice from inside called out, "It's pretty noisy outside, huh?" But our hero just stared at the man with ice-cold eyes. The gagged prisoner spoke again. "It's been 3 years, hasn't it? I knew you'd come." Seo Kang-yu furrowed his brow in annoyance. The man continued to speak. "Long time no see, hero Seo Kang-yu." This was the solitary confinement prisoner on the first floor. Chiok, the cannibalistic and sadistic torturer. He asked again, "Remember me?" Just then, Chiok Findio stood up. "Looks like you've had a career change, huh? Doesn't seem to be going so well for you." Seo Kang-yu didn't answer his nonsense, simply stating coldly, "Choose between life and death." Chiok Findio took off his muzzle, his vile expression returning as he began to ramble. "If I knew we'd meet again like this. You and your little hero friends from your equality guild." The scene shifts to the past, when Chiok Findio had just been captured by the Occulti Hero Squad and chained to a rock. Back then, Seo Kang-yu was startled and glanced to the side. There, he saw a pot with its lid ajar. Inside was a bubbling red concoction. While Seo Kang-yu was reeling, the man spoke with disgusting glee. "Doesn't it look delicious?" He then stuck out his dog-like tongue and put on an utterly despicable expression. "You look like you want to kill someone, don't you?" Seo Kang-yu's eyes burned with hatred as he glared back. The man continued to provoke him. "But you won't dare kill me." Streams of furious energy began to engulf Seo Kang-yu's hand. His teammates looked over at him, extremely worried. Seo Kang-yu swung his fist toward Chiok Findio and roared, "I'll kill you!" As he was consumed by rage and about to execute the prisoner, a shout rang out. Seo Kang-yu." When the other person appeared, his fist stopped. Laosa spoke with a sad expression. "Don't." At that moment, Seo Kang-yu could only suppress his hatred, but Chiok continued his provocations. "Look at your teammates. Look how disappointed they are." Returning to the present. At this moment, he raised his hand, which was emitting a surge of power. As he spoke, "If you don't answer, I'll assume you choose death." The scum Chiok Findio continued to drone on. "Do you want to know the reason why I kill people? I'm not interested." Seo Kang-yu had lost his patience long ago and had no desire to listen to his rambling anymore. Instantly, a flash of power shot out, and Chiok Findio's head flew from his body, but suddenly, a voice rang out. Shockingly, Chiok Findio's severed head was still grinning wickedly. "I want them to remember me." He reappeared on the other side, raising both hands, and said nonchalantly, "So I killed them and became the most memorable person in their lives." An image of one of his victims looked up in despair. "When they die by my skill, they will never forget me." His image appeared in his victims' lives like a disgusting, venomous insect. The victim was trapped by a terrifying power, unable to escape. The man laughed proudly, like a monster. "They will have my image seared into their very eyes." Chiok Findio's ability is like proof. "I can show you the memories of those I've killed." Seo Kang-yu merely glanced over, annoyed, as the man showcased his own cruelty. Bizarre, dark purple insects, much like his power, swarmed around him. He began his arrogant rant again. Should I show you them one by one? Just then, the image of a head appeared in his hand. Findio was about to say something. This child. But in an instant, a light flashed in Seo Kang-yu's eyes. Immediately, the arm that had just summoned the head was severed by a flash of power. This time, Findio clutched the wound on his arm in pain. Only then did Seo Kang-yu speak up. Is it because you're a prisoner in solitary confinement? Seo Kang-yu materialized his power into a sword, and gripping it, he approached the struggling Findio. I really want to shut that rambling mouth of yours for good. He looked like the god of death as he spoke. You don't have time to attack me with your skill, do you? At that, the man cried out. Huh? Then, sweating bullets, he asked. Let me ask you one thing before I die. Do you remember the people you've killed? Seo Kang-yu raised his sword and replied casually, no. None of them were worth remembering. Especially trash like you. Suddenly, Seo Kang-yu's gaze grew heavy. The grinning Findio created an image of his former comrades in front of him, trying to throw him off. Lao Sa looked at him with sad eyes and said, Seo Kang-yu, don't. Seo Kang-yu stared forward, stunned. Two more of his comrades looked at him affectionately, calling out, Seo Kang-yu. Though Findio was drenched in sweat, he still managed to wear a vile expression. So, do you remember these people? But Seo Kang-yu quickly regained his composure, swinging his sword despite their calls. Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu. The illusion of Lao Sa was still calling out to him when the blade struck. A single, powerful slash cut through the illusion, and in that instant, the surge of power tore the space back to reality. Seo Kang-yu's eyes were as sharp as a war god's as he hissed, Are you done with your pathetic tricks? But the scum still wore a wicked grin and continued his nonsensical rambling. I never thought you'd be able to cut down your own colleagues without a moment's hesitation. Seo Kang-yu spoke coldly. It's not like. Findio's brow furrowed in confusion. Seo Kang-yu finished his sentence. They're anything but illusions, right? Immediately after, Findio's body was sliced in two by the powerful blade. The prisoner's entire body collapsed to the ground. Seo Kang-yu stood over him, looked down, and spoke. And, I'm not a hero anymore. I'm a prison guard. Coughing up blood, Findio spoke defiantly. What? You're not just a prison guard. His eyes slowly fluttered shut, but he struggled to finish his sentence. You're a monster. But Seo Kang-yu just stood there in silence as the final words of Findio ended his wicked life. A monster just like Hwang Seung-hwan. It was a final verbal jab at Seo Kang-yu. But by now, he couldn't care less about such meaningless words. He just turned and glared at the prisoner's corpse. The scene then shifts to Hwang Seung-hwan. He looked up, a bored expression on his face. Ugh, what's this? Not an ounce of resistance. The female prisoner he'd beaten lay limp in the corner. Her face was dazed, completely devoid of emotion. Hwang Seung-hwan displayed a childish dissatisfaction that was utterly revolting. When are you going to come down here? Seo Kang-yu. If you don't, how about I go up? He was already plotting, having defeated everyone inside. It was now night, the moon shining brightly through twisted, dark clouds. At that moment, three people stood on a cliff, observing. A man spoke up. Lady Shinka, when are you going to make your move? The woman called Shinka flashed a smile and replied, So he's appeared, has he? She was referring to Seo Kang-yu, who had just arrived on that floor. His expression was incredibly cold, hinting at the bloodshed to come. Lady Shinka covered her face with her hands, an excited smile spreading across her lips as she exclaimed, My dear husband. Your husband? One of the men, Beckinus, asked in confusion as he watched Seo Kang-yu on the monitor. She turned back with a bright smile and replied, Yes, he's my husband. Beckinus then said, Lady Shinka. He smirked and asked, Isn't your husband Seung-hwan? Another one of the three, a man named Ho, also spoke up. That's right. Isn't he the reason you attacked us? To save him? Beckinese continued. Besides, that guy over there is a hero. He's the most useless person for the advancement of humankind, Lady Shinka casually replied. He was a hero. Then, her expression twisted into a crazed look as she exclaimed, No, I don't see a hero at all. A heavy silence fell after her words. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu remained vigilant, his expression cold. Beckany said, Well then, you should just choose one. Another woman, Hatu, chimed in. That's right. Polygamy is illegal, you know. Lady Shinka looked thoughtful, as if weighing her options. I wonder if he's younger or older than me. This is very important, because we're not compatible. A symbol in her pupils lit up. Whoever survives will be my destiny. Acting like she's some grand prize with the right to choose. She wore a sinister, expectant look. So, Who will it be? Just then, a ceiling full of lights came into view. Jo Se-hee appeared behind Seo Kang-yu and said, "Good work, guard Seo Kang-yu." Her sharp gaze fell upon the prisoner's corpse as she continued. "You've completely cleared out the first basement level." Then, Jo Se-hee reminded him, "The prisoner's power increases exponentially, so take a moment to rest." Before she could finish, Seo Kang-yu cut her off. "No." He turned to face her, his face filled with bitter resentment. "I'm going down there right now. Open the gate." Jo Se-hee was momentarily taken aback. Then she replied, "Understood. But before you go, I need to ask you a favor. Down here, on basement level 2, there are still living guards sending a signal. An image of weak-looking guards standing amidst dangerous prisoners appears. How many guards do you think are on each floor?" A female guard grits her teeth, raising her baton to defend herself. Seo Kang-yu then answers, "Jo Se-hee, I don't know. But can we save them and get them back to their families?" Jo Se-hee replied, "All communication devices on basement level 1 are down, so I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure there's only one person." An image of blood streaks on the floor appears. It's from a guard who was attacked and lost his legs. He was trying to drag himself across the floor because all communication devices on basement level 5 were still active. The camera feed came on, showing the guard had managed to crawl to that spot. He must have been screaming desperately at the camera, "Help! Help me! Somebody! Please!" But just then, behind that poor guard, Hwang Seung-hwan appeared, along with another prisoner. With a vicious look in his eyes, he raised his hand, and immediately the guard's face swelled up. Then, a horrific explosion erupted, and a spray of blood splattered across the camera lens. Hwang Seung-hwan gave a wild, triumphant grin at the surveillance camera. "I'll let the guy upstairs see this." In his hand, Hwang Seung-hwan held that disgusting, round, red object. Seo Kang-yu adjusted his hat and said, "I'm going down." This startled everyone, but Jo Se-hee replied, "I'll open the door between the 2 basement levels." Then, she spoke into her radio to authorize it. A sliver of light appeared at the door. While Seo Kang-yu was waiting for it to open, Jo Se-hee warned him one more time to be extremely careful, because the power difference between the prisoners on the 2 floors was like heaven and earth. As she finished speaking, the door opened before his sharp eyes. Seo Kang-yu's expression turned grave the moment the door opened. A horde of ferocious prisoners charged out, attacking Seo Kang-yu all at once. They were ecstatic to use him as a form of entertainment. "Ha ha ha, you son of a butch. First one to get him wins." And then, colorful flashes of light exploded. The prisoners, each holding a gun, took turns aiming and firing at him mockingly. They knew someone was coming. This is their welcoming party. Seeing this, Jo Se-hee panicked and cried out, "Seo Kang-yu." But her gaze quickly fell when she heard a voice. "Before you worry about others, you should worry about yourself." A giant hand reached out in front of Jo Se-hee as a prisoner flashed a delighted grin. "Humph." Then his disgusting hand shot out, successfully grabbing Jo Se-hee by the neck and lifting her up. He then asked with amusement, "You're a guard, huh? This is a rare opportunity. I've always wanted to smash that arrogant face of yours." Jo Se-hee gritted her teeth, trying to struggle out of his claws. This prisoner gave a triumphant smile. "Should I do it right now?" Then he turned and arrogantly shouted, "Hey, you idiots, it's a guard. The first one to catch them is the one who..." But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. While he was busy with his pathetic achievement, all the prisoners from his cell were already sprawled on the ground as if they'd been struck by lightning. The prisoner couldn't believe it and yelled, "What the hell?" He immediately shot a terrified glance upwards. It was the sight of Seo Kang-yu slamming down his fist of death. It didn't take long for that immense wave of power to descend. Seo Kang-yu kept punching until the man's hand let go of Jo Se-hee. She fell to the ground, bewildered. Then, a voice rang out, "Stay back." Seo Kang-yu stood up, looked at her, and said, "Basement level 2. His gaze was incredibly sharp, warning her, "It's dangerous." Jo Se-hee could only nod in compliance. Yes, I understand." Before he walked further away, Jo Se-hee reached out to call after him again. "Gu guard, Seo Kang-yu." Tamoki was captured on basement level 1. An image of the woman, completely bound in chains, appeared. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu just walked on in silence. But after a moment, he replied, "I know." The scene shifts to the solitary confinement block on level 1. A few menacing prisoners are talking amongst themselves. "Did you hear something? Sounds like a scream. Did he succeed?" Just then, a busty female inmate with a mysterious expression called out, "Hey, you morons. You think he succeeded? Which one of you do you think could cause a riot in this place? I bet none of you could figure it out." This woman is Tamoki, who has killed 28 heroes. Tamoki pointed to her own forehead and continued with wild arrogance. Do you know why villains stay villains? Because you're not smart enough, former hero. At that moment, a curse was heard. You, Burly. A burly prisoner approached, gritting his teeth as he looked down at her and asked, You want me to kill you? Hearing this, Tamoki burst out laughing. Pfft, kill me? You've only killed nobodies. Have you ever killed someone with superpowers? The burly man fell silent, unable to answer. She continued, pointing to herself with pride. No? Have you even fought against them? If you don't know why I'm here, it's because I've killed them. The burly prisoner began to radiate a murderous aura and snarled, I'm about to kill someone with superpowers right now. But in a flash, she extended her claws and sliced a straight line from the top of the burly man's head all the way down. Kill! Immediately, a spray of fresh blood erupted, and Tamoki's grotesque arm was drenched in it. A chilling, killing intent radiated from her entire body as she said, Who's the one getting killed now? You fool. The other people in the room were frozen in terror. She continued proudly. When I was a hero, I captured countless villains. So I know how to capture those who possess superpowers. With that knowledge, I've killed countless heroes. Tamoki stood before the body she had just split in two and said with a wide smile, Now, I will teach those who side with me. She even stuck out her tongue, disgustingly licking the streak of blood on her hand. Then she declared, I will show you how to hunt someone with superpowers. At that moment, an image of Seo Kang-yu appeared in the dungeon. His sharp gaze was fixed forward. She continued, and more importantly, her face twisted into the smile of a venomous snake as she uttered, I know Seo Kang-yu's ability. Gasps of shock echoed. How do you know Seo Kang-yu's ability? Tamoki sat down on a person who was bent over, acting as her throne. She placed a hand on her chest and answered confidently, I was a hero once too. I have reliable sources of information. Another prisoner asked, Even if you know, what can you do to him? He's a hero from Equality, an organization full of first-rate heroes, completely different from a third-rate hero like you. Hearing that, Tamoki's face took on a sinister expression. Then she began to explain. Ever since President X took over Colty, there have been changes in the hero profession. First, they changed the way heroes operate. They're no longer allowed to kill prisoners at will. Second, they often organize group training sessions among heroes. Finally, the hero ranking system, from 1 to 5, was abolished. Tamoki confidently said, I'm bringing this up because the time Seo Kang-yu joined Equality was when the ranking system was under maintenance. Seo Kang-yu was specially selected despite having no outstanding achievements. In other words, he got in through connections. There are even rumors he's Lao Sa's lover. The other prisoner was still a bit hesitant. To be honest, I've never seen him fight, but the way he cleared the first floor in the blink of an eye means he has to be at least rank 3 in strength, 1 level above us. That Tamoki woman just laughed scornfully. The first floor is full of insects that even you guys could handle. The one with the spiky crest is Choi Mok Gang, who killed 1,738 people, and the one with the vertical scar on his face is Hoen Hyunwoo, who killed 1,983 people. Her voice rang out again, it's easy to do. The one with the 2 round eyes is Korean, who killed 2,270 people, and the one with the squinty, thoughtful eyes is Mizu Jonak, who killed 3,521 people. Right? A large, sturdy, and rather young-looking man named Spick had killed 6,435 people. The other prisoners were still confused. Tamoki continued, I'm not saying Seo Kang-yu is weak. He's genuinely strong. But, she said with utter confidence, I know his weakness, so we can team up to take him down. At this, Spick asked, You know his weakness? She nonchalantly replied, Hey, why do you guys have to think so much? How long are you going to think about it? Decide. And hurry up. Those guys were still hesitating, while Seo Kang-yu was still walking in. He's almost here. Hearing this, the other prisoners immediately shot their hands up in a panic. I'll join. Me too. With only Spick remaining silent, she turned to ask, What about you? He then made his decision. I'm in too. What's the plan? Since the last century, when humans began to awaken superpowers, scientists, through research, divided them into 3 main types. The type that can transform or strengthen the body is the physical ability group. The type that can create objects from nothing is the creation ability. Those who possess abilities that don't fall into these 2 groups are called special abilities. The prisoners were now standing there, looking straight ahead in anticipation. Just then, a familiar hat appeared, as Seo Kang-yu walked through the door, much to the prisoners' anticipation. He's here. Immediately, 2 of them made eye contact, creating sparks of lightning. Those sparks of power shot directly into the eyes of another prisoner. The target is in sight. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy flowed into Spick's head. He spoke up, asking, "Can you see him?" Tamoki, still sitting nonchalantly on someone's back, replied, "I can." Physical ability, brainwave communication. Her two eyes were now also infused with that bright lightning. She confidently analyzed Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu's power is also a physical type, just like mine. Tamoki thought she knew Seo Kang-yu's weakness, because she had watched him train every day. Training robot HL-12, enter combat training mode. Back then, she had watched him with disdain. Look at him. At that time, he was training with a giant robot in light combat mode. Back in the present, Seo Kang-yu had walked in and stood before the prisoners, saying his signature line. "Are you wearing the monitoring devices? Good. If you want to die right away, just let me know." Suddenly, from the ceiling, a flash of power shot down towards him. Not long after, a bright explosion erupted next to Seo Kang-yu. She was still thinking confidently. He didn't dodge, did he? At this moment, an excited prisoner stretched out his hand, unleashing a stream of his power. Tamoki used several cell doors to form a defensive line, letting the creation and special ability users attack relentlessly. The prisoners with abilities continuously fired their powers towards Seo Kang-yu. Spick, still wearing that power-enhancing device, spoke up. "You're right, he's just standing there and taking it." Tamoki just smiled in satisfaction. But Tamoki also knew the reason Seo Kang-yu didn't dodge these attacks. A massive explosion appeared, but it couldn't inflict any damage on him. After the explosion dissipated, Seo Kang-yu was revealed, still standing there coldly. From behind him, a stream of power that looked even stronger than the previous ones rushed forward. But Tamoki had another card up her sleeve, which was this very attack from behind. Seo Kang-yu coldly turned and glanced at the low-level attack. His calm eyes suddenly filled with panic. Seo Kang-yu's body was hit and distorted by that wave of power. His hand also changed slightly, as it endured the energy. After the attack faded, Seo Kang-yu stood there, motionless. The one who had just launched that long-range attack smiled triumphantly. Complete. At that moment, a small button on Seo Kang-yu's collar flashed, a power-restricting device. "Like you said, I went and collected these from the corpses of the wardens." A hand held up that collar. It was Spick. He still asked with some doubt, "But will it be effective?" "This is from the first basement floor." Tamoki confidently asserted, "It'll be fine. We just need to put more on him. It's from the first basement floor, so for a rank 2 hero, 10 should be enough. Even a rank 1 hero would lose all their power with 15 of these on. Million can put them on him with his skill." The one called Million, holding a pile of those devices, smiled and replied, "Okay." He had killed 2,421 people. A special ability, telekinesis. Tamoki spoke again. "Just to be safe, put 30 of them on him." Countless power-restricting devices were now attached to Seo Kang-yu's body, and he still stood there motionless. Seeing this, the others cheered excitedly. "You're finished, you bastard. We've attached power-restricting devices to you." However, there were 3 flaws in Tamoki's plan. Very quickly, those guys stopped their celebration, their joy replaced by shock and horror. The power-restricting device on Seo Kang-yu's neck slowly began to crack. His 2 eyes flashed brightly like a wild beast's. First, the power radiating from him was still as strong as ever, not restricted in the slightest. Seo Kang-yu's power. The prisoners looked up in horror as the power-restricting devices broke off and flew through the air, followed by the fist of a god descending upon them. Seo Kang-yu's punch sent them cracking apart just like the prisoners on the first floor. It was many times stronger than a rank 1 hero's. The prisoner coughed up blood from the backlash. The lightning power helmet had shattered, and Spick cried out in terror. "All the restricting devices are broken." Tamoki had also lost all of her previous arrogance, staring at the scene without blinking and muttering, "What the?" Immediately, a terrible scream rang out. "R!" The prisoners turned to flee from Seo Kang-yu's gaze. "Damn it!" Tamoki quickly shouted, "Plan B! Tell them to initiate Plan B. Model." Spick immediately sent a telepathic message. "Everyone, switch to Plan B." Just then, a voice rang out, warning Seo Kang-yu to stand still. An innocent person was being choked by a grotesque hand. This prisoner had grabbed the poor prison guard and was using him to threaten Seo Kang-yu. "If you move, I'll kill this guy." Then, the whole group of prisoners arrogantly brought out the guards to use as leverage against him. "If you want to save them." But at that moment, he just casually raised his hand. Instantly, the prisoners were seized by his power, held in a tight grip. Their second mistake. Fresh blood splattered into the air. A horrified prison guard glanced to the side as the prisoner's hands released the guards in pain. Over here, Seo Kang-yu still just casually pointed a single finger, but the force it unleashed was the complete opposite of that small gesture. Seo Kang-yu's ability is a physical type, but that guard, his eyes wide with terror, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Deadly streaks of red blood appeared inside the prison cells. That man was still in utter shock before he died, unable to finish his sentence about this kind of power. The scene inside the prison was absolutely brutal. With just one finger, Seo Kang-yu had swiftly dealt with the prisoners, leaving them in a large pool of blood. The other prison guards had also been rescued. It can be used like a special ability, too. The third and final mistake. A few prisoners were hiding in a corner, panicking amongst themselves. Damn it, what do we do now? Should we put on the monitoring devices? Just then, one prisoner reached his hand out. He was drenched in a cold sweat, hurriedly saying, "I'll put on the monitoring device, please spare." But before he could finish, his pupils instantly contracted, and another huge spray of blood shot into the air. Seo Kang-yu had no patience for those who repent too late, and he continued to sweep through the prison without pause. His power spread through the air. The prisoners on the upper floors were also fearfully awaiting their death at the hands of the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu's lips parted. "You spoke too late. These people will never be forgiven." Just then, that blue, lightning-like power exploded. A prisoner broke out in a cold sweat. It was Spick. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn it." Then he turned to the woman, Tamoki, and demanded, "What the hell is he? Everything's gone to shit. Don't you have another plan?" That woman was still sitting in a corner, biting her nails. "No way. How is this possible?" Spick, having lost all patience, turned and yelled, "Hey, say something. Damn it, I never should have trusted you." At that moment, Tamoki finally replied, "You said the restraint devices couldn't stop him, even when he's wearing 30 of them." He then said, "I'll put on the monitoring device. That way, there's still a chance to live." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. "Shut up. Shut your mouth." Tamoki's eyes glowed like a demon's as she spun around, plunging her grotesque hand through Spick's stomach. She screamed maniacally, "Who do you think you're raising your voice to, huh? You think we're on the same level just because we're locked on the same floor?" Tamoki looked down at the man, whom she had just killed, and said confidently, "I'm almost strong enough to be a rank 1 hero." After that, she still couldn't help but bite her lip in confusion, and mutter, "But are those devices really all broken? If he's that strong, why isn't he fighting on the front lines?" Tamoki looked up and screamed, "None of this makes any sense. I don't get it." Suddenly, her eyes darted to the side, looking at something. It was a prison guard trying to sneak away. After seeing Tamoki's vicious gaze, the guard screamed in terror, begging for help. "Nuh. Please save me. Someone, please, help me." But in her rage, she swung her hand, aiming to strike him down. Unexpectedly, a flash of power shot past, severing Tamoki's wrist. She looked down in shock at her bloody, severed arm. Seo Kang-yu had appeared just in time, with an even more monstrous-looking hand. He called out, "Hero Tamoki." The guard, who had just survived a terrifying ordeal, stood up and screamed. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu continued to radiate a murderous aura and asked, "Death row inmate Tamoki, do you have any last words?" Tamoki just let out a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, damn it, I'm finished." Faced with such a shameless woman, Seo Kang-yu asked, "Those are your last words?" She continued to ramble. "Is it true that all the heroes are dead except for you?" Seo Kang-yu calmly replied, "That's right." At this, Tamoki let out a grotesque smile. "Hehehe. So, Tom is dead too." An image of Tom bound by countless chains appeared. Seo Kang-yu just stared at her in silence. She asked again, Hey, she's dead?" "I told her not to become a hero." "What a stupid little sister." Then, in a slightly provocative tone, she said, "You're a member of equality, yet you kill people. Do the other heroes know? You know how hard Lao Sa tried to change this whole hero business, but because of you, everything's back to the way it was. I wonder if Lao Sa will be sad in the afterlife." His eyes turned dangerously sharp, annoyed by her. "Your last words are too long. The hero business isn't a normal line of work." That's what Tamoki realized after becoming a hero. But destroying villains doesn't mean everyone is righteous. At that moment, a cry for help rang out. "Please save me." A girl was being threatened by a brutish man holding a knife. "Please, sir," the brute yelled, "stay still. If you move." The poor girl was terrified. Just then, a flash of light shot past. A hero slashed through, cutting the brutish man in half. The girl couldn't escape either and was caught in the same slash. During a mission, even if a civilian dies, a hero's status is absolute. This hero, after killing even the civilian, still wore a satisfied smile, having completed the mission. The reason Tamoki became a hero was simple. Back then, she was still a young girl. Big sister will always help you. Her two hands clasped together. At that moment, her younger sister Tom said happily, "That's amazing. You're like a hero." Tom, who had no special ability, depended heavily on her sister, who possessed a powerful one. But Tamoki, to her sister's surprise, declared, "That's right, isn't it? Your big sister is amazing, right?" Her personality twisted into that of a hero under a clear blue sky, saving people. The girl who had just been saved huddled on the ground and said gratefully to her, "Thank you for saving me." Back then, a smug Tamoki said, "Oh, it was nothing." Instead of feeling proud, she cupped her own face in self-satisfaction. "I was just doing the right thing." She felt a sense of superiority. Tamoki continued to work as a hero. Finally, on one mission, she killed a villain. It was the first time she had killed someone. At that moment, Tamoki's expression became twisted and distorted. For the first time in her life, she touched her own face, then threw her head back and laughed maniacally at the sky. She felt so superior. Tears streamed down her face. Ah, killing is so exhilarating. After that, Tamoki went on a non-stop killing spree. Villains, civilians, heroes, she killed them all without exception. Of them all, Tamoki most enjoyed killing heroes who were weaker than her. The feeling of betrayal, shock, and finally, the loss of her happiness. Please, the hero, weaker than her, begged, "Please, spare me." That expression drove Tamoki wild. But you can't hide a crime forever. Tom had grown suspicious of Tamoki. She always came home late, reeking of blood. So one day, Tom followed her. Tom's eyes gradually went numb as she stared at the scene before her. Right in front of the little girl was the sight of that woman committing mass murder. The child witnessed her own sister killing people. Tom was so utterly shocked that she cried out. Startled, Tamoki turned to look at her little sister, her face smeared with blood. "Tom, I told you not to stay out so late." It's useless now." Her hand was still gripping the head of some unfortunate soul. She showed no remorse. Instead, she flashed an excited grin, inviting her own sister into her world of crime. "Want to join in?" Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" But Tamoki just grew more frantic, swinging her arm down. "If you won't, then I'll do it myself." Just then, a loud swooshing sound made her look up, startled. No, it was a chain, emitting a purple light, that shot down and bound her hand. And on that very day, Tom awakened her powers. Ah, her first act as a new hero. With tears streaming down her face, Tom pointed and cried out, "Sister!" From that moment on, Tom became a hero, relentlessly pursuing the sister who had become a villain. An image of Tamoki appears, bound but still wearing a sinister smile. Her sister had finally captured her. "So, you've been caught?" someone asks. Tamoki replies provocatively, "So you're not calling me sister anymore? How sad. Your powers have gotten stronger, but it's a shame they're a summoning ability and not a physical one. People without physical abilities are so pathetic." Tom just stared silently at her sister. Tamoki grew even more frantic. They can only kill from a distance. They'll never know the ultimate ecstasy of tearing someone apart with their bare hands. "You've never understood me, have you?" Hearing those words, Tom cried out, "I've never had a sister like you." Cutting back to the present, Tamoki asks, "Did Tom die in pain?" Seo Kang-yu replies coldly, "Tom." He recalls the image of her falling during her battle with Hwang Seung-hwan. When Seo Kang-yu found her, Tom was crying out in agony. "It hurts so much." Tears streamed down the girl's face. "Save me, sister." Back in the prison cell, Seo Kang-yu continues. "She was calling your name when she died." Tamoki falls silent for a moment, then mutters, "I shouldn't have asked." Just then, a surging power radiates from her. It just makes me feel worse. A sharp blade sprouts from her arm, and her whole body transforms into something more grotesque. Then, she leaps forward. Seo Kang-yu stands there calmly. Tamoki lunges at him, stabbing straight for his body, but her eyes suddenly widen in panic when the blade on her arm stabs nothing but air. Seo Kang-yu has already appeared behind Tamoki. She struggles, gritting her teeth to withstand the backward force. The two of them charge at each other. A glint appears in Tamoki's eyes. Instantly, a kick from Seo Kang-yu sends her flying backward, creating a massive explosion. A huge cloud of dust and smoke appears. Seo Kang-yu waits in front of the smoke. Just then, a light shines down from the ceiling. Tamoki grits her teeth and charges at him again, but Seo Kang-yu simply lands a light punch to her stomach. Tamoki immediately coughs up fresh blood, then collapses to the ground, unable to take any more. She grits her teeth, glaring up at Seo Kang-yu in fury. Seo Kang-yu looks down with his blood-red eyes and says, "Even as a criminal, I take no pleasure in killing a colleague." To his surprise, she speaks up. "In that case, can you?" She breaks into a crazed smile and exclaims, "Spare me?" She collapses to the ground, saying, "You're a hero. Didn't you promise Lao Sa?" He replies coldly, "I'm not a hero anymore." Tamoki desperately begs, "But still, please, please, spare me." Terrified, she grabs Seo Kang-yu's leg. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." He says, "Your current state is the very scene you so often witnessed." An image appears of her victims, begging in pain and desperation. "Spare me, please spare me." Tamoki. Seo Kang-yu's eyes sharpen. "What did you do to those who begged you for forgiveness?" Tamoki's face twists into a distorted smile. "Ha ha, you bastard." Seo Kang-yu doesn't let her say another word, raising his powerful fist once more. Outside, dark clouds gather as the sounds of Seo Kang-yu's fight echo throughout the prison. Beckonus's group is watching when an excited voice rings out. "Do you guys hear that explosion? That has to be Seo Kang-yu, right? Oh my god, what now?" A beautiful female prisoner looks incredibly excited, making someone fall for her. The other prison guards are panicking. What the hell is going on? While another is frozen in fear. But for someone else, a familiar hat comes into view. That guy, Hwang Seung-hwan, calls out happily. Seo Kang-yu's presence only makes them more excited. At that moment, Hwang Seung-hwan feels a surge of excitement, so intense that the girl next to him is confused. "This won't do. I have to go up there now." As he speaks, he makes a terrifying, demonic face and reaches out his hand. But suddenly, a blast of power sends Hwang Seung-hwan flying sideways, his entire body slamming into the wall, creating a huge explosion. The hat on his head flies off and falls to the ground. "Whoa!" Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes go wide as he looks at the person in front of him and exclaims, "What a surprise." A voice rings out, "How boring, you punk." Someone steps out, to the astonishment of Hwang Seung-hwan and the female prisoner. It's an old, wrinkled prisoner who speaks up. "Want to play with this old man?" The man's name is Kingston. Hwang Seung-hwan picks up his hat, puts it back on his head, and sneers, "Ah, you're so scary, old man." Kingston flashes a grotesque smile and asks, "You scared, huh?" Basement level 5. Prisoner number 001. "I'm just a kind old man who wants to play with the kids." Just then, a panicked voice calls out, "Sir Joe Sei-hee?" He stops and asks, "What is it?" A prison guard is observing through. The camera operator hastily announced that down on the 5th basement level, Kingston and Hwang Seung-hwan had just run into each other. Hearing this, Joe Sei-hee looked pleased. "Well, that's just perfect." The guard listening in looked confused. "Huh?" she continued. "One of them is going to have to die. Personally, I'm hoping Kingston wins. He's not as dangerous as Hwang Seung-hwan." Joe Sei-hee's eyes narrowed dangerously as a red light glinted in them. "And why is that woman with him?" An image of the female prisoner accompanying Hwang Seung-hwan appeared on screen. Back in the cell, Hwang Seung-hwan spoke up. "Hey, old man, you planning on playing with me?" Kingston replied with a bright smile. "Of course." Hwang Seung-hwan then put on the innocent face of a pouting child and said, "But I don't wanna. So what now?" But then, Kingston's eyes glowed with a dangerous light as he said, "But this old man really wants to play with you." Kingston was the first prisoner of Lucillus Prison, and the oldest inmate. Unlike the others, on the 4th and 5th basement levels who had killed millions, he had only killed 3 people. The first to die was the strongest and most evil villain of that era, Caracas. The other 2 were the most talented heroes of their time, Clark and Hilon. He appeared out of nowhere and killed the 3 strongest people alive. Back then, his face covered in blood, he had declared, "I killed everyone they called invincible. Does that make me invincible now?" Kingston had asked this in front of everyone. It was no use. He let himself be captured by the government. In terms of risk, he was the lowest, surrendering after killing only a few people. And that was during a time when the relationship between the government and the Hero Association wasn't exactly great. He managed to avoid execution for 30 years. Back in the present, Kingston held out his hand, speaking in a gentle tone. "I'm not going to kill you. We just need to play a little. I'd feel guilty if I trampled on a young sprout." At this, Hwang Seung-hwan's expression turned serious as he prepared to respond. "All right then." In an instant, a hand was raised. What followed were the corpses of the poor prison guards. The bodies just floated in mid-air, controlled by Hwang Seung-hwan. A second later, the corpses turned into chunks of flesh, still suspended in the air. He said with a cold expression, "Let's have a little fun." Hwang Seung-hwan then launched the round balls of flesh to attack Kingston. Kingston just stood there calmly, waiting. After a moment, he raised his hand. With a speed invisible to the naked eye, he continuously deflected the fleshy projectiles. One hand would catch them, while the other would poke and shatter them. Streams of power surged through the air as Kingston's hands danced. A moment later, the streams of power he generated formed a vortex. Kingston then combined both hands, creating a massive flow of energy. His eyes had become razor-sharp, his sharp hand thrust forward, the very fabric of his clothes fluttering around him. The balls of flesh were sent flying straight behind him. Instantly, the chunks of flesh exploded into huge splatters of blood in the air. The drops rained down from above. Hwang Seung-hwan stared up thoughtfully at the rain of blood. Kingston glanced up with his sharp eyes and let out a sinister smile. After it was over, he spoke up. I thought you used telekinesis, but your current attack and defense are this. So, you're not a telekinesis user? Do you have any other ways to attack? The man replied. I thought as much. I knew it. Playing with an old man is boring. What's the fun in killing someone who's about to die anyway? Kingston was stunned for a second, then narrowed his eyes and remarked, You're a truly arrogant brat. I've met plenty of people just like you, all frogs in a well, each one thinking they're the strongest. His foot glided lightly across the ground, and when he stomped down hard, powerful cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. Chunks of stone and debris flew into the air, and with immense pride, Kingston emerged from the dust cloud he had created. At that moment, a terrified scream rang out. Ah! A panicked guard cried out. At this rate, the basement's going to collapse. Jo Se-hee snapped at him. Stop making a fuss. Not even the power of a rank 1 or 2 hero can destroy this prison. There are 20 layers of special walls. How could they possibly be broken? Everyone calmed down. Inside, Kingston's face darkened as he spoke. I'm going to correct that attitude of yours. With that, he charged forward. As the floor continued to crumble, he vanished. Hwang Seung-hwan just stood there, observing the scene before him. Then, he looked up, his eyes widening in shock. An image of Kingston bringing his foot down on top of Hwang Seung-hwan appeared. The foot was about to stomp on his face. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, obscuring everything from view. Outside, the sky was still thick with dark clouds. Inside, the guard was still screaming. Ah! Even Jo Se-hee had to raise a hand to shield herself from the violent tremors. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-yu was still standing silently outside. Jo Se-hee hurriedly asked, Is everything all right? The guard was still too terrified to speak. See, Commander. Who won? She said impatiently. That's not what I asked. The guard answered under Jo Se-hee's sharp glare. Inside the dungeon, the man was still staring in horror at the crumbling cracks in the wall before him. The guard turned and answered, All the walls have been breached. Jo Se-hee broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. We're screwed, she uttered. Inside, Hwang Seung-hwan looked at the ruined walls and cheered. Whoa, he's like a human drill. How far did he get? A voice rang out. Is this enough to get you interested yet? He looked down and wondered aloud. Should we follow him? Suddenly, another group of people appeared and said, Why would you follow that old geezer? The words came from a familiar, arrogant mouth. Shinka and her 2 minions appeared. She sat down on the floor and said with a laugh, Wouldn't talking to me be much more fun? In the observation room, Jo Se-hee and the guard were both bewildered by this development. Huh? Hwang Seung-hwan turned back and asked with a glare, And what are you supposed to be? Shinka replied, Let's have a chat, and then you'll find out who I am. As Jo Se-hee got a better look, she cried out in alarm. That woman. How did she get to the 5th basement level? The guard was still in shock. What is this? Over in the cell, Shinka looked up. But first, she pointed directly at the camera and said, You people watching, get lost. The screen immediately went black. Jo Se-hee slammed her hand on the table in fury, gritting her teeth. Damn it. Meanwhile, our main character was still standing silently outside the door. Seo Kang-ho spoke into the communicator on his collar. Commander, the 1st basement is clear. Please open the door to the 2nd basement. But the voice on the other end was breaking up. Seo Kang-ho, wait. Seo Kang-ho stood there, waiting. After a moment, he grew a little anxious and called again. Commander? There was no response before the line went dead. The space fell silent again. Maybe the signal was weak because Seo Kang-ho didn't wait any longer and pried the heavy door open with his bare hands. The door slowly opened, revealing an eerie light. His expression was incredibly sharp as he continued. She went down to the lower basement floors. As he descended the stairs to the 2nd basement, it was different from the 1st floor and the 1st basement. Before, He could smell blood even before entering. Here, there was no smell at all. Seo Kang-ho pressed his lips together, on guard. It was too clean. Everything was too calm. There were no bodies. The lights were still flickering, and there wasn't even a single person. Seo Kang-ho stepped inside, and suddenly, a scream caught his attention. Ugh! A terrified female guard came running out, yelling, "Don't come near me!" Meanwhile, a pack of monsters with sharp, jagged teeth was chasing after her. The monsters excitedly bared their grotesque teeth. The female guard ran, screaming, "Don't get any closer!" But when she ran out and saw Seo Kang-ho standing there, the woman was stunned. Ugh! She ran toward him, shouting loudly, "Seo Kang-ho!" The woman calling him by the wrong name startled Seo Kang-ho. As a quick reminder, Seo Kang-ho is the name of the main character's older brother. The female guard was desperate as the monsters closed in. Ah! In an instant, a burst of power shot past the woman, obliterating the monsters. The woman collapsed to the ground next to the pile of monster corpses. Huh? Huh? Beside her was Seo Kang-ho's fist, radiating a deadly aura. Only then did he speak, asking if she was okay. The woman probably hadn't heard the news of the main character's brother's sacrifice, so she rushed over worriedly and hugged Seo Kang-ho, calling his name. "Kang-ho!" She looked up at him, saying cheerfully, "Weren't you supposed to be on the 5th basement floor? Hey, what was that just now? Do you have superpowers? That's amazing. But have you been hiding your ability all this time?" Seo Kang-ho pushed her away and said, "I." His eyes were sharp as he said, "Am Kang-ho's younger brother." Hearing that, the woman gasped in surprise. Huh, the hero, Seo Kang-ho. Then she wondered, "Why are you wearing a guard's uniform?" No, why are you here?" he asked. "So you're my brother's colleague." Seo Kang-ho warned her, "It's dangerous here." Suddenly she said, I'm very sorry to hear you say that, young master." This shocked him. He then asked, "Who are you?" The woman placed a hand on her chest and replied happily, "This is the first time we've met, isn't it? I should have been the one to greet you first." She then held out her hand and said with a smile, "I'm your sister-in-law. You look a lot like your brother, you know?" Hearing this, Seo Kang-ho was utterly stunned and speechless. At that moment, in the solitary confinement room on the 2nd basement floor, a voice called out, "Male?" Someone with a dark expression spoke up. "It seems an unfamiliar face has come here." The girl called Male replied with a dangerous look on her face, "That's right, brother. A horde of both humans and monsters was locked inside. How many sins has this stranger committed?" The girl named Mael, holding something, replied, "He killed my dogs." The prisoner called me nonchalantly said, "Is that so? Well then, hell is coming for him." The scene changes back to Seo Kang-ho. The woman spoke up, "I've only seen you in photos and videos." She smiled brightly as she introduced herself. "But it's much better to see you in person. I'm guard Hong-ja, from Lucillus Prison." Seo Kang-ho replied, "I heard he had a girlfriend, but I don't know anything beyond that." Hearing this, Hong-ja chuckled and scratched her head. Actually, it was a surprise." She pointed 2 fingers at her stomach. Here, Hong-ja cradled her stomach with both hands, a happy expression on her face. "In here is the child who will call you uncle." The shock was clear in Seo Kang-ho's eyes. He uttered in disbelief, "What?" She replied, still cheerful, "It's not showing much yet, is it? It's been less than a month. I only found out recently myself. And because of what happened with Hwang Seung-hwan, I didn't want to reveal it too soon." After a moment of shock, he finally managed to say, "Is what you're saying true?" Seeing his serious expression, Hong-ja became confused and asked, "Yes, is there a problem?" Seo Kang-ho looked away, avoiding her gaze as he replied, "No." She asked again, "What are you doing here, Seo Kang-ho? Are you here to suppress the riot? But you're also wearing a guard's uniform." "I," Seo Kang-ho replied, "have been appointed as a special guard to execute the prisoners in Lucillus Prison." Hong-ja was completely shocked. "Huh?" She couldn't believe it. "You're an executioner? Why would you?" she asked, bewildered. "Was it an order from the warden?" Seo Kang-ho explained. "It seems they didn't inform everyone, so I'll explain it to you briefly." After he recounted the situation, a shocked Hong-ja exclaimed, "An electromagnetic pulse attack? Who would do that?" Seo Kang-ho replied, "They're still investigating." Hong-ja's eyes welled up with tears as she worriedly asked, "What about Kang-ho? He should have been on the 5th basement floor for the execution." Seo Kang-ho didn't know how to answer. He just watched Hong-ja stand there, clutching her stomach and crying. Seo Kang-ho couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only close his eyes in helplessness. He changed the subject. A distress signal was sent from the 5th basement. Hearing that, Hongjia placed a hand on her chest and sighed in relief. Ah, thank God. Seeing her reaction, Seo Kang-ho could only bow his head in silence. Then he said, "It's dangerous here, you should go upstairs. I'll take you." "I can't do that," Hongjia said. "If you want to go to the lower levels, you're going to need me," he asked, surprised. "Why?" Hongjia explained. "When I look at a target, I have the ability to read their memories." Her special ability was psychometry. She then waved her hands and said, "Ah, I haven't read your memories, Seo Kang-ho, so don't worry. I don't use my power that recklessly." Seo Kang-ho just stared at her, speechless. Hongjia continued, "I use this ability to provide psychological therapy for the prisoners, and I use it to verify if what they did was truly a crime." Seo Kang-ho asked, "But how is your ability useful to me?" She explained, "Right now, the solitary confinement room on the second basement floor is under the control of Miel and Mael. They're two brothers with a special summoning ability. Their power allows them to gain strength. The monsters they summon turn other people into puppets by piercing their hearts. Right now, all the prisoners on the second basement floor are their puppets." Seo Kang-ho spoke up, much to her surprise. "I already know a bit about their abilities. They're Mago's disciples. An image of Mago appears. I'm already aware of this. So please, head upstairs." Seo Kang-yu pointed upwards and spoke. Hongjia hurriedly said, "Some of the combat puppets under those two siblings' control are wardens." Hearing this, he could only press his lips together in silence. Hongjia's expression became more serious than ever. "Among those combat puppets, you won't be able to tell who's a prisoner and who's a warden. But with my memory reading ability, I can tell them apart," Seo Kang-yu replied. "If they've become puppets, doesn't that mean they're all dead already? What's the point of telling them apart?" Hongjia then explained, "No, they're still alive. When those two siblings stop using their ability, they'll return to normal." He was certain of one thing, those two would never do that. But Hongjia was stubborn. She placed a hand on her chest and said confidently, "I can persuade them." He said worriedly, "In your condition, it's too dangerous." Suddenly, Hongjia said, "Before I became a mother, I was and still am a warden, so I must carry out my duty." At that moment, an image of her older brother, Seo Kang-ho, appeared in her mind. Seo Kang-yu pressed his lips together, silently watching Hongjia. Then, he reached out his hand and spoke. "All right." Just then, streams of Seo Kang-yu's power enveloped Hongjia, startling her. The streams of power lifted her into the air, leaving her completely stunned. "Whoa." Then she asked, What is this?" Seo Kang-yu looked up and replied, "My ability. It will shield you from danger." Hongjia called down in a panic, "Wait, but won't this put you at a disadvantage? This feels weird." The two of them continued moving toward their target. Just then, Hongjia let out a cry. "Ah!" Before them were puppets, indistinguishable as wardens or prisoners. Their entire bodies were like blocks of stone, controlled by a golden ring attached to their heads. Hongjia explained that this was the older brother Miel's ability. "Please remember, he's captured many wardens." Seo Kang-yu stared straight ahead and asked, "Which of them are the wardens?" "Just a moment," Hongjia replied, then closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her pupils were glowing, her gaze scanning across the puppets. Then she gave her answer. "The two in the back are wardens. First, we need to defeat them and group them together." Suddenly, Hongjia looked down at her hands in panic. "Huh?" She was now hidden behind Seo Kang-yu's protective circle. She called out anxiously, "Ah, I can't see anything." "Seo Kang-yu, what is this?" Hongjia kept yelling from inside, but her voice became muffled. Seo Kang-yu then spoke in a somber tone. "The difference between them, streams of his power swept across the floor, are the ones who are still alive. The rays of his power attacked the identical puppets, the ones who were wardens. At that moment, his power wrapped tightly around two puppets. Another puppet, unaffected by his power, leaped up and charged forward to attack Seo Kang-yu. The puppet's eye sockets were empty. Seo Kang-yu threw a straight punch into the puppet's face, shattering its head. With sharp eyes, he declared, "And the ones who are dead are the prisoners." Now, it's clear. The horde of puppets now rushed to attack him, but Seo Kang-yu easily took care of them with a single punch. The puppets kept rushing in like moths to a flame, only to be incinerated by Seo Kang-yu's power. His eyes grew more ferocious with each moment. One punch from him sent out a wave of force that instantly sliced through the puppets that were prisoners. Meanwhile, Hongjia was still being protected inside the circle, unable to see anything outside. Just then, an orb appeared, showing an image of Seo Kang-yu wiping out the prisoner puppets. The siblings, Mael and Miel, were both watching through it. The younger sister, Miel, spoke up. Brother, this outsider, do you think he's stronger than Master? Miel hesitated slightly. Well, the sister, Miel, then thought of Lao Sa, and asked again, what about that woman? Miel was silent. When his little sister didn't get an answer, she called out, Brother! She moved closer, hugging her brother's arm and said weakly, I'm scared. Looking at the orb, Miel replied, Don't worry, sis. Around the two of them, a countless swarm of puppets appeared. He hugged his little sister tightly to comfort her. If that's all he has, he can't kill us. A sharp image of Seo Kang-yu appeared. Back on the other side, Hongjia was trying to shout. Unable to stand not seeing anything, she yelled out, Huh? Why did you lock me in here? Seo Kang-yu stood there and replied grimly, Did I surprise you? My apologies. I should have warned you beforehand. Hongjia immediately asked, What happened? He explained to clear up any misunderstanding. I've pushed the wardens aside. As for the prisoners, they've all been executed, she exclaimed in shock. Executed? Hearing this, she asked in disbelief, But isn't the execution device on basement level 5? Seo Kang-yu replied somberly, I executed them with my own hands. Hongjia gasped, What? You mean you executed them yourself? Seo Kang-yu. He looked up and asked, Is there a problem? She hesitated for a moment. Who made this decision? His eyes were sharp as he answered bluntly. I did. Hongjia asked in a panic. Did the head warden approve? He had already made his decision. Suddenly, she was at a loss for words. What do you think you're doing? Hongjia asked, gritting her teeth. Seo Kang-yu looked up, confused. Seo Kang-yu. Is everything all right? Seo Kang-yu replied coldly. As a warden, I'm just doing what needs to be done. There's no problem. But Hongjia retorted. As a warden, we're not supposed to kill them. Our job is to rehabilitate the prisoners, to make them better. So what if you're a warden? Seo Kang-yu couldn't stand it anymore and cut her off. Enough. I'm sick of hearing such idealistic nonsense. A hero's job is to save people, not kill them. Only the law has the right to judge others. His face was filled with rage as he said, I know that all too well. The result of chasing those ideals is someone getting brutally murdered by an unreasonable beast. Honestly, it doesn't matter if I'm a warden or a hero. I'm just doing the work I should have done a long time ago. Executing the beasts who've given up on being human. But, Seo Kang-yu, in the end, they're still human. He was so angry he was left speechless. What did you just say? Hongjia looked down in terror. He then roared indignantly. How can you even think that? You call them human? From basement level 2 and below, there are criminals who have murdered hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Every single one of them deserves to die. In the past, people were wrongfully convicted, and there was a lot of debate about the death penalty. But after the appearance of people with psychometric abilities, there are no longer any cases of wrongful conviction or injustice. Ria, you know this, don't you? But Hongjia still argued for her point of view, insisting they all had their own stories. He was at a loss for words. Tisk. Stories? She continued. Especially Miel and Miel. Seo Kang-yu cut her off. So what? Everyone in this world has their own story. Don't the victims they murdered have one too? Finally, a bewildered Hongjia looked down. Seo Kang-yu had made up his mind. They'll either die by my hand or by a death sentence. There's no difference. Right, Hongjia? She kept going. A death sentence isn't the same as a massacre. It's honestly frustrating dealing with a saint like this. Hongjia needs to find out her own lover was murdered by a prisoner to understand what real suffering feels like. At this point, Seo Kang-yu lost his patience and yelled, Enough! Don't say another word. He raised his hand, then gave a grave warning. This ends here. If you keep acting like this, I'll send you to the upper floor. What? I will handle this my way. Hongjia could only break out in a cold sweat and remain silent. Inside the prison, everything was hazy and indistinct. Seo Kang-yu kept walking, with Hongjia following behind, carried along by his protective circle. Just then, red control circles appeared, followed by puppets that looked stronger than before. Seo Kang-yu spoke up. Which of them are the wardens? Hongjia replied. The 3 in the back. Got it. After speaking, he began to reach his hand toward the group of puppets. Hongjia was still looking down, completely bewildered, when she suddenly blurted out, Kang-yu would be very sad. I just want to tell this saint that she'd be 100 times sadder if she found out her own lover was dead. Seo Kang-yu was moving in to attack the puppets, but when he heard her words, his eyes seemed to falter. He froze in place, letting the puppets swing their weapons down at him. A slash of force came down on his neck. Seo Kang-yu's face darkened with rage. The tip of the weapon had shattered. The haunting words echoed in his mind. Kang-yu would be very sad if he knew. His eyes widened as if they would burst. His eyes glowed brightly. Even as the puppets stabbed at him, he remained completely unharmed. Seo Kang-yu could feel his own frustration and anger building up, and he threw a deathly punch. As the words about others' ideals echoed in his head, Seo Kang-yu became even more frenzied, as if trying to unleash all his resentment. The words of his comrade flashed in his mind, followed by a powerful punch. Then, an image of his older brother appeared with more words. Seo Kang-yu no longer held back his fury. Hongjia was terrified by the sight. Instantly, a puppet was cut down by blasts of energy. Then the other puppets charged at him. Words. What good are words? Is this a misfortune or a blessing? Crimson spheres of energy were unleashed in a vortex. The frustration of Seo Kang-yu. The spheres hovered in the air under his control. Those spheres of energy shot straight towards the prisoner puppets. Afterwards, the puppets dissolved into a swirling red mist, which began to subside slightly. Then, explosions rocked the air. Agonized screams rang out. Whoosh! A rain of blood fell on Seo Kang-yu's head after he killed the prisoners. He stood silently in the bloody space. Shadow Queen, who was watching through a screen, smiled with satisfaction. Her eyes lit up. Shadow Queen watched, clutching her face as she squealed with delight. Oh, he's even cooler now. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu was continuing on his way with Hongjia, followed by scenes of him continuously dealing with the prisoner puppets. Then, an image of the sphere protecting Hongjia. The images kept overlapping. Hongjia was trying to observe. This time, the three over there are all wardens. 3 puppets appeared before them. Seo Kang-yu replied, then wait a moment, but something made him turn his head with a start. A golden ring appeared, accompanied by a voice. A pleasure to meet you. Then came a red ring. The siblings Mail and Miel walked in, holding each other, and spoke nonchalantly. Outsider. A voice replied, startling the two of them. You came out on your own. Seo Kang-yu looked at the kids with ice-cold eyes and uttered, You've made things less troublesome for me. I'm quite pleased, too. Just then, a stone door slowly opened, revealing a massive monster behind the 2 siblings. A panicked Hongjia called out to Miel. Miel spoke casually. Warden Hongjia, why didn't you come to our side? Shouldn't you have gone to paradise by now? Dispel your powers. Seo Kang-yu raised his empowered hand and said, And I will grant you a painless death. Miel, now holding his sister, asked, Is there an option where you don't kill us? He replied, On the first floor, as well as the first basement level, I gave them the choice to use the monitoring devices or not. But for the beasts on the second basement level who have murdered countless people, there is no choice other than death. At this, Miel brought up his master. Outsider. I heard you were a colleague of my master. Is that true? Mail added, The woman who captured us was a hero, just like you. You and she give off 2 completely different vibes. Seo Kang-yu just stared at them in silence. Mail stubbornly continued, You'll definitely go to hell, you know. Her brother warned her. Mail, stop talking. Seo Kang-yu took an attack stance and said coldly, We'll see who goes to hell first. Miel tried to negotiate. If you promise to let us go, we'll dispel our powers. Seo Kang-yu's reply was firm. I refuse. Hongjia called out, Miel, this will only make the situation worse. Miel cut her off. Warden, Hongjia. He held his sister and began to play the victim. We haven't committed any lethal crimes. You know that, don't you? Hongjia was speechless. He continued, So we refuse too. Hongjia tried to persuade them. Miel. Seo Kang-yu grimly cut her off. Your way will never work. He clenched his teeth, glared at the siblings, and hissed, I don't negotiate with beasts. Hongjia kept trying. Mr. Seo Kang-yu, it's okay. There's no other way. Seo Kang-yu created a weapon from his energy stream, saying, Even beasts should feel pain. Facing the death hammer, Miel still tried to negotiate. Outsider, we don't want to fight you. If you'll just listen to our story, we can negotiate. Seo Kang-yu gripped the hammer and cut him off. I refuse. From her protected space, Hongjia tried again to change his mind. Seo Kang-yu, if you just talk to them, we can resolve this peacefully. Seo Kang-yu raised his hand towards the protective sphere, then hissed in anger. Would you please stay still? At that moment, the outsider's power shot towards the 2 prisoner siblings, binding them tightly and lifting them into the air. The tendrils of power squeezed their bodies, making them scream in agony. As for how to torture villains, the image of a smirking face appeared in his mind. Seo Kang-yu's eyes, now blood red, looked up as he continued. I already know how. I just never thought the day would come when those words would be so useful. The two siblings were utterly terrified by Seo Kang-yu's power. Miel spoke up. Talking isn't working. You're not even human. Mael's body also began to glow as she frowned and explained, "We're not beasts or monsters." Seo Kang-yu just glared up at the villains. The ones now bound in the air were two different men. The two prisoners had been replaced by the siblings. The voices continued to echo. "We are humans with special powers." Instantly, his power crushed the two men in midair, and two streams of fresh blood sprayed out. The voice continued to echo. "But why don't these people call us human? What's the difference between us and them?" Just then, countless other puppets advanced on Seo Kang-yu. The yellow circles signified white puppets, and the red circles signified black puppets. In a single flash, Seo Kang-yu sliced off the heads of all the puppets. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing he'd been tricked. Mael, watching through the crystal ball, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. A worried Miel turned and asked, "Miel, do you need my help?" The girl quickly replied, "No, it's okay. His defenses are too strong." Miel was standing behind the crowd of puppets. Mael raised her hand, creating a magic circle, and said loudly, "Let me help you." After speaking, she pressed the magic circle down onto the crystal ball. Instantly, the circle expanded and fell right in front of Seo Kang-yu. Red circles appeared in the air, and from the magic circle emerged giant, grotesque monsters. So this was the power of a summoner. A monster with two huge, bulging eyes appeared, drool dripping from its mouth. But compared to a human, they were nothing. Seo Kang-yu, completely unfazed, charged at the horde of monsters. He leaped onto one of them, each stomp of his feet releasing a powerful wave of energy. He rushed forward to attack the monsters in the back. The horde swarmed chaotically. Seo Kang-yu weaved through the monsters, then unleashed a powerful slash downwards. His wave of energy sliced through the monster on the right, then through the monsters on the left. He swept through the monsters in a circle, then stopped, pressing his lips together as he waited. Mael watched this scene through her crystal ball, breaking out into a horrified sweat. She turned to her brother. "Brother, how much longer can you hold out?" Miel replied, "Probably about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. She lowered one hand, then bit her finger hard, drawing blood. It wasn't very long. She raised her bleeding finger over the crystal ball and shouted, "Then this time." After that, the girl pressed her bloodied hand down onto the sphere. Immediately, an immense pressure weighed down, startling Miel and forcing him to look back at the power descending upon the space below. Everything was engulfed in smoke and dust. Mael covered her mouth, coughing. Miel looked up in confusion and asked, What just happened?" A caped figure appeared. Seo Kang-yu was now standing right in front of the two siblings. In the face of this terrifying sight, Mael had tears streaming down her face, and her brother was no less terrified. Then, Seo Kang-yu spoke. "But now that I think about it, if I catch you one by one..." A huge crater, smashed through dozens of layers, appeared. That was Seo Kang-yu's handiwork. Light shone down from above. He looked down at the two of them and glared. "Then, your lives end here, so dispel your abilities, and I'll send you on your way painlessly." A wave of his power radiated outwards, striking the two of them. The wall, that enormous crater. It was a shocking sight to behold. The two siblings cried out in terror. "Just how many powers does he have?" Seo Kang-yu brought his fist closer to them and said, "Your ability. Dispel it." His gaze was like that of a god of death. The two siblings looked up with panicked eyes. Miel gritted his teeth and raised both hands. Immediately, streams of light appeared from his palms. Magic circles materialized in the air, and even Seo Kang-yu looked up in surprise. From them emerged countless giant puppets. Giant puppets materialized from the magic circles to confront Seo Kang-yu. The tallest was named Michael. The second, with a pitch-black face, was Gabriel. The third, whose head was covered in wings, was Raphael. The fourth, with 3 eyes and a mouth stretching from ear to ear, was Uriel. Suddenly, 2 slashes appeared in a cross pattern. With the speed of lightning, Seo Kang-yu cut down the giant puppets in a single stroke. The siblings frantically turned to look at their last line of defense. After witnessing that, their faces froze in disbelief. Miel once again raised his hand to create a magic circle. Instantly, the prison guards were released. They cried out, somewhat dazed. Miel, having summoned the guards, yelled, "Stay away from us. If you don't let us go, then all of these guards will." He was trying to use them as a threat. Seo Kang-yu coldly cut him off. "If you don't dispel your ability and free the guards." Suddenly, a scream rang out, stunning him. "Ah!" His expression turned grave when he saw his sister bound by Seo Kang-yu's power. She cried out in terror. "Brother!" Seo Kang-yu stomped his foot down and said coldly, "I will make your sister die a very painful death." Mael screamed in agony. Her desperate cries made Miel panic. Brother, it hurts. It hurts so much. Seo Kang-yu just stood there, staring coldly ahead. Miel continued to scream. Finally, Miel broke. He dropped to his knees, begging. I'll dispel it. I'll dispel the ability. In return, just let me talk to guard Hongjia. Seo Kang-yu replied. Dispel your ability first. Do it. His eyes were cold and resolute. Another pained scream from Miel made Miel flinch in terror. Then I'll stop, Seo Kang-yu said. A moment later, a stream of light descended. The two siblings were now kneeling on the ground, holding each other's hands. A moment later, the guards, freed from the control, woke up and cried out. The prisoners had also regained consciousness, completely bewildered. The inmates looked at the scene before them and spoke up, confused. What's going on? Just as they were asking each other why they were there, a wave of Seo Kang-yu's power instantly sliced through. That wave of power cut those damn prisoners in half. The splatter of blood made the two brothers recoil in horror. The guards who witnessed the scene also trembled in fear. One of them stammered, Hero Seo Kang-yu, what's going on? He turned around and told them, everyone should head back upstairs. The others headed up in a daze. I understand now. At that moment, Miel spoke up. I've stopped using my power, so now you must fulfill your promise. Seo Kang-yu replied, Fine, I'll let you meet her. While the two brothers were still stunned, he added, But first, let's move somewhere else. Right then, a horrific pile of bisected prisoner corpses lay between them. This is not a sight for the faint of heart. Meanwhile, in a slightly safer area, Hongjia was still inside her protective circle, trying to call out. Once she was able to see outside, she looked down and asked, What happened? Seo Kang-yu replied, I've taken care of it. The power has been neutralized, and all the guards are safe. Hongjia hurriedly asked, And Miel and Miel? They're right over there, in front of me. At that moment, the two brothers were holding each other tightly in fear. They wanted to speak with Miss Jia before they die. Hongjia tried to reason with him. Mr. Seo Kang-yu, couldn't you just fit them with monitoring devices? Seo Kang-yu cut her off firmly. Don't make me repeat myself. These beasts from the second basement have killed countless people. They will be executed by my hand. Miel asked innocently, Guard Hongjia, have we done something deserving of death? We really haven't done anything to warrant execution. Please, say something. His expression was one of pure panic. For a moment, Hongjia was at a loss for words. Seo Kang-yu pressed her. Hurry it up. Visibly distressed, Hongjia blurted out, Miel, you have to be executed. She struggled to utter the final words. Hearing this, the two brothers could only cling to each other in fear. On her end, Hongjia gritted her teeth, and then everything fell silent. She couldn't say another word. Seo Kang-yu asked again, Is there anything else you want to say? Miel also tried to speak to the guard, and so, the two kids held each other tightly, waiting for death. I will keep my promise. Seo Kang-yu spoke and raised his hand. It's time to begin the execution. At that moment, Miel burst into tears, wailing, Please, spare us. Please, brother. Oh, brother. At this point, they had no power left to resist. Seo Kang-yu then swung his deadly fist down. The blast of power kicked up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. But when it cleared, something was revealed that left Seo Kang-yu stunned. A bearded figure appeared. It was Mago. He was generating a protective sphere around the two siblings. Mago appeared with a cold look on his face. Seeing him, the siblings cried out in astonishment. Master? Seo Kang-yu also stared wide-eyed, thinking to himself, Mago? He manifested as a colossal figure before them. What's happening here? Mago's image was there, enveloping his two disciples. Seo Kang-yu cried out in shock. What? He wondered. Is this the twins' power? Summoning an illusion? No. Prisoners from the second basement could never have defensive magic this strong. Mago must have cast this spell himself. But why? Seo Kang-yu wondered why he would use a defensive spell on these two. Doesn't matter, he declared, then summoned a massive wave of his power. Whatever the reason, it doesn't change anything. The terrified siblings continued to hold each other tightly. His fist flew out and shattered the shield, sending fragments flying. But then, Mago's image repeatedly unleashed a series of magic circles that bore down on Seo Kang-yu. He gritted his teeth in fury. Damned old man, what the hell are you doing? Why is he doing this? Mago now seemed to be using all his power to protect the two prisoners, while his own blood-red energy continued to surge. Seo Kang-yu's fists smashed through the magic circles, shattering them. Now, only the initial blue shield was left. As the debris rained down, Mago's expression remained gentle. Seo Kang-yu's eyes were sharp, but he paused. He had just broken through countless layers of Mago's defenses. Miel, in a panic, held his sister, who looked as if she was about to faint. His expression clearly showed his irritation, but he couldn't shake the troubling feeling in his heart. The scene changes to a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Back then, Seo Kang-yu's entire hero team was gathered together, smiling cheerfully in a field of flowers. They were watching Mago laugh and play happily with a group of children. Seeing this, the curly-haired hero remarked with a sigh, "Does that old man ever get tired?" The bald hero chuckled. "It's a good thing, though." The curly-haired guy then turned to Tom with a huge grin. "Hey Tom, after we get married, we'll have kids too, won't we?" Tom retorted, annoyed. "When did I say I was going to marry you?" The curly-haired guy continued to joke around. "Oh, come on now." Tom added, "I hate guys who cheat on people like you." "I've never cheated on anyone," the curly-haired one protested. Seeing them, another teammate spoke up. "Honestly, you two, stop bickering." Suddenly, a loud call made everyone look over in surprise. "Everyone!" Mago, with his arms around a group of children, called out with a bright smile. "Don't just sit up there watching. Come down and play with the kids." The sky remained a brilliant blue. Seo Kang-yu's teammates had all joined in the fun, playing and joking with the children. Only he sat alone under a tree, observing silently. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Seo Kang-yu." Mago walked over to him and asked, "You don't like children?" He replied, "It's not exactly that. I just don't know how to act around them." Mago chuckled, sitting down next to him. "Just do what your parents did with you when you were a child." Seo Kang-yu answered matter-of-factly, "My parents died shortly after I was born. My only family was my older brother." Hearing that, Mago broke into a nervous sweat, feeling terrible. He coughed into his hand and said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." He glanced cautiously at Seo Kang-yu, who quickly looked away. But suddenly, Mago grinned widely and called out, "Hey, Seo Kang-yu." He pointed to his own face and said, "Then you can just practice on me. Try acting like a kid for a bit." Seo Kang-yu looked over at him, completely baffled, and just said, "Huh?" Mago chuckled and said, "Ho ho ho, I was just kidding, just having a little fun. I didn't know you could make an expression like that. But I wasn't entirely joking, either. If you're ever in trouble, you can act like a child in front of me." Seo Kang-yu silently watched his teammates playing with the children, then said, "I refuse." Just then, the sky filled with dark clouds, and it began to pour. That's when Hwang Seung-hwan appeared, his hand outstretched, his entire body covered in blood. Seo Kang-yu stood there, stunned in the cold rain. He glanced down and saw the image of his two teammates, Curly Hair and Tom, holding each other tightly, awaiting death. Seo Kang-yu glanced in another direction to see Lao Sa, and the monk had already stopped breathing. Drops of blood splattered down. Seo Kang-yu's eyes streamed with tears of blood, filled with indignation. While he was still lost in despair, a voice called out, "Seo Kang-yu." It was Mago. Even as he was dying, he didn't forget to call out and comfort him. "It's okay, it's okay." Even though his eyes could no longer open, he said, "Everything will be all right." Just then, shards of reality appeared, returning them to the present. Seo Kang-yu threw a punch, shattering the magic circles. With only one of Mago's defensive layers left, Miel, who was inside, had completely fainted. Only Miel remained, looking up in a panic. Mago's protective shield circle was also gradually fading away. He closed his eyes, then gave a gentle smile. Seo Kang-yu could only look up helplessly. Then he extended his power. Seo Kang-yu released Hongjia, who was bewildered and terrified. "Humph. Huh?" After safely lowering her to the ground, he called out, "Can you read the memories of an ability?" Hongjia replied, "I can do that." Seo Kang-yu immediately pointed upwards and said, "Then please read the memories of that ability for me. I need to know what that old man was thinking when he did this." Hongjia looked towards Mago and the protective magic circle and asked in confusion, What is that? Is that the hero? Mago?" A moment later, she brought forth the ability's memory. In her hand was an image of Mago with the two death row brothers, all happy together. This was the memory contained within the hero Mago's ability. Seo Kang-yu plopped down on the ground and said with annoyance, "That's really unpleasant to look at." Hongjia immediately disagreed. "I think it's cute." He then asked, "Why are the memories of those murderers in here too?" She explained, "That's because he used his ability on them." Seo Kang-yu looked over at Hongjia, causing her to quickly say, "I didn't intentionally put them in there." Seo Kang-yu said, "I'm telling you this so there's no misunderstanding. Whatever the circumstances of those murderers might be, I will still execute them." Hearing this, the image of the master and his two disciples in Hongjia's hand cowered together in fear, She then replied, I understand. All right then. After saying that, Hong Jia released the image of the three of them. Just then, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling lit up, and then iron cages were brought out. A man banged a gavel and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction of individuals who possess special abilities. At that moment, someone in ragged clothes was gripping the iron bars, looking out. Their haggard face looked utterly miserable. Hell had dealt them a fate with nothing good in it. Miel and Mael, the two siblings, were also locked together in a cage. The two of them stared out with emotionless eyes. 6 years old. At an auction for ability users, a pastime for VIP collectors. Deep beneath the city of Huangtan was a secret auction house. Miel and Mael had been sold here by their own father. The most expensive people possessed special grade abilities, and some had transformation abilities. The most common ability, summoning, had the lowest price. So, Miel and Mael hid their true powers. And for a long time, no one bought the two children, as they waited to be disposed of. Just then, a man came and opened the door to the siblings' cage and said, Get out. Someone wants to buy you too. It was a man and a woman. As soon as the woman saw the two kids, she spoke with delight. Oh, are these the children? They summoned both an angel and a demon? The man then asked, Is that why you want to buy them? I'm asking because there are no returns here. The woman chuckled in response. Oh, I'm just curious. Hearing this, the man asked with annoyance, What? The woman put on a crazed expression and said, I wonder what would happen if you bred an angel with a demon. The two siblings looked on, horrified and confused. The woman continued, You're probably too young to understand, but you'll figure it out soon enough. As she spoke, she looked at them with a sinister glint in her eyes. Her eyes were wide, as if she were on drugs. Suddenly, a blast of power shot down from the ceiling, causing the two adults to look up in alarm. It was a ball of magma, burning brightly, falling straight down before the astonished eyes of the two. After that, the entire building was thrown into chaos and shattered by that energy. The scene changed, revealing a sky full of smoke and dust. And in the middle of the city, a huge, devastated crater. The adult couple from before were protected inside a shield circle, and they cried out in terror. Whoa, what was that? The two siblings were also protected inside a shield. Miel shook his sister's shoulder and called, Mael, are you okay? Mael was so frightened she couldn't speak. Miel, what's wrong? Just then, everyone was being protected inside shields. A laugh rang out, causing the two siblings to look up. Oh ho 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 ho. A familiar beard appeared. Mago raised his hand to playfully twirl his beard, smiling brightly. Beside him was a floating girl wearing a bunny bow. He said with a mischievous look, It's magic. Just then, the bunny-eared girl cried out, Come on, Mago! Her name was Lepus, Mago's assistant with a summoning ability. Lepus scolded him angrily. What kind of devilish level is this? How am I supposed to keep up? Mago just smiled mischievously. Ho 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 ho. If you work hard, you can do it. Lepus. I told you before. With a summoning ability, imagination is extremely important. Lepus replied sulkily. But you teach too fast. Mago changed the subject. Have you finished the task I gave you? Lepus replied. Yes. I've teleported all the auction participants and released everyone who was imprisoned. Mago then said, Then let's continue to the next level. Lepus felt helpless. What is it this time? How am I supposed to summon a giant meteor like that? Suddenly, a noise made the two of them look down. It was Miel, hugging his little sister. He looked up and asked, Can you take us with you? You're a summoner, right? We also have summoning abilities. Model Lepus shook her head. No way. You promised you'd only take me as your disciple. Mago refuted with a bright smile. I never promised such a thing. Hearing this, she let out a gasp of surprise. Mago then turned to the two kids and said, Let's see what you two are capable of. Lepus, seeing this, ground her teeth in anger. You liar. Just then, me summoned an angel, while Mael summoned a devil. A devil? Lepus was stunned by this and thought, Their summons are so strange. Normally, kids just summon toys and dogs. Mago was also a bit hesitant. They're done. He observed the two siblings, assessing them internally. How interesting. As someone who had always liked children, upon seeing something this interesting, Mago didn't hesitate for a moment. He smiled, held out his hand, and said, All right, come with me. I'll teach you two magic. Lepus could only puff out her cheeks and sulk in the background. For 3 years, Mago taught me and Mael how to summon. Imagination is the most crucial element for the summoning ability. The image in one's head will manifest when using the power. Me summoned an angel because she remembered her mother, the one who protected everyone when she was little. As for Mael summoning a devil, It was likely due to the influence of his abusive father. Mago cheerfully taught them, saying, "If we look at the world from multiple perspectives, we can summon many things. But it's also okay to focus on just one." Lipus smiled brightly from behind and said, "Shooting stars are the best." Mago pointed behind him and said, "Just like that bunny girl over there. I don't know which path you two will follow." At this, the siblings seemed a bit confused. "We really like heaven and hell, sir." Mago was surprised to hear that. Heaven and hell? Lipus also remarked, "They're different from normal kids, aren't they?" The children quickly explained, "Our mother told us before she passed away, good people go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell. Those words have always been our guiding principle. We want a world where only justice exists. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell." The siblings said these words with radiant faces. Mago smiled, patting their heads as he said, "I'm sure you two can do it, because you're the kindest children there are." One day, as dark clouds gathered in the sky, a frantic voice called out, "Mago! Mago!" Lipus ran up, panicking as she spoke. "The Hero Association needs your help," he exclaimed in shock. "What for?" Mago showed a rare flash of anger. "They ignored my proposal, and now they're asking for my help?" Lipus was still in a daze. West has appeared in Finland. An image appeared of a man with luminescent markings glowing on his face and neck. Hearing this news, Mago cried out in alarm. "What did you say?" "I have to summon the Hero Association immediately." "What are they doing?" Lipus quickly replied. "I don't know either." Mago clutched his head wearily. "Oh, for heaven's sake." He stood there in silence for a long moment before finally speaking. "Bring me and Mael here." After he met and spoke with them, the two siblings were distraught. "You have to go?" Mael hugged Mago tightly, crying, "No, don't go." Me, being the stronger one, asked, "When will you be back?" Mago closed his eyes, helpless, and replied, "The opponent is quite tough. It will probably be at least a few years before I can return." Me, on the verge of tears, asked, "Can't we go with you?" He explained, "You and Mael? The opponent is too dangerous. I can't let you two come with me. I don't want you to go." Mago could only look down in anguish at his newly adopted grandchildren. Mael, with tears streaming down his face, cried out, "I don't want to be abandoned again." Lipus scolded him quietly. "Abandoned? You're not objects." Just then, Mago gently called out to me and Mael, "This is my parting gift. My ability symbol is on your clothes, so when you get to the shelter, someone will take care of you." As he spoke, he transferred his power to the two siblings. Mago closed his eyes and said with a kind expression, "We'll meet again one day." But he never expected this would be their last time together. The two children could only huddle together and cry. He didn't forget to remind them, "You two must grow up to be good people, okay?" But after me and Mael parted with Mago, they didn't go to the shelter, afraid of meeting strangers. Instead, the two children traveled to a remote place and trained their abilities on their own. What kind of power do I need to master to become a good person by the time we see Mago again? A golden aura emanated from me. What is good and what is bad? An image of an angel and a devil appeared, while Mael emitted a red aura, symbolizing the devil. What should I do with my ability? 2 years later, me and Mael decided to define good and evil for themselves and return to their hometown. Good people will go to heaven, and bad people must go to hell. There, they began to create the heaven and hell of their own imagination, utopia. The excitement was clear on the siblings' faces. In just 1 month, me and Mael transformed the entire city into their own personal paradise. They observed the town's residents, summoned their angels and devils, and then monitored the citizens, choosing who would ascend to heaven and who would descend to hell. Those standards were decided by the twins themselves, based on things they heard from their mother when they were little, things that humans were not allowed to do: stealing, littering, causing a disturbance in public, lying, betraying friends. And so, for them, deep in their childish memories, those things were obsessions that would never fade. Even for those who met the standards, it still summoned a devil and said with a smile to the person, "I've been watching you. You have lived a righteous life." The woman hugged her child tightly, saying fearfully, "Please, please help us." It replied, "Don't be afraid. This isn't the end." With that, it controlled the demon to impale the two poor souls, mother and child. It said proudly, "You will have a beautiful dream in heaven." The mother could only scream in pain and despair, while it stood there, clasping its hands in satisfaction, saying, "Forever." Unbeknownst to them, the commotion from the twins' land, where a tall building had appeared, had attracted the attention of the Hero Association. A man with a grim expression exclaimed, "Let's begin the meeting now." This was Authority, the chairman of the Hero Association. Authority then continued. I sent out the notification. Why is the turnout so poor? In front of him were only 3 young people, lounging in their chairs. A blonde girl replied, well, I guess they're on vacation or something. This was Lippus, a rank 3 hero. One of the young men spoke up while chewing candy. Please pull up that info dump. Let's see what this is all about. This man's name was Kusta, also a rank 3 hero. At that moment, a few light bulbs cast a dim light downwards. After reviewing the information, both Kusta and Lippus exclaimed in shock. What is this? Kusta gasped. A first-level incident on this scale? This is one of a kind. Lippus added in frustration. Oh, damn it. I want to rank up. I want to reach that level. The chairman of the authority immediately asked, Level 3? Do you want to give it a try? Lippus replied dejectedly, It won't be effective, Mr. Chairman. Then she looked at the file containing the picture of the 2 siblings. But why did you choose this small village? Baum Level 1. It doesn't really do much for a hero's performance, the chairman explained. Well, I chose that place because these kids are rated as Level 1 villains. Kusta asked, How old are they? The chairman replied, Around 10 years old. The young man exclaimed at this. They're that young and they've already conquered an entire village? Lippus added. After their second advancement, they could reach Level 2 or Level 3 villain status. Should we make any preparations before dealing with them? Kusta asked. Lippus smiled brightly. It'll be at least 5 more years before they develop further, so we don't need much preparation. Hearing that, Kusta exclaimed, That long? The chairman then spoke up. There are a few things to add. These 2 are Mago's disciples. Kusta exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. Mago? Meanwhile, Lippus said helplessly, Ah, I knew it. An argument then broke out between the 2 young men. Then we should tell Mago about this. He went to Finland to hunt down East-West. Just tell him to come back after he's done. The chairman simply sat in silence during this discussion. Just then, a beautifully manicured hand was raised. The remaining person, who had been silent until now, suddenly raised her hand to volunteer. This girl wore a mask. Her hair was full of clips, and her pupils shone in the shape of hearts as she asked, Can I go? This girl was K2, also a Level 3 hero. The scene changes to a sunset evening with a brilliant golden sky, as a single wheel rolls across the ground. K2 arrived and stopped her vehicle to observe. She was riding a stylish pink motorcycle. She then placed both of her hands on her helmet. She took off her helmet and looked around in awe. Whoa! Countless red and gold rings were floating in the air, glittering and shimmering in the sunlight. K2 couldn't help but marvel at the magnificent sight. She didn't know that she was being watched through a crystal ball. Elsewhere, the 2 siblings were closely monitoring K2's every move. Male spoke up nervously. Brother, there's a stranger. Me just grunted in response. At that moment, K2's heart-shaped pupils were still focused on her surroundings. The sunset sky was still just as brilliant. K2 even took out her phone to snap pictures with the puppets. As she took photos, she marveled, Oh, this is a special ability. Is it brainwashing? Or are they just in a deep sleep? I don't think they're dead. Huh? What's this? Suddenly, something made her cautiously turn to look. The demon and angel from before had turned into the twin siblings. To K2's astonishment, Mi spoke up. Stranger, why are you here? Both kids stared at her with suspicious expressions. When K2 saw the 2 siblings, she rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she gushed. Ooh, wow, those are some amazing powers, aren't they? What can you guys do? Is there anything else cool? Mi replied, displeased. You should answer our question. K2 spoke again, but she pointed her hand towards the glittering red and gold rings floating in the air and continued. Does teacher know about these things? After all, he has a lot of disciples who are summoners, right? Hearing this, the 2 siblings looked at her in confusion. K2 then questioned them. Did you learn how to summon them from teacher? Mi frantically asked back. Who are you? Both of them were now breaking out in a cold sweat, waiting. I'm your senior. K2 then made a rather perverse expression, sticking her tongue out. Remember that. Mi stood protectively in front of his sister and said, We don't have any seniors other than Lippus. K2 laughed in response. Teacher already removed my name from the list of disciples. Seeing his frown, she continued, I think I was a little too interested in sharp things. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing countless scars of all sizes. K2 ran her claws over the marks, and teacher said I needed to learn more defensive magic as a way to protect myself. Unfortunately, I didn't like that, so I didn't listen to him. He stopped paying attention to me after that. The 2 kids became even more bewildered after hearing this. Suddenly, K2 exclaimed, How embarrassing. She bowed her head wearily and said, Teacher is so awful. So awful. Then, K2's crazed sounds echoed as she clutched her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's not right. It's wrong. It's not. It's wrong. It's wrong. The kids were horrified by the scene. Male huddled against her brother and said fearfully, "Brother, she's so scary." K2, still in a state of anguish, screamed, "Teacher, you told me I had a talent for magic. I just wanted some praise, even just a single smile from you." As she spoke, she unleashed a furious torrent of power. "But you erased my name." At that moment, Mi quickly raised his hand to create a magic circle. He hurriedly shouted, "If you don't leave this place right now." But just then, a different color flashed in his pupils. In the air, sharp objects like knives and scissors appeared, following K2's out-of-control state. The objects in the air began to tremble violently. The two siblings grew more and more terrified and screamed, "Ah!" Just then, K2's weapons attacked the siblings' puppets, splattering them all over the air. Fresh blood sprayed out endlessly, and the poor people gasped, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. After witnessing such a horrific scene, only K2's blood-stained weapons remained in the air. "If I do this," tears were still streaming down her face, but she wore a demonic smile as she uttered, "Will you notice me again, teacher?" You could see fresh blood spraying through the air as one poor soul was impaled by countless weapons, a truly tragic sight. Below, K2 stood with her hands outstretched, controlling the weapons while laughing like a maniac. "Ah ha ha ha!" Meanwhile, the victims were in agony, as if they were in hell. K2's expression was now twisted and warped, utterly perverse as she exclaimed, "This is so much fun." Mi, seeing this spectacle, collapsed to the ground. He turned to check on his sister. "Mael, are you okay?" The little Mael also fell to her knees in a panic, crying out, "Brother!" The two then watched in horror as K2 massacred their puppets. They both gritted their teeth in fear of this person. "What is that woman?" "Ah, that's right." After a while of killing, K2 spoke up. "So this is what it feels like." The poor people's bodies were now riddled with knives and scissors, a truly gruesome sight. K2 stood in the middle of the corpses she had created, dancing with excitement. "This is even more fun than I imagined." Just then, there was one person still in the air with a golden ring above their head. K2 saw them, and her face lit up with excitement. More, she creates another weapon in her hand. She furiously throws that weapon at the other person and screams, "I want more." But, just then, two appeared, and created a barrier to block the attack. Seeing this, K2's expression became even more twisted. "Whoa, you kids can use protective magic." The twins now frowned, staring outside. K2 was still in a frenzy. "You've learned a lot from your teacher, haven't you?" Then, an angel puppet silently attacked from behind. At that moment, a purple magic circle appeared. The puppet that was about to launch a sneak attack froze, and K2's voice rang out as a giant pair of scissors appeared in her hand and cut the puppet in half. After that, she glanced over at them, smiled eerily, and continued, "But this still isn't enough." Mien saw this and shouted angrily, "You're a monster. You will go to hell." K2 held the giant scissors, and with a pout, she said, "You kids are so rude to your elders. Ha! I've always wanted to use my powers in a crowded place like this, but I'm a hero, after all. I knew I'd be arrested if I did that, so I restrained myself. But thank you, kids, for preparing this place. I can finally make my dream a reality." As K2 spoke, she raised her hand again. "I think I can summon it." The expression on K2's face changed. She clenched her teeth, sweating bullets. Then, unable to hold it in any longer, screams echoed out. "Ah!" The twin siblings were once again terrified. Her mouth hung open as she shrieked, "Ah!" At that moment, a box cutter blade began to appear. The box cutter emerged from a terrifying tear in the sky. Blood streamed from K2's eyes, nose, and mouth. But she still wore a satisfied smile. "Ha, there it is. Imagination is the most important thing for a summoner." The experience of slaughtering countless lives had magnified her imagination and made her powers even stronger. The giant box cutter now appeared above K2 at her summons. "Ah, this is the first time I've ever summoned something this huge." K2 yelled in excitement. "It's so enormous, so cool." K2 broke into a maniacal smile. Then, she dropped the perverted look, replacing it with a somewhat cold expression, as she held out her hand and said, "It's all thanks to you kids. Now then, goodbye." But suddenly, K2 was snatched up by some giant monster, leaving only her outstretched hand visible. Miel was utterly stunned. But this was because Mael had summoned a demonic monster that swallowed K2 whole. A red magic circle was on the little girl's hand. The same went for Mael. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from her eyes. Her face was twisted as she gnashed her teeth and uttered, "Demon." She scolds others without looking at herself. Looking at K2, Mail only saw a terrifying demon. That sight had also amplified the little girl's power. Mail turned to call his sister. Mail! Mail stiffened and called back. Brother. Her shocked face as she stood before the monster she had just summoned was utterly sickening. She even asked, "Did I just kill someone?" Under a sky that was slowly being dyed red, a voice answered, "No." The giant monster with its bulging eyes was still there. Miel hugged his little sister, comforting her. That wasn't a person. It was a demon. A year passed quickly. Miel and Mael had created an even bigger paradise for themselves. The sky was filled with countless sparkling red and gold rings, and at the Hero Association, they were once again registered as villains, belonging to the second basement level of Lucillus Prison. Basement Level 2. A finger trembled while viewing the information on those two demon children. Mr. Mago exclaimed with a look of disbelief. Miel and Mael? The chairman then spoke. They were your disciples, weren't they? Mago was still in a panic, looking at his two disciples' records. How did things turn out like this? The chairman added. We're very curious as well. A moment later, Mr. Mago stood up, turned to leave, and said, Let me go there. The chairman surprisingly held him back. Huh? You can't go anywhere, Mago asked in confusion. What? The chairman replied tensely. I can't let you handle this case. What do you mean? The chairman explained. I clearly told you to kill East-West and come back, but you didn't follow my request, did you? Instead, you captured her and handed her over to the government. If that's the case, then I can't listen to your request either. Mr. Mago truly lost his composure now and shouted. We won't solve anything just talking like this. I'm going. Chairman Authority slammed his hand on the table and yelled, I said it clearly. You are not to go. The table now had cracks from the impact. Mago, not backing down, started to raise his hands, creating magic circles. Stop it. You're talking as if you're some power-hungry lunatic. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Let me go. The person appeared, breaking the standoff between Mago and Authority. That person was Lao Sa. With an emotionless expression, she spoke up. I'll be the one to go. The rank 3 hero, Lao Sa. Authority agreed after hearing her. Huh? Well, actually, using this as a promotional mission for a rank 3 hero is a good idea. You should be the one to go. Mago, still angry, cut in. I said I will, but a loud voice calling his name made him stop. Mago. His eyes were wide with shock. Lao Sa approached him with a confident and resolute expression. He could only stand there in silence, saying nothing more. Lao Sa then placed a hand on her chest and said with a trustworthy look, Please, trust me. The scene shifts back to the city with the red and gold rings in the sky. A voice called out, Mael. At that moment, the two of them were still hugging each other, observing the situation through a red orb. Mael said worriedly, An intruder. Mael was calmer. That's right, brother. These two were so wicked, yet they still wore such innocent faces. The person who had come. They looked through the orb and saw it was Lao Sa. They put on scared faces. I wonder how many crimes she's committed. Outside, Lao Sa just smiled and glanced up, sunlight shining down on the buildings. Lao Sa stood majestically in the sun, her gaze fixed on the distance. She was observing something. In the sky were 3 people, with something on their heads, their arms and legs hanging limp. She commented, Are those the heroes who took on this mission before? At least they're all still alive. Lao Sa continued to observe. Miel and Mael looked back at her, and one of them spoke up. You out there, who are you? Why did you come here? The woman calmly introduced herself. I am the hero Lao Sa. I've come to take you two back. The 2 girls were suspicious. A hero? A different kind of hero? One of them deployed a magic circle, and the monsters they summoned posed a serious threat to Lao Sa. They warned her to leave this place immediately, or they would send her to hell. All right, then I'll go back, Lao Sa said with a smile as bright as the sun. But I want both of you to come back with me. Let's go home together. The monsters were engulfed in flames. Me and Mael were stunned, unable to believe their powers had been so easily defeated. Lao Sa stood tall, even in the sea of fire. She walked over to them, looked at them, and said, You two are children with kind hearts. I didn't feel any killing intent from your attacks at all. Her expression changed as she spoke. It's truly sad. If the heroes who came here were good ones, the situation wouldn't have gotten this bad. She slowly walked towards the 2. The helpless girls hugged each other. Isn't it strange? You think what you're doing is right, yet countless people have come to stop you. Don't come any closer. Facing their panicked eyes, Lao Sa remained gentle. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you, Lao Sa continued. But what you're doing is wrong. Your master must be very sad. The two girls' eyes widened at the mention of their master. They whispered to each other. Master Mago. He's back? Male. Don't believe her lies. Lao Sa said frankly. I'm not lying. She reached her hand out to them and spoke with a smile. Release your powers and come back with me. It's time to go home to Master Mago. The two girls stared at her with wide eyes. Me and Mael. They reached out and touched her hand, feeling. Lao Sa took both girls by the hand and walked with them. An indescribable warmth radiated from her as the sun slowly set. The two girls' jaws dropped in astonishment at what they saw, but Lao Sa spoke calmly. I knew it. Mago stood before them. You were following me. The two girls rushed into Mago's arms. He opened his arms to welcome them. Master, Male! The girls were overwhelmed with emotion, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they spoke to him. Master, the truth is, our abilities are a type of special power. Mom told us we had to keep it a secret from others. He was surprised to hear what me and Mael said. You only accept summoners as students, right? We're sorry we lied to you. He asked back. I only accept summoners? Who told you that? A hero named Kwai Thursday. She said she was your apprentice. Mago remembered that person, finding the information he just heard hard to believe. My apprentice? I've never taken anyone other than you two and Lipus. His explanation surprised the two girls. I only met her once at the association and gave her a bit of advice. That's all. What? They were reunited after 3 years. They shared with each other what had happened during that time. The two kids talked about how hard they tried to grow up to be good children and how they were misunderstood by others. To this day, me and Mael still couldn't understand it. Mago stood watching the two children sleeping soundly on the grass. Lao Sa spoke from behind him. Are you done talking with the kids? Mago looked at her with a serious expression and made a request. Could I entrust them to you? Lao Sa didn't answer directly, instead bringing up another related matter. Even though they haven't killed anyone in the village, they still took thousands of people hostage and even killed a hero. It will be very difficult for them to avoid the death penalty in court, Mago pleaded. They simply lost their way because they're so young, and they've already released their powers. If you entrust them to me, I will help them understand that what they did was wrong. I can't do that. He continued to beg. Lao Sa, you said yourself they were just children. Lao Sa lowered her eyes. Mago, I don't agree either. The government has changed the law to allow the execution of minors, and the law is the law. Besides, a hero's job isn't to rehabilitate criminals, Lao Sa, but she continued, I sympathize with you. There are too many problems in this world right now. So, Mago, she proposed, from now on, would you be willing to work with me? He was confused. But what does that have to do with the children? She continued, her gaze serious. We will change this world. Mago's eyes widened at Lao Sa's declaration. He spoke up. I have one condition. Then he pointed at the two girls. Until they become adults, don't let them die. Please, let me use my ability on them. Lao Sa agreed. All right. Having gotten her approval, Mago quickly deployed his power. Until they become adults, neither of them has to die. We will change this world before they grow up. A man in a military uniform and hat. He remained silent as another girl approached him. Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu turned his eyes toward the sound. A person with golden brown hair continued. I've heard a lot about you from Seo Kang-ho. Lao Sa smiled, holding out her hand. Do you want to change the world with me? He slowly stood up, emerging from his memories. Mago was showing him a projection of me and Mile. We, they said we, simply judge people based on our own rules. But aren't laws just rules made by the people of this world? Seo Kang-yu still didn't respond. The other two continued. What's the difference between us? The girl finally spoke. Seo Kang-yu. Gang Ho and I have been assigned to the intensive rehabilitation of these two children, she explained nervously, as red tendrils began to surround her. I'm not saying they did nothing wrong. They first need to understand that what they did was wrong. Seo Kang-yu enveloped her in a red sphere, preventing her from finishing her sentence. He stepped forward. Red streaks crept from the ceiling to the floor. Mi hugged Mael, terrified. He looked at his hands. The other two were in absolute panic. Please spare us. Seo Kang-yu. You. The closer he got, the louder Mi and Mael begged. Please, we beg you. We know we were wrong. He raised his fist. The two screamed, Mom! Mommy! Zob. Master. Seo Kang-yu slammed his fist down. A tremor shook the place. The red tendrils had not yet retracted. Seo Kang-yu punched the ground, a short distance from where Mi and Mael were. Their eyes were filled with terror, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Seo Kang-yu swore, son of a bitch. He gritted his teeth so hard they bled, his eyes turned red, and veins popped out on his hands and face. This is so damn annoying. Seo Kang-yu had been thinking a lot. and those thoughts became a jumbled mess in his head. Seo Kang-yu's eyes flew open, glaring as those thoughts taunted him within his own mind. 3 figures appeared before him. Piercing laughter echoed one after another. Seo Kang-yu knelt on one knee, observing the scene in front of him. "Why do you have to think so much?" The girl with black hair laughed. "That look doesn't suit you. You're even more handsome in person than in the pictures." Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as the black-haired girl smiled brightly. "Hello, my husband. Your bride is here." The girl excitedly introduced herself. "I'm so happy to meet you. My name is Bus." Before she could finish, Seo Kang-yu charged forward, but an impact occurred. He seemed a bit surprised. "You should at least listen when someone is talking." A man had blocked the blow for him. "Don't you have any basic manners?" The other girl pouted. "Soon enough, he'll be our master." "You're so rude." "I'm sorry, Miss Shinka." The woman cleared her throat. Let me introduce myself again." However, as she started to speak, Seo Kang-yu lunged at her once more. "My name is." He wasn't listening and just threw a punch. The woman casually reached out her hand. A shield erected itself between them, easily blocking Seo Kang-yu's attack. "You have no patience at all," she continued. "We'll be seeing each other for a long time. You know. So let's have a little chat." She smiled. "My name is Shinka." She was an Esper with the ability to control space. "I will be the one to become the mother of the new human race." The area around them shimmered with a purple light from Shinka's barrier. Seo Kang-yu muttered to himself. "The mother?" She smiled. "That's right. The mother. What a drag." He thought nonchalantly. "What a headache. Another lunatic has shown up." "Lunatic?" Shinka wasn't offended at all. Instead, she just laughed. "I might just be the sanest person in this place. Right, everyone?" "That's right. Humph. Yeah, I suppose," she continued. "Seo Kang-yu, my dear, do you have any idea that humanity is in peril right now? The human race," Shinka said with a serious look, "is on the verge of extinction. If things continue like this, we're all going to die out." Seo Kang-yu was skeptical. "What?" Shinka asked again. "Seo Kang-yu, what do you believe is the threat to humanity? You, a member of EGIS, probably think it's the villains or the old guard heroes with their absolute power." She frowned, disagreeing. The person behind her echoed her sentiment. "But that's completely wrong." Seo Kang-yu buried his face in his hands as she continued. She sighed dramatically. "The very thing causing humanity's decline right now is," he sighed, "the nameless masses who call themselves ordinary people. According to my plan, we must filter out the genes. Only those with superior genetic codes should be allowed to produce the next generation. But because of the sacrifices made by those who carry superior genes, the very genetic codes that should have been eliminated have instead multiplied at an alarming rate. I even have the data to prove it. For example, the second-generation heroes of equality, led by Lao Sa, they all possessed superior genes. However, why did they still die, when the laws of nature should have dictated otherwise? It is a natural law that creatures who cannot evolve to survive must perish. But those heroes fought to prevent that very thing." Seo Kang-yu remained completely still as Shinka continued her tirade. "Oh, but you're different, Seo Kang-yu. You're not a hero anymore. In fact, nowadays you even enjoy killing those who carry inferior genes, don't you?" She laughed, pointing at him. "I fell in love with you the moment I saw you do it." Seo Kang-yu was still silent. Shinka went on. "Lucillus Prison is a gathering place for the superior beings who will become the new humanity. Yet they are all unjustly imprisoned here. Imprisoned simply for culling the weak. After we eliminate all the heroes who obstruct humanity's evolution, and all of the inferior humans," she began to excitedly describe her vision for the future. "We will build a world where only those who possess powerful abilities can exist. The Alpha world." She pointed at him, still smiling warmly to reassure him. "Oh, and don't worry. If any of those powerful heroes change their minds and decide to join us, we will welcome them into the new human race. We aren't that strict, you see." Seo Kang-yu finally spoke. "I try not to beat the hell out of anyone who isn't a criminal like you, but it seems I can't help but make you all into a bloody pulp." Shinka grew excited at his words, but the person beside her was on guard. "Oh, do a lot of people? Right here and now? Oh my. That's a little embarrassing," her companion had to explain. "Miss Shinka, I don't think he means what you're thinking," Shinka replied anyway. "All right, but let's not do that now. We'll do it next time, when it's just the two of us." "Miss Shinka, I already told you that's not what he meant. Be quiet. How would you know?" Shinka cleared her throat. "Ahem. In any case," she pointed at him, "you will be Adam." Then she pointed to herself. And I will be Eve. She imagined the two of them giving birth to the new humans who would lead the evolution of the species. She shyly covered her mouth with a bridal bouquet. To be honest, at first I was going to make Hwang Seung-hwan my atom and use an EMP weapon to rescue him. Seo Kang-yu was taken aback. Kinika continued. But this prison's security is much tighter than I anticipated. No attack from the outside could possibly get through. So, after we acquired the internal blueprints of the prison, we used an EMP weapon of our own creation and detonated it from the inside using my special ability. An EMP weapon? Seo Kang-yu questioned. Shinka replied. Afterward, I had a little chat with Hwang Seung-hwan. But he's still underage. He hasn't even gone through puberty. And you know how it is. A man only has his full capabilities. After puberty. Right? But time is precious. But that couldn't stop me. I have a very rich imagination, you see. So I immediately came up with a brilliant solution. Before Hwang Seung-hwan becomes an adult, I'll just do it with you. Seo Kang-yu. For humanity's sake. Of course. And when he becomes an adult, we'll do it with him then. Also for the sake of humanity. I've found the solution, Shinka said proudly. A way to pass on both of your genes to future generations. Then she smiled. What do you think? You two could even become sworn brothers. You two can get along, right? Isn't that just perfect? She asked again. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Seo Kang-yu answered her. So, you're telling me you are the ones behind the EMP weapon attack. Is that correct? Shinka was taken aback when she saw his furious expression. No, that's not. I was talking about something else. Then, as if suddenly remembering, she conceded. Oh, right. Your brother was an investigator, wasn't he? He died in that EMP attack. But it's okay. You can start a new family with me. Let's make the biggest family we possibly can. Together. Seo Kang-yu could no longer hold back his fury. Shinka asked him, So, have you made up your mind? I made my decision a long time ago. Oh, you have? He reached his hand towards her barrier. I take back what I said. Senya. About having to make you a bloody pulp. Shinka watched him with eager anticipation. I'm going to make you. He activated his ability, gritting his teeth. Suffer the most excruciating pain possible as I pulverize and shatter every bone in your bodies. Shinka looked uneasy, but the girl next to her joked, Well, isn't that just another way of doing a lot of people, model? The other man looked concerned, thinking, This doesn't look good. Whoa, why does he want to tear me to shreds? Seo Kang-yu was no different from a bloodthirsty beast. Well then, I'll just close one eye and act cute. It's not so bad when lovers fight. They say the more you love, the harder you fight, but you end up understanding each other better. Enraged, Seo Kang-yu tore through her barrier, bit by bit. She was amused. My, he's really fired up. The man beside her warned, This is very dangerous. His ability was about to reach her. Just then, a space portal opened. Seo Kang-yu paused for a moment as he began to fall through it. For a second, her words caught his attention. She waved and smiled at him from the exit. Let's finish this outside, shall we? She didn't forget to add a reminder. Calm down first, then come find me. Then the portal vanished, leaving Seo Kang-yu behind in that void. He continued to unleash his ability. Seo Kang-yu went berserk. A pillar of power shot up from the center, straight into the sky. His explosive power forced the S-class group onto the defensive. Seo Kang-yu had escaped. Ska stared wide-eyed at him. Whoa, his power just keeps going. It's cutting through space itself. Seo Kang-yu followed the path, closing in on Miss Shin. She laughed as the three of them dove into another space portal. Seo Kang-yu continued to charge forward. The crazy woman mused, This is just like we're playing hide-and-seek. His foot slammed down hard, hitting nothing but air. He was alone. Miss Shin opened another portal and taunted him. She beckoned, It's about to close. Come and get me. Form. As he spoke the word, red streaks of energy began to envelop him. An excited Miss Shin remarked, Oh, that's what you used on B1. You're still not as fast as me. Miss Shin appeared behind him again, blushing with excitement. She laughed, just as Seo Kang-yu's hand shot out in front of her. Wait, hold on. He had been tracking her every time she opened a portal. With tears in her eyes, hugged the girl beside her. Seo Kang-yu's claws were about to reach them. Suddenly, the space around him shifted. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was now on top of him, her legs wrapped around his neck. Miss Shin reached out from another portal. Everything's going smoothly. Why are you getting in the way, Miss Shin. As this girl named Hao rushed toward Miss Shin, Seo Kang-yu grabbed her by the head. Hao didn't get to finish her sentence. If he catches you, you'll die. He smashed Hatu's head into the portal, creating another explosion. Miss Jin and the other man fell silent. Seo Kang-yu stood motionless amid the chaos. Someone spoke up, and his gaze immediately snapped in that direction. See? Ha-tu appeared behind Miss Shin, completely unharmed. I told you, if he catches you, you're dead, Miss Shin retorted. About that life just now, how do you plan on taking responsibility for it? Humph. Miss Shin, please make your decision. Seo Kang-yu unleashed his power once more. What a waste. And what about the life I lost? She asked, shedding a tear. That jealousy of yours is magnificent. How did things turn out like this? Seo Kang-yu continued. Form 5, Miss Shin said coldly. Multi-space. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as several of his red orbs had to contend with the multi-space. In each portal stood the silhouette of a person. Seo Kang-yu was stunned. Miss Shin was no longer smiling. Say hello to them. They are the new humanity, and they will replace the old one. From now on, B3 is engulfed in a sea of fire. East-West stepped out of a space portal. I can't believe Mago is dead. I should have been the one to finish him. Ho, the body enhancer, laughed. Who's going to be the one to tame me? Friat, another body enhancer, also spoke up. Does an old man like me need to get involved? Natura, a body enhancer, replied to the old man. Everything in this world is necessary. The psychic on the side thought nervously. I'm so scared. 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 The psychic was smoking a pipe. A hero in a warden's uniform. Care, now I'm interested, he said. Moore stood with his arms crossed, looking stern. Tun Kone said rudely. Smoke in the designated area, would you? The two beauties, Siren and Tiburon, both body enhancers, appeared together. What the hell are you talking about? Hun Du Yang, another psychic, started laughing. So many people more evil than demons have gathered here. Prisoner B4, Terapia, a psychic and a body enhancer, stared at the object in his hand, an empty sword scabbard. Stepness, a body enhancer, pointed at something. They're just useless fools who have to rely on weapons, aren't they? Terapia wondered aloud. Number B is still alive? Maladit, a psychic summoner, put her hands on her hips. I knew those outfits were more comfortable. Hero, a psychic, remained silent. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened, his hat stained with a bit of blood. Two more figures emerged from the portal. Prisoner B5, Aora, a psychic, looked at him coldly. Next to her was Hwang Seung-hwan. He, in contrast, was thrilled to see him. Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu's power exploded, making everyone there stop laughing. Mode 0. The white-haired young man was eager. Hey, Seo Kang-yu, let's play some more. Seo Kang-yu charged at him fiercely. Hwang Seung-hwan was excited, an orb of energy already in his hand, ready to fight. The two of them closed the distance in an instant. Seo Kang-yu's red energy clashed with Hwang Seung-hwan's blue energy. A roar that seemed to swallow everything echoed throughout the prison. The others watching from above were terrified by their fighting style. A few looked thrilled. I hope no one gets careless and gets hurt. Warden. Someone else spoke up. Other wardens arrived to report to the head warden. Do we have to leave this place? The female warden couldn't believe it. How did it come to this? Nothing is going according to plan. Seo Kang-yu planted a hand on something, and his entire body rose up. Seo Kang-yu was frantic. Mode 0. All criminals from B3 and B4 were captured by the heroes of justice. I see. However, none of them had ever seen Seo Kang-yu in his combat mode. I understand why that bitch Lao Sa stopped Seo Kang-yu from fighting. Someone else said it succinctly. Death. They all stared at Seo Kang-yu. So this is what death looks like, huh? For those who had witnessed his appearance, another one was thrilled. This is amazing. Truly inspiring, he said, in awe. That man. Is that a special ability? Then it can't be stolen. I'm jealous. Miss Shin was sobbing. Ha. To placed a hand on her head to comfort her. Why did he have to make a decision like that? Sadness. Hwang Seung-hwan lightly touched his hat. Happiness. Seo Kang-yu. Why didn't you show me this skill when we fought before? You still have more, don't you? He laughed. You're really something else. Seo Kang-yu didn't waste words and attacked directly. His eyes were wild with power. Hwang Seung-hwan smirked. But you're still holding back, aren't you? Seo Kang-yu's power exploded even more. Blue energy blasts slammed into his body, relentlessly, more and more, pushing Seo Kang-yu back. But he quickly regained his footing and kicked off the ground, launching himself forward again. Like a bolt of red lightning, he shot toward Hwang Seung-hwan. His face no longer looked human. He threw a punch, but it was stopped by one of Hwang Seung-hwan's barriers. He laughed. That's right. I froze the space in front of me just in case. Together, their attacks created a massive explosion. The onlookers exclaimed, "Wow, what a fearsome bastard. Is he really this strong without even using any combat abilities? He's not even an adult yet. How much more of a monster will he become when he grows up?" Then, Seong-hwan looked toward the cloud of smoke and shouted, "Where did you go? I know that wasn't enough to take you down." He continued to roar, but before he could finish, Seong-hwan was punched straight in the face by Seo Kang-yu. He coughed up blood as Seo Kang-yu glared, punching him again in the torso. Seong-hwan's eyes widened as he was sent flying, smashing violently into a wall. The audience was thrilled by this development. It was a battle between monsters. A red flash of lightning cut through the air, and the heads of X and Tiburon were simultaneously severed. Seo Kang-yu dashed past them, heading for the summoner. He struck another blow but was surprised, because the one called West had cast a defensive spell. Mago's defensive magic really was top-notch. Too bad he died so early. Do you feel a surge of nostalgia, seeing your comrade's magic? Seo Kang-yu focused his power, and the defensive layer began to crack. East-West clicked his tongue. "Honestly, I'm so jealous of that power." The shield shattered, and someone else intervened, landing a solid kick on Seo Kang-yu. He flew back and slammed into a wall, smoke rising from the point of impact. Hilon stood watching, Seo Kang-yu's form reflected on his face. Like a demon rising from hell, he slowly got to his feet, his eyes filled with killing intent. They stopped, both looking down. Hwang Seung-hwan grinned broadly. "Seo Kang-yu, you have to play with me." But on second thought, he continued, "I can still tell you're hiding something." Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as he heard what the kid said next. He laughed. "Are you holding back because of the warden? So weak, that just won't do." He laughed and raised his hand. "I'll create a playground just for the two of us." His fingers closed, and clouds covered the moon in an instant. A night sky quickly filled the prison. The ground and rocks shifted, and Lausa and the others couldn't believe their eyes. They were quickly affected, unable to control themselves. What was this wave? The others watched with expressions of pure shock. Space was being distorted by Hwang Seung-hwan. "Am I seeing things? From now on, everyone else can go play outside," someone shouted, as the entire prison was transported to another location. Just then, a huge explosion erupted from the building, threatening to blow it apart. Screams rang out. "Ah!" Jo Se-hee and the other prison guards were terrified. Streams of red power were spreading towards everyone. Before being completely enveloped by that power, Jo Se-hee only had time to scream, "What is it this time?" At that moment, red orbs began to form from Seo Kang-yu's power. Those orbs grew denser and denser. Before that huge explosion could go off again, he threw them out of the area to protect everyone. Just then, a hand reached out. Hwang Seung-hwan, still holding a chunk of meat in one hand, laughed excitedly. "This place is pretty sturdy." Suddenly, one of his eyes bulged. Seo Kang-yu, his body and eyes glowing a blazing red, was rushing forward with a punch. But just then, someone created a circular shield to block the attack for Hwang Seung-hwan. It was that bitch Shinka. Standing on an upper floor, she held out her hand. Shinka spoke with a vile tone. "You shouldn't touch someone when they're using a skill, you know?" The woman arrogantly flipped her hair and said to her minions, "Shall we get going? It's too dusty here." Terapia, however, was still looking up pensively. Suddenly, she bent down and touched a rock. A stream of power was channeled into it, making it glow. When Shinka saw this, her mouth and eyes went wide with shock. The rock that Terapia was channeling power into glowed even brighter. Shinka's eyes grew more and more excited. Just then, a sharp sword blade appeared. Terapia, with a cold expression, held the newly created sword. Seeing this, Shinka asked, "What are you doing?" But she didn't say anything. Instead, she unleashed several slashes into the air, to the astonishment of the people behind her. Seeing this, Shinka's face showed clear excitement. "Well now." Then she turned back towards the space portal and said contemptuously, "Why waste energy like that? We can just get out this way." "All right, let's get out of here. Gather up." The scene cuts to outside the city, where citizens had gathered and were looking up in terror at the phenomenon. It turned out that before them was the image of Seo Kang-yu, a figure glowing red like a hot coal with two blazing eyes. They all exclaimed in terror, "What in the world is that thing?" Then, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Seo Kang-yu. He quickly vanished, to everyone's confusion. They all stood frozen for a few seconds. What just happened? A villain? Just then, Seo Kang-yu reappeared in another location, surrounded by massive clouds of smoke. The smoke grew thicker and thicker, obscuring parts of his body. After a moment, only Seo Kang-yu's two eyes, blazing like a demon god's, could be seen. At that moment, there was a pile of something stacked up like a mountain. As it became clearer, it was revealed to be a giant sphere, with Seo Kang-yu standing beneath it. Just then, a hand appeared on that grotesque sphere, which the man had created to confront Seo Kang-yu. Beams of light began to shoot out from within the sphere. Hwang Seung-hwan flashed a demonic smile. Boom! The sphere instantly exploded. After a moment, the smoke spread out again. The explosion Hwang Seung-hwan created left a giant crater in the ground. With a demonic look, he landed with a triumphant smile. On the other side, Seo Kang-yu was still kneeling, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. One side of his face was starting to return to normal. The streams of power were gradually fading from his body. Over by the giant crater, the woman's group was standing and watching. Shinka cheered excitedly. Don't anyone get in their way, okay? For now, we'll just watch. The reason inmates B3 and B4 listen to Shinka, even though they aren't the type to follow others. Hello, I'm Shinka. I will help you achieve your desire. Desire. Every time she spoke to men, she put on her most seductive appearance. Shinka uses the inmates' desires, a feeling all of humanity possesses. An image of the earth appears. Whether it's an old man or a minor, she has succeeded in inviting all the inmates to join her world. But there were always exceptions. At the time, West had asked coldly, "What if I refuse?" Shinka replied, "That would be very sad. You would die, for other reasons as well." At that, Hwang Seung-hwan's laughter rang out. Bwah ha ha ha. Hwang Seung-hwan laughed uncontrollably, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke. "A new type of human, you say?" he said, wiping a tear from his eye from laughing so hard. "You want to marry Seo Kang-yu for a reason like that, and then marry me? You're quite interesting yourself." That shameless woman was naturally thick-skinned, so she just clapped and laughed along. "I'm glad you think so." But then, Hwang Seung-hwan said, "But there's still one problem. I think fighting Seo Kang-yu is far more interesting than anything you could possibly offer." He wore a sinister expression. "Oh, Seung-hwan?" The woman put on a kind expression to admonish him. "If you only chase that kind of short-term thrill, you'll just become a dopamine addict. You need to look at the bigger picture. If you kill Kang-yu, what other fun could you possibly find?" But Hwang Seung-hwan just smiled confidently and said, "It's fine. I'm going to die anyway. I'm fine with it, because I'll die while I'm still having fun." The woman put on a sorrowful expression and spoke the most nauseating words. "If I could have a child with Seo Kang-yu, and then have another child with you, they could keep you entertained as they grow up. And then, when you're an adult, you'll be even stronger than you are now. You'd have even more fun fighting Kang-yu at that point. Think about the long-term benefits. If you join me, you can have fun until the day you die." She relentlessly tried to brainwash the young Hwang Seung-hwan. He fell silent for a moment, as if in thought. Before him, the shameless woman watched with an ecstatic look on her face, as if she'd finally found another psycho just as twisted as she was. He couldn't help but break into an excited grin. Then, he spoke up. "All right, let's see how this goes. Sounds like fun." Hearing that, the woman cheered. "Oh, that's wonderful. You've made a wise decision." But just then, Hwang Seung-hwan's demeanor turned cold. "But I don't love you. How are we supposed to get married in the future?" The woman stepped closer to him and said, "It'll be fine." She pushed her saggy chest near Hwang Seung-hwan's face and confidently declared, "You'll love me by then. I'm sure of it." The scene then cuts to a moment later, where he's showing a rare, panicked expression after being struck. Seo Kang-yu had just stabbed him in the stomach and pulled back, sending him flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he was still gripping that piece of flesh, laughing victoriously. Heh heh. I guess using just one hand wasn't going to work. While Seo Kang-yu stared at him with pure hatred, Hwang Seung-hwan began to taunt him. "Say something. Seo Kang-yu, you plan on staying silent forever? Or maybe you can't talk in your current state? Do you know what this is?" Seo Kang-yu continued to stare at him with eyes full of hatred. Seeing he wouldn't answer, he casually held up the round object in his hand and said, "This is your brother." Hearing this, the fury in Seo Kang-yu's eyes burned even brighter. That bastard Hwang Seung-hwan could die 100,000 times, and it still wouldn't be enough. Consumed by rage and anguish, all reason left Seo Kang-yu as he let out a roar. Seo Kang-yu seemed to transform into a crazed beast, lunging at his enemy. But Hwang Seung-hwan remained unfazed, taunting him. "Oh, so you can talk after all." Seo Kang-yu sprinted toward Hwang Seung-hwan, who was standing there casually, holding the round object. The rocks beneath Hwang Seung-hwan's feet started to float into the air. With a look of savage glee, Hwang Seung-hwan manipulated the rocks, lifting them higher. Suddenly, the stones transformed into incredibly sharp spikes. They grew larger and larger under Hwang Seung-hwan's control, aiming their tips at the speeding Kang-yu. Faced with tens of thousands of earthen spikes hurtling toward him at blinding speed, Seo Kang-yu clenched his hand into a fist. Seo Kang-yu threw a powerful punch toward the tens of thousands of spikes. With a ferocious expression, he watched as the spikes shot swiftly past him. Suddenly, Seo Kang-yu's eyes shot open in shock. The ground erupted in a series of explosions, sending dirt and rock flying. Standing in the middle of the cratered earth, Seo Kang-yu slammed his now massive, transformed hands into the ground. Seo Kang-yu stared forward in shock as an immense object came rushing toward him. Through the thick cloud of dust and debris, the object continued to hurtle toward Seo Kang-yu at extreme speed. Seo Kang-yu looked at the object and drew back his fist. Seo Kang-yu's fist moved closer and closer. As his fist was about to make contact with the object, Seo Kang-yu gritted his teeth, and a massive explosion sent him flying backward. The object slammed into Seo Kang-yu, throwing him backward. He crashed into the mountain behind him, creating a huge impact crater. Hwang Seung-hwan's hands were still outstretched, controlling the object. Amid the dusty haze around the mountain, the object was completely unscathed, still hovering in the air. Hwang Seung-hwan caught the object and stepped forward, laughing loudly. He held it up and said menacingly, "You can't bring yourself to attack this, can you?" After the massive collision, Seo Kang-yu struggled to get back on his feet. Hwang Seung-hwan continued, "I just had a brilliant idea." He looked at the object with a twisted, innocent expression and said, "If I eat this, then you won't be able to attack me, will you?" Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in horror. Hwang Seung-hwan continued, "But it's too big, I can't swallow it whole." As he spoke, he channeled his power into the object. "I'll just compress it a little." Suddenly, something powerful erupted from the earth. Seo Kang-yu used one foot to viciously stomp Hwang Seung-hwan into the ground before he could react. Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A loud bang echoed, kicking up a cloud of dust. With one foot pinning the fallen Hwang Seung-hwan to the ground, Seo Kang-yu clenched his fist. He aimed carefully and smashed his fist with immense force into Hwang Seung-hwan's face. His fists continued to rain down. This time, Seo Kang-yu's punch smashed into Seung-hwan so hard that the surrounding ground shattered and flew into the air. Nearby, Terapia and Terapia watched the scene unfold with calm expressions. Seo Kang-yu's face was a mask of pure rage, but suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his arm. Lying broken on the ground, Hwang Seung-hwan reached up and grabbed Kang-yu's arm. Suddenly, a blue light flared up between them. Seo Kang-yu's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the person in front of him. Hwang Seung-hwan, with a bright smile on his face as if he felt no pain, looked up at Seo Kang-yu. A pillar of power erupted skyward, drawing the eyes of all the onlookers. Kato shielded his eyes with his hand as he looked up at the pillar of power. Meanwhile, S began to make strange sounds. The woman clasped her hands in front of her chest. Her eyes widened as she breathed. "So beautiful." She then continued, "It's such a pity. It would have been so wonderful if those two could have reconciled." Kato responded to her, "That was never going to happen." Canis, who was next to him, agreed. "I think so too." Looking down, Canis added, "Besides, it looks like this battle is almost over." Hwang Seung-hwan struggled up, looking over at Seo Kang-yu, who lay motionless on the ground. Covered in blood and wounds, Hwang Seung-hwan looked ahead. Trembling, Seo Kang-yu pushed himself up, his eyes filled with absolute fury. He shot to his feet while Hwang Seung-hwan was still on the ground. Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes widened as streams of power began to appear. More and more streams of power emerged, one after another. They moved towards and surrounded Seo Kang-ho. More and more of them appeared on the ground, continuing to advance on Seo Kang-ho from a distance. Shinka and everyone else stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Shinka exclaimed, What is that?" Shinka and the others witnessed countless threads weaving together to form a colossal object. A laugh echoed out from before the massive web. A wretched-looking Hwang Seung-hwan stared at the giant network and said, "Just how many skills do you have? It's really impossible to beat you." Hwang Seung-hwan looked at the man before him and continued, "So, how did you like it?" Hwang Seung-hwan's voice rang out. "What does it feel like to kill someone?" Seo Kang-ho was on one knee on the ground, looking at Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung-hwan smiled and continued, "You must be just as disappointed as I was, right? You barely touch them and they disappear. It's not even enough to let you release your own pent-up emotions." Seo Kang-ho listened to Hwang Seung-hwan's words. Seo Kang-ho said, "Shut your mouth." The streams of power still encircled him. Hwang Seung-hwan continued, "So what?" With a smug look on his face, Hwang Seung-hwan said, "After having your fun with me, don't you feel refreshed from letting go of all your negative emotions? You must be feeling pretty uncomfortable. Seo Kang-ho frowned at the talking Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung-hwan said that he'd had to suppress his power for so long. He continued, "Because you had to travel with that bunch of trash, isn't that right?" At Hwang Seung-hwan's words, images of Lao Sa and his teammates appeared. Seo Kang-ho hesitated. "You." Hwang Seung-hwan saw Seo Kang-ho's reaction. Hwang Seung-hwan stared blankly at the person in front of him who had spoken. Seo Kang-ho's face darkened as he exclaimed, "You don't know anything." A look of contempt appeared in Hwang Seung-hwan's eyes. He looked up at the massive web and said, "Well, that skill looks pretty dangerous. This must be your final attack, right? I'm about to run out of steam myself. This is a problem." Hwang Seung-hwan continued, "That massive web in the sky is terrifying." Hwang Seung-hwan looked up with delight and continued, "If I had listened to Sa and become an adult, could I have defeated you?" Hwang Seung-hwan said while looking up at the web. Seo Kang-ho stated firmly, "That would never happen, because you're going to die here." Hearing this, Shinka was shocked into silence. The web gradually rose into the air, covering the sky. Shinka said in a panic, "Huh? What's happening in there?" Shinka held out her hand, covering it with her power. A purple circle passed through the web. Shinka panicked, shouting as she controlled the circle, "Hwang Seung-hwan." An image of him appeared within the circle. Through the circle, Shinka witnessed Hwang Seung-hwan get stabbed, his eyes wide in agony. Countless sharp points pierced through Hwang Seung-hwan's body, killing him on the spot. Seo Kang-ho's eyes were wide, and his face was grim. What struck Shinka's eyes was the sight of Hwang Seung-hwan being pierced by hundreds of blood threads originating from Seo Kang-ho. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was agape, not even a single groan escaping him. Shinka screamed in horror, "Hwang Seung-hwan." She raised her hand and activated her ability. Shinka instantly teleported to Hwang Seung-hwan and gently pulled him through the portal. The limp Hwang Seung-hwan was carried away by Shinka without moving a muscle. It seemed he had died in the battle. Shinka was in a frenzy. "Heal him." Terapia rolled up his sleeves, walked over, and said calmly, "Step aside." He knelt down and plunged his arm into Hwang Seung-hwan's heart. Immediately, the blood threads on Hwang Seung-hwan's body vanished. To be more precise, Terapia had absorbed them into his hand. He exclaimed, "I can't believe he was able to use his power to protect his vital spots in the middle of that chaos." He added, "His fighting instincts are impeccable." The blood threads stretched up to his elbow. Terapia stood up. "It's done." When Shinka saw that Hwang Seung-hwan hadn't woken up, she shook him. "Hwang Seung-hwan, wake up." Tae raised his arm, which was tangled with blood threads. Honestly, his face was emotionless as he said, "A formidable power." Then, he severed his own arm in front of the other prisoners. Terapia's arm immediately grew back, good as new. He asked them, "Now, what do we do with Seo Kang-ho?" A voice rang out. "What else?" It was Hero. He said coldly, "We have to kill him on the spot." But someone cut in. "Wait." Everyone turned to Shinka. After checking Hwang Seung-hwan's pulse, she looked up and said, "Before we do that," she said earnestly, a symbol glowing in her eyes, "I want to talk to him one last time." Everyone knew who she was talking about. At the center of the battlefield, Seo Kang-ho lay face down, motionless. A moment later, Seo Kang-ho staggered to his feet and looked around. Suddenly, something appeared in his vision, a coiled mass of flesh. He knew from his senses that it was the most important person in his life, his older brother, Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-ho slowly walked over, bent down, and picked it up as gently as he could. Looking at that mass of flesh, he was heartbroken, and a sense of despair began to consume his mind. Seo Kang-ho's vision blurred. He no longer knew if this was real or an illusion. If only this were just a dream, his brother would still be alive. A teleportation gate suddenly opened right in front of him. Shinka stepped out and said, "Seo Kang-yu," she pleaded, looking very worried. "It's not too late yet. But life isn't a dream." Although exhausted, Seo Kang-ho was still aware that the person before him was an enemy. He used his ultimate technique. Seo Kang-ho glared at her with hatred, preparing to strike. Shinka flinched, looking confused. "I really don't understand this." A flash of light appeared, and Seo Kang-ho's powers were immediately restrained. He looked clearly annoyed. One of the criminals on their side had cast a complex matrix. It seemed negotiations had failed. East-West said coldly, "Now we have to kill him quickly before he recovers his meager energy." He turned to his colleagues and asked, "Any objections?" They all chanted in unison, "Agreed." "We agree," Friata said with pity. "I feel sorry for that young man," Becken said weakly. "I'm also afraid of killing, but I think I'm more afraid of that person staying alive." Natura laughed with delight. Returning to Mother Earth isn't so bad. Malediti stretched and whined. Ah, I'm so hungry. Let's get this over with. Sipin laughed gleefully. That one might actually be able to entertain me. Vi held a pen and wrote with regret. It ends here? What a pity. Hi, Unundu Y just smiled. Ha, he's even more terrifying than a demon. Ho teased him upon seeing this. Are you a chicken? A booming voice echoed from above them. Make way for me. They looked up. Hero had transformed into a giant and was now towering behind them. He clenched his fist and swung it down, aiming straight for Seo Kang-ho. Seo Kang-ho curled up, protecting the only thing his brother had left behind. He endured the pain without a single groan. Hero would be the first to strike. Hyun Do-yang clenched his fist and summoned a Kilin. West also made his move. The criminals from B3 and B4 began their assault on Hwang Seung-hwan. The acrid smell of smoke filled the air, and a question suddenly popped into Hwang Seung-hwan's mind. How long has it been? Hwang Seung-hwan let out a breath after the criminal's brutal torture. He lay motionless, mouth agape, still clutching the piece of flesh in his hand. The hero raised his foot, preparing to stomp down. All right, let's end this. Hwang Seung-hwan still couldn't fight back. He could only wait for the blow to land. A swirling gust of wind rose with the hero's step. It was unclear what he was thinking. Just as he was about to bring his foot down, a blue light flashed, and a hand rose up, using its power to stop him. Hwang Seung-hwan had woken up at some point. Shinka, he said to her, didn't you say I'd get stronger as I got older? Hearing his voice, Shinka turned around in surprise. Hwang Seung-hwan. The other criminals also looked toward him. Hwang Seung-hwan said cheerfully. You know what? In front of the other criminals' gazes, he continued. For the first time in my life, I have a dream to strive for. He spoke with excitement, his eyes sparkling like stars. I want to defeat Seo Kang-ho. Shinka was too shocked to speak. Hwang Seung-hwan went on, so don't kill him. I'll be the one to finish that guy off. Ah scowled, his eyes wide with anger. Nonsense. Enough, we have to kill him right now. Shinka cut him off. Before West's astonished eyes, she said, let's go home. Her clear voice rang out. You all promised you'd listen to me, right? Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. No one objected. Let's go home. The dust continued to blow as light peeked through the clouds. Shinka opened a portal for them to pass through. She spoke cheerfully to Hwang Seung-hwan. Want us to give you a hand? Hwang Seung-hwan picked up the hat. It's fine. Putting the hat on, he glanced back at Seo Kang-ho, who was still lying there, lifeless. Hwang Seung-hwan left him with one last sentence. The next time we meet, I'll win. Then he disappeared through the portal. The news reported that following the pulse weapon attack at Lucillus Prison, 8 B3 criminals, 5 B4 criminals, and 3 B5 criminals had escaped. What would happen next? From above, an old man had been observing everything. He laughed with excitement. Ho ho ho, Kingston smiled. The world is about to get a lot more interesting. And just as Kingston thought, in the near future, Shinka would turn the world completely upside down. Red Star, wearing a diaper, giggled and said, meow 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 meow. The person opposite them seemed surprised. What? Really? It continued to chatter. Meow 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 meow. The girl talking to it was hesitant. But, I'm not ready yet. Red Star replied. Meow meow meow. Suddenly, the scene of the two talking became distorted, and the screen went black. The earth appeared with a strange symbol over it. A joyful voice rang out. A new world. Alpha World welcomes you. Shinka appeared with 2 other people. She said cheerfully, Hello everyone, I'm Shinka, and from now on, I'll be your Eve. She then introduced the 2 people beside her. Next to me are a few guests, the man said, Canis, and the cat-eyed girl also introduced herself. I am Gato. A line of text appeared. What is Alpha World? Canis answered the question. Alpha World is a world that was created, he continued, for Kiliu to bring the infected members of humanity, along with Lady Shinka in her role as humanity's Eve. The next question appeared. Who has the right to stay in Alpha World? This time, Gato answered. To become a part of Alpha World, the following conditions must be met. The first condition, she paused briefly before saying, is that the person must possess powerful abilities. At the same time, a muscular man appeared on screen. Then, an image of a horde of rats appeared, accompanied by Gato's voice. The second condition, that person must not shelter those who possess rejected genetic material. Gato continued. The third condition, that person must be healthy enough to procreate. Another question appeared on the screen. What will happen to those who don't meet the conditions? Shinka spoke with an indifferent tone and a look of pity in her eyes. I think those with unchosen genes are the ones who were committing crimes in the old world. They deserve to die, Shinka pointed at the camera. And if they've committed a capital crime, what do we have to do? She said. That's right. They must be eliminated. Shinka clapped her hands. Anyone with an unqualified genetic source deserves to be eliminated, she said with fervor. At the same time, a letter appeared on the screen. Within the next month, we will select the new humans qualified to become a member of Alpha World and send them an invitation. Shinka made a throat-slitting gesture while smiling and saying, anyone who dares to refuse our invitation will be considered guilty of the crime of harboring those with rejected genes. They, too, will be eliminated. So we hope you will consider our invitation very carefully. She clasped her hands together and said earnestly, all right then, will the future of the new humanity be a bright one? Then she approached the camera, winked, and said, it's all up to your future, Eve. Me, Shinka. Goodbye for now. The screen flickered again. The channel switched back to the original show. The girl pouted at Red Star. Meow, meow, meow. Red Star pouted back in response. Meow, 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 meow. The screen shut off again, and the light from the large monitor faded out. In a dark room, 7 people were gathered around a meeting table. Under the glare of the lights, one person broke the silence. All right. That person spoke about the Lucillus Prison break and the broadcast that was shown to all of humanity after the breakout. The chairman of authority spoke with a confident air. The WSC, the World Security Council, is now in session. An image and information about S appeared on the screen. Someone muttered, Shinka, that's the woman who attacked with the electronic pulse, right? Is she on the villain list? We asked the Hero Association, and they said no. The man with glasses said, this is trouble. It's unbelievable. Not long after, the heroes of justice fell, another disaster strikes. The woman next to him said, how are we going to handle this? Someone interjected, before we deal with that person demanded, let's face a few issues head on. Nya, the leader of the peace party, stood up and slammed the table. The warden of Lucillus Prison, Sun, gave herself the authority to execute prisoners. She did as she pleased without reporting to her superiors. He scowled. Since when can a single individual arbitrarily decide a death sentence for someone else? This has caused chaos and deep concern. Another person spoke up. We're in a dire situation, so why are we chewing over such a trivial matter? That person said the warden simply made the most rational decision under the circumstances. Authority, the chairman of the Hero Association for 2 terms, and also the current leader of the World Party. If it were me, I would have done the same thing, Enhei said. Even if the situation was urgent, did she really not have time to report it? Authority immediately defended her. Not even a single second could be wasted. That must be why she chose to go find Seo Kang-yu. I can sympathize with that decision. He glanced at the person next to him. What are your thoughts? Looking at the pensive old man beside him, Elgido, the Minister of Justice. Elgido spoke up. Although I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute others as they please. Everyone looked at him. Elgido raised his hands and said with a smile, although I don't agree with granting an individual the right to execute others as they please, given the very special circumstances, I completely understand. At that moment, Ba, the Fire Prevention Commissioner, said, it must have been a difficult decision. Looking at the situation, I'm worried the other side will suffer heavy losses. The woman named Kum, the police commissioner, also spoke with displeasure. Aren't we already the ones suffering losses? Ever since public security went to hell after that broadcast, have we had a moment's rest? The Vice Minister of Defense, Gazit, said while smoking a cigar, has the time come for us to realize we're in the middle of a war? Or are we still just fussing over a prison break? Authorities slammed the table, saying angrily, I'm telling you, those inmates deserve to die. He angrily pointed at Crom and Guerra. We've pushed ourselves into this current situation. Isn't it because you stubbornly clung to those old sentences? They denied it wasn't them. Authority continued. If I were still the chairman of the Hero Association, that trash would have been dead long before we even needed to consider execution. I can't understand how you people brought this disaster upon yourselves just because you wouldn't kill wanted criminals the moment you caught them. He ground his teeth. Ever since Lao Sa became chairman of the Hero Association, the world has been a complete mess. A calm voice said, you haven't changed a bit, have you? En spoke up again. You really think the decisions you made when you were chairman of the Hero Association were the right ones? Take a good look at the heroes from back then. He looked at Authority and continued. Most of the heroes you led were never mentally stable. Authority retorted with a defiant attitude. So what? The two argued. One said it was better to control them than to let them turn into villains. The other shot back. Is being a hero that important? Authority scowled. It was obvious. After Lao Sa took over as chairman of the Hero Association, people who could have been heroes instead turned around and became villains, causing trouble everywhere. Boda glared at him. Authority, the image of a hero in your head is completely different from mine. Authority spoke again. You people are just a bunch of dreamers, clinging to your idealistic vision of a better world while ignoring the reality right in front of you. Bez, who had been sitting quietly watching them bicker, finally spoke up. Lao Sa. Everyone unconsciously fell silent and turned to look at him. He said, "If she were here," looking towards the empty seat, he continued, "I wonder what her opinion would be." Authority silently ground his teeth, clicked his tongue, and left. Once he reached his car, his secretary opened the door for him and asked, "Did the meeting go well, sir?" Authority said gruffly, "Not at all." He grimaced and said, "Those people are such a nuisance. I don't think there's anything to discuss here. We just need to kill that pack of criminals and be done with it," he muttered. "It's all that bitch's fault." That bitch, Lao Sa. The secretary asked him, "What are your plans now, sir?" Authority answered, "Ever since Lao Sa became the chairman of the Hero Association, the members of the World Security Council, he recalled their detestable faces and said with bitterness, the pro-rehabilitation faction includes the Peace Party, the Fire Prevention Commissioner, the Vice Minister of Defense, and the Hero Association chairman." Authority frowned. The pro-punishment faction includes the World Party and the Police Commissioner. Then he remembered Boda's face, and the neutral party is the Minister of Justice. At this, he sighed. It's because those four have joined forces against the two of us that our opinions are being ignored. Even the current chairman is starting to lean towards Lao Sa's side. He said, "But right now, the chairman's seat in the Hero Association is still empty. We just need to help our person get that position, and that's that. To restore balance, he's willing to do whatever it takes. If it were 3 against 3, perhaps our opinion would have been taken seriously." Authority paused for a moment, then looked out the window. "We're going to see Seo Kang-yu, the former hero of justice," he said, with a resolute tone. A certain thought must have crossed his mind. The others have already started to make their moves. Authority thought of a pink-haired girl wearing bunny ears. The secretary asked, looking puzzled, "But isn't Seo Kang-yu quite close with Miss Lao Sa, sir?" Authority said, "Yes, he is." He gave a sly smile. "However, the current situation has changed quite a bit, hasn't it?" Following his orders, the secretary started the car to go see Seo Kang-yu. At that moment, Seo Kang-yu was lying in an operating room. His lips were chapped from dehydration. Hwang Seung-hwan groggily opened his eyes. A question was posed to the heroes. Why can't heroes kill villains? Hearing that question, Judd burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. When I first joined Equality, I thought the same thing." Seo Kang-yu. He said, "You'll find the answer to that question yourself as you work with Equality." Hearing this, Hap looked at him, completely puzzled. You want me to kill people with my own hands?" He hesitated. "I don't want to." Waving his hand, he said, "If a hero has to kill people, I'd rather not be a hero at all." This time, it was Medius's turn to speak. She said, "My older sister was a criminal on death row," she said timidly. "It's true that she committed a crime worthy of death, but I think she should have been given a chance to atone for that sin." Mago, rubbing his chin, said, "Why can't heroes kill villains, you ask? Let's think about it the other way around. Why should heroes kill villains?" He thought sorrowfully. Is it because there's no point in them living? Or is it because they've given up on being human? What kind of person has value in living? What does it even mean to be human? Then he said cheerfully, "It's a tough one to think about. Let's figure it out together." Lao Sa said calmly, "A hero's job isn't to kill villains. Our job is to save people." She held out her hand. "From now on, let's save people together with us." Suddenly, Hwang Seung-hwan's vision went black, and Lao Sa's voice echoed. "Seo Kang-yu, I'm sure you will," he mumbled in a daze. "Why, everyone?" The scene that appeared before him was the funeral portraits of 5 familiar comrades. "Why did you all leave without giving me the answer?" Hong Jia appeared and said, "A warden's job is to rehabilitate prisoners." She hesitated. "As an investigator, I'm not against the death penalty system. I have a responsibility to tell criminals what they did wrong before they're executed." Seo Kang-yu stood before him with a weary look in his eyes. "The law is what judges people, and we are the investigators who carry out the sentences that are handed down." An image of Seo Kang-yu was suddenly crumpled like a piece of paper. His words still echoed. "That's why you crumple up a piece of paper before executing it. The duty of an investigator." Seo Kang-yu's eyes snapped open as a rain of blood fell, the metallic stench flooding his senses. A voice called his name, Seo Kang-yu, as a hand held out a ball of flesh. A giant version of Hwang Seung-hwan looked at him provocatively. "Even you find this interesting, don't you?" he said, with excitement. "After everything that's happened, they're still spouting such nonsense." Seo Kang-ho froze. The world around him, a sea of blood. Seo Kang-ho jolted awake, gasping for breath as a voice called his name. Lipus sat with her legs crossed and said, "You're awake?" she asked with concern. "Are you okay?" Seo Kang-ho was still lost in the nightmare. The world was still a blur before his eyes. Lipus said, "I'm sorry," she confessed. "I should have come to help. But, even though I knew something would happen in the prison," Lipus seemed hesitant. "I couldn't know the details of everything because the investigator covered up the riot." Seo Kang-ho covered his eyes. "It's fine," he continued. "Even if you had come, you wouldn't have been able to help." Lipus was still worried. "Are you really okay? I heard about the mission you were assigned in the prison, to execute the criminals." Seo Kang-ho cut her off. He looked toward Lipus. "I'm not okay at all." Lipus looked at him. Seo Kang-ho. Seo Kang-ho's eyes blazed with anger. "I should have killed every last one of them. But I couldn't." Lipus's eyes widened in surprise as Seo Kang-ho asked her, "Lipus, did you come here to tell me I shouldn't kill villains too? If so, just go back. I'm not a hero anymore." Before Lipus's disbelieving eyes, he said firmly, "I'm an investigator now." Lipus lowered her head. "We need to form a new hero association and select heroes for a new equality," she said. "I'm currently acting as the temporary chairman of the Hero Association, but with the changes to come, we need a hero to lead us." Lipus looked directly into Seo Kang-ho's eyes. "So we're thinking of choosing you, a former hero of equality, to become the chairman of the Hero Association." Seo Kang-ho cut her off again. "I already told you." He glared at her. "I'm not a hero anymore. Heroes should do what heroes need to do." Seo Kang-ho said, "As soon as I recover, I'm going out to do what I have to do." Lipus stood up. "Seo Kang-ho." Another voice interrupted them. "Hero Seo Kang-ho. You're right about that." Authority stood before the hospital bed, his hands in his pockets, looking down on Seo Kang-ho with an air of arrogance. He chuckled. "Oh, so you're Investigator S. Seo Kang-ho, are you?" Lipus was surprised. "Authority." He slowly approached. "You've worked so hard executing criminals all by yourself, but you won't have to do that anymore." Authority declared with certainty, "I will soon become the chairman of the Hero Association, and I intend to have heroes execute criminals." Lipus was shocked. "What?" Seo Kang-ho was on guard. "Are you the representative of the World Faction? What are you talking about?" Authority replied. "I'll be stepping down from that position soon," he continued, "so that I can run in the election for chairman of the Hero Association." Authority adjusted his suit jacket and looked at Seo Kang-ho. "I came here to talk to you and see if you were interested in becoming the chairman, but that's no longer necessary. Just consider this a social call." He then turned and walked toward the door. "I hope you recover and get out of the hospital soon." "Just you wait, Lipus." Lipus scowled. "Do you really think anyone will vote for you?" Authority just clicked his tongue. He smirked. "We'll just have to wait and see, won't we?" Frantically, Lipus turned to look at Seo Kang-ho. "So Kang-ho." He just closed his eyes and said, "I'm tired." He looked at Lipus. "You should go." Lipus was speechless. A moment later, Authority got into his car. Looking at the scenery outside, he said, "Just as I thought." He mused, "Everyone is so busy. Many others, including myself and Lipus, are probably all seeking out Seo Kang-ho." He thought aloud. After special abilities appeared, many people have struggled. Organizations, the military, and the police are all relying too much on a single, powerful individual. Authority thought of the WSC. The World Security Council will probably soon discuss Seo Kang-ho's execution of criminals and whether he should be granted the authority to carry them out, he continued. "Under current law, Seo Kang-ho's actions are wrong." The secretary asked curiously, "So what do you plan to do?" Authority clicked his tongue again as an idea popped into his head. "If that's what the law dictates." In an inter-party meeting, Renhei slammed his hand on the table. "We need to punish the investigator from Lucillus Prison." Crom retorted, "Wasn't it a special situation?" she said. "Even if one of my subordinates did that, I'd let it slide." Renhei was about to argue back when someone interjected. "Blah, blah, blah," Authority said. "You haven't offered any information on what we can do or any solutions whatsoever. All you're talking about are idealistic but meaningless scenarios." Renhei scowled. "Idealistic? I've already provided a solution." As he spoke, he pointed to the people sitting at the meeting table, the fire department, the military, the police. Crom raised her hand. "I will never agree to that," he continued. including the Hero Association cooperating to arrest criminals. We will make them face the judgment of the law. Authority shouted. That's your solution? Renhei replied calmly. Yes. At that, Authority immediately started pointing. Is your head in the clouds? Bez spoke up then. Authority. He was also tired of this situation. Then what's your solution? Authority said. Let's vote. Everyone was stunned. Vote? Authority continued. Let the nations vote on whether investigator Seo Kang-yu, he braced his hands on the table seriously, should be given the right to execute. We will change the law. Do you agree or disagree with giving Seo Kang-yu the right to execute? After hearing Authority's words, everyone was stunned, speechless, and completely taken aback. A vote? Authority said. That's right. Instead of us just arguing here like this, a vote will be much clearer. He looked at everyone. Aren't we all working for the people? Renhei immediately argued back. Things like this are very dangerous to decide by majority rule. Authority pointed in his face. Are you looking down on the people now? Seeing Renhei was unable to argue back, Authority gloated. I see it clearly now. He provoked him. You're avoiding it because you think you'll lose, right? He then glanced to his left. Am I right? Everyone looked toward the person with the highest authority here, the chairman. He closed his eyes and thought for a few minutes. Then he said, All right, let's hold a vote. The people present had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow, and 2 weeks later, a blue-haired girl read the voting results. Everyone listened nervously on their headsets. In favor, 88%. Opposed, 12%. The number in favor was an overwhelming majority. Authority laughed with delight. This was only natural, the girl continued. According to the pro side, everyone, listen closely. This situation should be considered a declaration of war, and the enemy must be eliminated. The law doesn't need to apply to them, because they are beasts who have abandoned their humanity. Authority's wrinkled face lit up with excitement. Furthermore, because these issues arose in the pursuit of ideals, the right to execute should be given to all heroes, not just Seo Kang-yu. Her voice was level as she presented the opposing side's opinion. She said that Seo Kang-yu's current state makes it difficult for him to make rational decisions. Giving him the right to execute is quite dangerous. Everyone's face grew pensive. If the right to execute is given to an individual, it could lead to the same problems as with previous heroes. If an individual values their own judgment over the law, then society is in danger of collapsing. Finally, she stressed that this was the opinion of the opposing side. Renhei spoke up first. We can accept this outcome to satisfy everyone. Authority slammed the table. Damn it. His face contorted. Satisfy everyone? The result was already so overwhelmingly clear. What's left to discuss? B reminded him. Don't cause a scene, he said calmly. Quickly. Call Seo Kang-yu here. In the office, the sunset streamed in. Bez, silhouetted against the light, said, It's been a while, hasn't it? He spoke to the young man standing proudly before him. Seo Kang-yu. Bez said, Have you heard the news? Seo Kang-yu replied, Yes, I have. Bez asked again, So, what is your decision? Seo Kang-yu said, Following the results of the vote, I will execute them all with my own hands. Bez said, I have something else to ask. He anticipated his reaction. What would you have done if the vote had been the opposite of the current result? He narrowed his eyes. Seo Kang-yu said, If that were the case, his red eyes glowing, I would have killed them all and then turned myself in. Bez grew thoughtful. He looked up again and said, There's one more thing. Bez thought of the former hero. If Lao Sa were here, what do you think she would do? Seo Kang-yu seemed surprised. He thought for a moment, as Bez watched him with anticipation. Seo Kang-yu spoke up. As for that, he clenched his fist. It would be clearer if you asked Lao Sa directly. Bez sighed. Yes, perhaps you're right. He looked Seo Kang-yu straight in the eye and asked his final question. After this is all handled, Seo Kang-yu, who was about to leave, turned back to look at him. Will you return to being a hero? After hearing this, he left, leaving behind one sentence. I'm not sure about that myself. As soon as the meeting ended, the press got wind of it and began reporting extensively on Seo Kang-yu. A special law regarding Seo Kang-yu was passed before countless reporters pointing their cameras. The world president, B, announced in a calm voice, has granted the authority to carry out death sentences to Warden Seo Kang-yu to deal with the prison breaks that recently occurred at Lucillus Prison and to prevent future terrorist attacks. His gaze was steely. Authority stared intently at the screen. All right, one step at a time, starting from here. I suppose we can bring things back to how they were before. Lipus, sitting on the grass, also watched the news. She was silent. B's speech was being broadcast everywhere. A person clutching an urn shed endless tears. She sat limply on a cold bench, her tears falling ceaselessly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a familiar voice rang out. So that's how it is? If that's the case, we need to start preparing right now. Shinka looked back. Is everyone ready? The criminals waited, seething with anticipation. Shinka finished. The executioners. Hwang Seung-hwan, unharmed, smiled. Not long ago in Spain and Portugal, a blue vortex had appeared, carrying a piece of paper with an invitation written on it. It was said to be from the world government. Everyone looked up at the sky and froze. A massive azure vortex appeared in mid-air. Within that vortex, a green magic circle materialized. A loud noise emanated from it, but no one knew what it was. In just a few seconds, an explosion rained down, wiping out everyone there. The last attack created a huge crater in the ground as a cheerful voice rang out. Wow. The group of criminals stepped out of Shinka's gate, and Ho stretched. It's hot, isn't it? The girl with the umbrella said to West, the one who had just launched the attack. This lunatic, Morris said, displeased. What if someone had received an invitation? Why would you attack so indiscriminately? West retorted irritably. If they die from just that, they don't deserve an invitation. Right after that, on screens all over the world, an image of Shinka appeared. She said, "Hello." Her face was as cheerful as ever. "Hello everyone, I'm X." She pointed at the camera. From now on, the members of the World Security Council also watched attentively. Shinka announced clearly, the execution of those with waste genes. As X declared will now begin, the criminals slowly advanced into the major cities. They eagerly prepared to wreak havoc. Seo Kang-yu put on his hat, his eyes filled with determination. At the meeting room of the World Security Council, the secretary said, in this incident, based on the documents sent from the Hero Association, the one with tattoos under his eye and on his neck is West, a summoner type. He is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice, Mago. He has the ability to convert stolen summoning powers from opponents into sigils on his body. Just by raising his hand, he can create a massive explosion. Looking at the desolate scene before him, West felt no pity. They're so weak. He possesses the ability to copy an opponent's summoning power. He looked at his hand with disdain. I should have stolen Mago's gladiator-type ability. Next is the cat-eared girl, Ho, a physical type. She is a villain who was once captured by the hero of justice, Yudi. She possesses the ability to transform into a nine-tailed fox. In the blink of an eye, she can slaughter several hundred people. Ho sighed. Her face was covered in blood. Where can I find someone who can subdue me now? The next person is Hyun-du-young, a special type, the one who always wears a mysterious smile. He is a villain once captured by the hero of justice, Hap. He clapped his hands, a blue light flashed, and he unleashed them. Two Hilon-like beasts appeared, swinging their limbs and slaughtering people. He has the ability to summon demons. Ho ran up and nuzzled against him. Oh Hoon scratched his head. Pretty strong, right? The girl with the umbrella, named Morris, is also a special type. She is a villain once captured by the hero of justice, Tome. She is a typical special type ability user. Morris stood behind a person who was crawling and crying for help. She said, "You're so noisy. Not elegant at all." Then, a prohibition sign appeared. She said, Eva was right. An orange ribbon suddenly appeared on the person's neck, and then he was strangled to death. Morris scoffed. The unchosen genes truly are pathetic from birth. The secretary concluded. Her powers are extremely complex. She continued. The Hero Association has quickly mobilized forces near Portugal to handle the situation. Authority scowled again. Tsk. It's useless, even if they go, because from the beginning, none of you wanted to kill them. Bez spoke up. It's fine. In that case, he looked over at Bada. The firefighters will be prioritized to rescue the civilians. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Bada replied clearly. Bez continued, looking at Guerra and Grom. The army and the police have the duty to protect the people. Understood, sir, Guerra immediately responded. Grom, however, was hesitant. We don't have enough strength to stop them. In the end, we'll just have to call the Hero Squad for help anyway. Bez turned back to El Judo. El Judo, where is Officer Seo Kang-yu? El Judo replied, I heard. Warden Seo said he started heading there as soon as he saw the broadcast. Ahan whined at this point. Haven't we fired her yet? Bez asked his secretary. Is there any way to know what the enemy's objective is this time? The secretary replied timidly. We still haven't figured out what they want. Before this attack, S had pointed out the target to her comrades. All of you, she said. Execute all those who carry the unchosen gene, and help those who accept our invitation to join the Alpha world. Shinka raised her hand. Let's start by giving them a gentle taste first. It will be much easier to persuade the remaining invitees afterward. Everyone's eyes turned to her. She continued. For now, I want you to focus on bringing people in rather than slaughtering them. Then, she spread her arms, savoring the decisive moment. In the end, we can kill as many of the unchosen as we want. Can't we? Moores stepped in, stopping the other three. Hey, stop it, she said seriously. That's enough of a warm-up, all right? Let's get to the mission Eva gave us. Hueo said. But I wanted to destroy a little bit more. Hyun Do-yang nodded. All right. But Adwet didn't agree. He said, I'll do what I want. If I continue to destroy this place, those who accepted our invitation will eventually have to show themselves. Moores said angrily, You're going too far. Are you planning to ignore the mission Eva gave you? He just said nonchalantly, If so, what are you going to do to me? Before her eyes, Hyun Do-young raised his hand, forming another summoning seal. A three-legged crow, a hideously skinny bird, flew over. He climbed onto the bird and said, I don't think he'll go even if you tell him to. The fox spirit jumped up and down. Wow, let me on too. Unable to do anything, Moores clicked her tongue and turned to leave. Adwet said, As soon as I'm done, I'll report this to Eva. Do whatever you want. Hearing him say that, the others left him alone. The scene was one of ruins, the city engulfed in a sea of flames. Adwet sighed. As he unleashed more fire, he lamented, Nothing's changed since I got out of prison. What a pain. He rolled up his sleeve to look at the tattoo on his arm. Everything's the same. No matter how much I destroy, my power doesn't get any stronger. A truly cursed ability. Looking at the diamond shapes, he said, I get it. His eyes sharpened. I have to keep stealing. While he was distracted, a pair of huge feet came falling down. It was a rabbit, landing right where Adwet was standing. He quickly created a barrier. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. You are? A person stood on a flying carrot as the giant rabbit vanished. That person said, with disgust, You really haven't changed at all, even after being out of prison for so long. Lepus grimaced. Didn't you learn anything in there? The barrier Adwet had created began to shatter. He frowned and said, Lepus, you've come at the right time. Will you let Mago rest in peace? At a school, specifically the USB Talent Academy. In a classroom, a teacher was giving a lecture. A boy in the front row raised his hand. Teacher, I'm scared. The teacher gave a warm, comforting smile. You'll all be fine. He winked and said, No matter what happens, I will always protect you. Follow me to the shelter. Just as he finished speaking, a round of applause was heard. Everyone followed the sound to see a woman who had suddenly appeared at the back of the classroom. Moraes was the one clapping. She said, Wonderful. Truly an admirable teacher. The terrified children screamed and scattered. Moores frowned. You're all too loud. How rude. Broy shielded the children behind him. He took a defensive stance and said angrily, Moraes. She remained calm. You know me? How flattering. She picked up her umbrella. Don't be afraid. I know you also received an invitation from Eva. With that, she jumped down. Those who received an invitation, follow me. Broy cut her off. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Now. He knelt and hugged the children. I won't let you take a single child. Moores was rejected before she could even act. She said, annoyed, You're not very smart, are you? She tapped the umbrella against her hand, and Moores began to use her power. To think you dare interrupt me while I'm speaking. Broy felt the pressure coming from her. Moores adjusted the brim of her hat. I'll have to discipline you properly. This Academy for Special Abilities, built in a Greek style, was established after the Miel and Mael incident to educate children possessing powers. Under the direction of Lausa and Mago, special schools were set up all over the world. Here, children were taught by hero teachers how to adapt to society and, for another purpose, how to control their powers. Moores tossed her hat high into the air. Domain of rules. Her hat instantly grew enormous, then slammed down, trapping them inside. The children screamed in fear. Broy was stunned. What is this? Moores tapped her umbrella again. White, she said. Silence. After she spoke, no entry signs appeared over the children's mouths, then transformed into masks, sealing them shut. They tried to pull them off, but couldn't. Moores let out a cold laugh. Finally, some peace and quiet. Moore's special type ability is called Rules. It activates when she judges an opponent as inferior to her, causing them to be restricted or even harmed. If I see any more foolishness, I will send you on your way. Broy watched her cautiously. She made strange, multi-eyed creatures appear. Broy said with a scowl, A typical power for a bully who preys on the weak. Moores said, The three kids, who received a special invitation, step forward. The three children carefully stepped forward under the intimidating glares. Moores pulled out a piece of paper. Let's see. All of you are special types, aren't you? The special type has many diverse uses. From now on, you will help create the Queen's world together. With that, she looked at the muzzled children and said, Answer me. The no entry signs were removed. A boy asked worriedly, Is the Queen the woman who appeared on TV? Moores smiled brightly and replied, Exactly. She continued, a beautiful woman with perfect ideals. The boy immediately said, Then, I don't want to. All eyes turned to the boy. Moores stamped her foot. Huh? The boy continued, Didn't that person say she would eliminate everyone who doesn't have a special ability? The boy went on, I have a lot of friends who don't have powers. I would never harm my friends. The cat-faced girl next to him also spoke up. Me too. My parents don't have any powers either. They didn't do anything wrong. The little demon girl next to him stammered along. Me too. The children kept questioning Moores. Besides, you taught us that discriminating against and hating others is wrong. You also said that people who try to solve everything with their powers instead of words are the bad guys. You evil person, let us go. Moores was silent for a moment, then asked, You don't like it? The children replied, No, we don't. She immediately used her ability to create a no-entry sign under the three children's feet. Then just go, die. Orange bows appeared on the kids' necks. Suddenly, Moores's eyes widened in shock. Broy, who was behind them, suddenly coughed up blood. A green light emanated from his body, and blood spurted from his neck instead of the children's. Broy panted heavily. So now I know your ability is to absorb all impact directed at a target, a special type, also known as bodyguard. Moores chuckled. Ho ho, so now I understand why Shinka sent you an invitation, an ability so perfect for the role of a bodyguard. To allow Shinka to move freely, a bodyguard is absolutely essential. It would be a waste of talent to kill you. Broy, suppressing his pain, said, Moores, we know all about you, back when you were a child. Before he could finish, she raised her hand to stop him. Stop, she scowled. Did you hear that from Tom? It's so impolite to spread a lady's past around. Broy glared angrily. Moores continued, I didn't come here to reminisce about my past. She said, I came here on the Queen's orders to select those worthy of joining the Alpha world. Moores's eyes widened. Give up the children, and I'll spare your life. Broy immediately replied, No, I can't do that. Hearing his answer, she was confused. But why? Are any of them your own children? Broy answered, No. Moores tilted her head, waiting for an explanation. Then why? With a resolute face, he said, Because I am a teacher. Broy, a member of the Hero Association, is also a teacher at the School for the Gifted. His defensive power is strong enough to withstand attacks from prisoners on the 3rd and 4th levels. But back when Authority was the head of the Hero Association, he was always ranked 5th. Why? One day, Authority called Broy to his office and asked, How long do you plan on doing this? He looked at him. We don't need a punching bag. The reason was that he had no killing ability. He wasn't capable of eliminating villains. But when Lao Sa became the head of the Hero Association, she called him in. Broy, would you be a teacher at the School for the Gifted? He seemed surprised. Was I wrong? Is my ability not suited for being a hero? Lao Sa shook her head. No, what are you talking about? I mean, you should do both, be a teacher and a hero. She said that nothing is more important than educating children, so I want to entrust them to the best hero. Broy said, lacking confidence, but I'm not suitable. Lao Sa looked at him and smiled. What are you talking about? Who could do it better than you? Broy was stunned. Huh? Lao Sa looked at him affectionately. You are the hero of heroes, the one who sacrifices himself to protect his comrades. Isn't that wonderful? At that moment, Broy was speechless. Back in the present, Maurice said, I have a great idea. Why don't you go convince the children? She said boastfully. They'll listen to you, right? Since you're their teacher. Broy began to speak. Moors, he said. The world is changing. Remember the ruined buildings, the emergence of superpowers, and the great wars that caused our society to collapse. The images of heroes' backs flashed in his mind. Broy continued. And to stabilize this society, we had to sacrifice so many things. Moors wondered. What does that have to do with my question? Broy said. What I mean is, he looked Moors straight in the eye. If that woman's crazy delusion becomes a reality, this society will fall into a spiral of chaos once again. Hearing this, Moors flew into a rage. Don't you dare insult the Queen, she said. You're being awfully long-winded in your refusal of the Queen's invitation. I don't care if this society falls into chaos or not. Broy countered. No, you should care. Seeing Morris's confused look, Broy continued, because, when society is in chaos and can no longer function, he looked at her with pity. More children will have to endure the same pain you did. Morris went berserk. She gritted her teeth and said, "You." Her blood boiled. "What the hell do you know?" Broy tried to explain. "Like I said, we know all about you." Morris ignored him. She pointed her umbrella at him. Ridiculous. Immediately after, a series of iron rods pierced through them. She muttered, "You've been spouting nonsense this whole time." Broy tried to use his ability to take the blows for the children. They cried, "Teacher!" Morris looked at them with contempt as they tried to resist. How filthy. She was livid. Suddenly, a shoe stomped down, pressing Morris's head into the ground. Tsk. Before everyone's astonished eyes stood Seo Kang-yu, a prisoner from the third-floor special detention area. Seo Kang-yu stomped his shoe on her face, using his power to crush her so she couldn't even lift her head. He said angrily, "Get that bitch out here." Morris couldn't move an inch under Seo Kang-yu's power. She asked, "You psycho bitch, are you talking about our queen?" Seo Kang-yu looked at her with contempt. "That includes you," Morris screamed. "You brat, you bastard." She raised her hand and used her ability on Seo Kang-yu. Chains immediately appeared, binding his hands, feet, and neck. A guillotine appeared above Seo Kang-yu's head. Morris said smugly, "Your judgment day has come." Seo Kang-yu took only a second to shatter her guillotine. The chains on his hands and neck shattered simultaneously. He landed another blow on Morris's face. Her face caved in. Her hat also began to shrink back to its original size. Broy watched, stunned, as Seo Kang-yu took her down. Seo Kang-yu said, "Broy." He answered, "Yes. Get the kids out of here." Broy was still pinned by the iron rods. "The power cast on us hasn't been neutralized yet." Hearing that, Seo Kang-yu clenched his fist. He punched Morris in the stomach again. After several more blows like that, Morris was motionless. The things she had summoned also began to vanish. Seo Kang-yu urged them, "Run as far as you can." Broy immediately said, "All right, kids, let's go." Seo Kang-yu grabbed Morris by the collar. She still seemed dazed. Seo Kang-yu said, "I'll say it one more time," he threatened. "Bring that bitch here." Morris gritted her teeth at his threat. Morris spoke, a lady's demeanor. 2 concentric circles immediately appeared at their feet. She let out a breath. Phew. Before Seo Kang-yu's eyes, Morris transformed into someone else. "It's been a long time since I've taken this form." Before Seo Kang-yu could react, he was grabbed by 2 figures. Morris quickly backed away to create distance. The 2 figures holding him were invisible gentlemen, constantly saying, "Ladies first." Morris raised her umbrella. She drew a circle around herself, a lady's domain. Then she threw the umbrella into the sky. The umbrella then grew larger, protecting Morris beneath it. She said, "To think you had to run into me, you must be truly unfortunate." The noble lady is Morris's original form. Once her noble lady form is activated, anyone who recognizes Morris as a lady will also possess a superpower similar to hers. At the same time, this ability is a classic case of preying on the weak, which is why Morris frowned. She never thought this power could stand against Seo Kang-yu, the man who could shatter SK's time-space ability. He easily took care of the 2 invisible assassins right in front of Morris. She simply wanted to buy some time. "This place will be my grave." Morris's main objective was to help the remaining sinners complete the mission assigned by Shinka and return safely. She was determined to buy as much time as possible. Seo Kang-yu stepped forward. "It seems you have no intention of bringing her here." Morris chuckled. Hey, I don't understand," she said from under her umbrella. "If I were you, and the one chosen by the queen, I would be bursting with joy. It's unbelievable that you'd throw away such a precious opportunity." Seo Kang-yu didn't care and unleashed his technique. Morris still tried to stall. Wait a minute." She raised her hand, thinking to herself, "I have to buy as much time as possible before this demon." Morris said, "I know where the queen is." A vein throbbed on Seo Kang-yu's neck. He wanted to kill this loud-mouthed woman immediately. "Well, I don't need to know that." Seo Kang-yu continued to walk forward. "I just need to bring your corpse to a psychic and have them check. They'll find out right away." Morris broke into a cold sweat. "I didn't think of that. As long as I die here, it won't be a problem," she said. "Once you find the queen, what do you plan to do? Even if you get there, you'll have to fight everyone. Do you really think you can win? This time, not even the queen will forgive you." Seo Kang-yu wasn't listening. He raised his hand as red sparks gathered. Morris was on guard. "I knew it." She looked at him apprehensively. "I have to end my own life." Seo Kang-ho's hand pierced through her protective barrier while she was still lost in thought. I must die without a trace. The red light scattered wildly, and Seo Kang-ho was suddenly startled. Before him, Shinka emerged from a portal, blocking his attack. She giggled and said, "Did you want to see me that badly? I guess your heart has had a change of heart, hasn't it?" Morris was surprised. "Queen!" she shouted. "It's dangerous here." Suddenly, she glanced at Seo Kang-ho. An intense aura radiated from him. He had transformed into a different form. Shinka cheerfully said, "Well, showing off your full power the moment we meet? I guess your mind hasn't wavered yet. But are you okay?" Ignoring her babbling, Seo Kang-ho threw a punch, shattering Shinka's defensive wall. He looked at her with pure hatred. "I will kill you with every last ounce of my strength." Shinka cupped her cheeks. "Oh, how scary. But why don't I feel upset at all? Seeing your mind so obsessed with me. I quite like it. Is this love?" Seo Kang-ho shattered the shield, protecting the two of them. He slowly stepped forward as Shinka said, "Mores, I'll take care of things here. You go and deal with those who refused our invitation, all right?" Mores replied, "As you command, my queen." Before she could finish, red threads shot toward her. Seo Kang-ho lunged to kill her, but Shinka was a step faster, creating a portal for her. Shinka looked surprised as a voice rang out from behind the children. "I'm a little late." Mores entered, clutching her bleeding stomach. "Cough, cough." The children screamed in fear. Grossi said, "Everyone, run from here." Mores covered her mouth, spitting blood. "No." Suddenly, the child with a cat face stopped and said, "What?" The girl pointed at Mores. "That person. She's the one who appeared in the textbooks on the other side." Shinka was surprised. "Oh my." Looking at the sky, which was completely covered in threads of blood, she said, "We've only just begun. Isn't this a bit over the top, darling?" Seo Kang-ho appeared and said, "This place will be your grave." Shinka slowly and calmly walked over. "To use this technique, you must have reverted to your zero form, right?" She mocked, "I think you shouldn't push yourself too hard." Immediately after, Seo Kang-ho commanded the blood threads to charge at her. His cold gaze looked down as those threads pierced back into him through a green circle. Shinka raised her hand. Just as I thought. This power is still unworthy of you." Seo Kang-ho gave her a cold look, letting the threads wrap around his body. Shinka turned and spoke into a portal. Canis, Gato. The two of them immediately jumped out, but they quickly noticed the strange surroundings. Canis said, "Lady Shinka, what is this situation?" Gato added, "We shouldn't have shown ourselves." Shinka covered her mouth and laughed. "A tough case, isn't it?" Gato shook his head and said, "Instead of killing him, we should have been buying time. He used his finishing move right from the start. How are we supposed to withstand that? It's impossible." Hearing this, Shinka thought for a moment. Then she cheerfully waved her hand. "Then, let's just run." Suddenly, her arm went numb. Shinka was bewildered. "What's happening?" She couldn't open a portal. Seo Kang-ho spoke. "I already told you, didn't I? He used his Black Heaven prison technique to absorb the threads. This place will become your grave. This is a space created from Seo Kang-ho's power. Once you enter this space, there's no chance of getting out." During the battle between Seo Kang-ho and Hwang Seung-hwan, Shinka was outside the space, which is why she could use her ability to pull out Hwang Seung-hwan, who was trapped inside. But now, she is inside Seo Kang-ho's space. She will never be able to escape. It was then that Shinka finally showed a hint of fear. What an absurd power. From the sky, threads of blood rained down. Seo Kang-ho prepared his attack. He swung his fist. His punch slammed directly into a shield that Shinka had hastily created. The shield shattered instantly. She let out a breath. Canis at her side said, "Lady Shinka." The two looked ferocious. Canis continued, "I think it's time for you to remove the leashes from our necks." Shinka gave an awkward smile. "I accidentally promised Hwang Seung-hwan that he would be the one to finish Seo Kang-ho once he's grown." Canis said, "I don't think we'll get out of here alive if we don't kill him." Watching Seo Kang-ho prepare his next attack, Shinka replied, "That may be true, but I believe Hwang Seung-hwan will understand." She said, "All right." The neck leashes. Suddenly, in that moment, a pressure put Canis and Gato on high alert. Seeing their unusual reaction, Shinka looked up. "What's wrong?" Her eyes widened at the blood threads converging above. Seo Kang-ho watched in silence as a voice rang out. "Peerless under the heavens." The voice came from a different direction. Everyone here turned their gaze toward it. Canis and Gato were in an uproar. That person continued, "No one on earth can stand against me." Shinka looked around in confusion. "Even tens, hundreds, or thousands of enemies cannot defy me." Seo Kang-ho looked surprised as the man continued speaking. Once I'm declared an enemy, the entire world becomes their foe. Who would dare to provoke me? A person appeared, laughing, and said, "Now that's what it means to be peerless." He asked Seo Kang-yu, "What do you think?" In front of him sat an old man covered in bandages. Kingston asked, "Don't you want to become peerless?" Seo Kang-yu didn't answer, standing as still as a statue. The man continued, "You're strong, but not yet peerless. I, however, can make you that way." Shinka yelled, "What nonsense is this? Have you gone senile?" She thought. Where the hell did this old geezer come from? His fist was already flying toward her face. Shinka vanished in a flash through a portal, reappearing on a balcony. "We're in the middle of a conversation," Kingston replied nonchalantly. "Women shouldn't interfere when men are talking." Before the stunned eyes of her two pets, Shinka continued, "An old man like you should just disappear." Blood dripped from her nose. Shinka quickly covered her nose. Her two pets rushed to her in a panic as the blood flowed endlessly. Shinka cursed. "Damn it." She glared angrily at Kingston. "You old geezer with 1 foot in the grave." Hearing this, he just scoffed. 1 foot in the grave? And yet, here I am, standing perfectly fine. However, for a little wench like you, that's impossible. Shinka furiously raised her hand. "Go to hell," she yelled, instantly summoning countless portals. The light from the portals she created shone as bright as stars. Shinka said angrily, "You're just an old man on the verge of death." Suddenly, Kingston appeared behind her and exclaimed, "You truly possess a powerful ability." He remarked, "At that level, you're not inferior to that white-haired kid." Startled, Shinka spun around. "You." She raised her hand to create more portals, but Kingston simply ducked to avoid them. Kingston continued speaking. "However, both you and that kid have one major problem." Shinka's eyes widened as Kingston launched an attack that sent her flying, shattering her countless portals at the same time. Shards scattered through the air. Finally, Shinka coughed up blood, unable to dodge the blow. Kingston, his fist still raised, said, "You put too much faith in your ability." He continued, "So much so that you haven't bothered to train your body at all." Kingston slowly approached. "Your body is," he said, watching Shinka glare at him hatefully, slowly saying, "I'll show you that a body forged with one's very soul is true power." The portals above him flashed with light. Something was moving incredibly fast. Kingston realized it was aiming for his left side. He blocked Canis's attack with one hand. Then he grunted. "Oh?" Immediately after, he vanished before their eyes. When had Kingston moved to another spot? He said, "Even so." Watching Shinka's two pets charge at him, Kingston continued, "Your subordinates have trained themselves well." Canis and Gato rushed in recklessly, disregarding their own lives. Kingston parried their attacks while Shinka struggled to create more portals. Seo Kang-yu had been watching them from a distance. He was a bit surprised by the appearance of this unexpected character. His eyes sharpened, but after observing the situation, he quickly decided on his next move. He would cooperate with Kingston and kill that woman. With that thought, Seo Kang-yu slowly stepped forward. Elsewhere, a disbelieving Ba asked, "Kingston appeared?" His secretary replied, "Yes. We received a communication from Officer Seo Kang-yu." Baz said, "Kingston was always eccentric." Guerra, beside him, added, "It seems he's found someone new who interests him." Bez said worriedly, "Doesn't that mean Officer Seo is in danger?" Guerra took a puff from his cigar and said, "It's fine. Although we don't know how strong Kingston is." He paused for a moment, then continued, "We do know what he'll do." Crom sighed wearily. "Seriously," Ba said, "I agree. He won't be hostile towards Officer Seo." Ba. After speaking, he glanced at the person opposite him, "And you will act in an unexpected way, just like someone else." Next to Laida was an empty seat. Old Man Authority was absent again today. Back at Teacher Broy's and the kids' hideout, Mora said, "A record book?" She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Why would a textbook have information about me? How ridiculous." Moraes calmed down and scowled. "That really pisses me off." Broy spoke up. "It's not just you. All the criminals from Lucillus Prison are recorded in there." Moores was shocked. "What?" she said scornfully. "To mock the failures?" Broy calmly replied, "No, that's not it. It's to understand all of you." After hearing that La and Mago had established the Ability Academy, a prison officer came to see them. "It's a pleasure to meet you." A stern-looking officer stepped forward, tipping his hat in greeting. "I am an officer from Lucillus Prison. My name is Seo Kang-yu." After listening to him, Mago said, You want to add criminology to the required curriculum?" Seo Kang-yu replied, "That's right. We need to understand them." Moraes was incredulous. "That's absurd." She looked at him and said, "So what do you think? How did you feel after reading about my past? He spoke hesitantly. Mores, when suddenly a voice cut in. Why are you trying to talk to an animal? Broy turned around in surprise. The man continued, Broy, you haven't changed one bit. Authority walked up, grumbling, I should have fired you. Broy was stunned. Authority, he said. Listen up, you lot. What you've been taught is wrong. He looked down at the children. I'll teach you the truth, so take this opportunity to remember it well. Then Authority glanced at the blood-soaked mores. Criminals don't become criminals because of their circumstances. With that, he loosened his tie. Authority continued his lecture. Those who are buried in their emotions will say that they became criminals because of their upbringing or society. They try to stir your pity. His eyes widened as he continued. But they are criminals simply because they were born that way. Mores glared at him with hatred. They're societal mutations, like cancerous tumors. Authority rolled up his sleeves, revealing the veins on his arms. And cancerous tumors, he was getting fired up, he continued. Must be completely cut out. I'll give you a demonstration. Old Man Authority stood protectively in front of the children, his somewhat angry gaze fixed forward. Mors's voice suddenly rang out. She said, So I'm a cancer on society? Mores, her body covered in wounds, clutched her bleeding stomach. She stared resentfully at him and cried out. The thing that's wrong is this world. Before Mores could finish, he cut her off. Silence. Authority spoke harsh words. What a disgusting, hollow excuse. I'll say it again. Authority rolled up his sleeves, his muscular hand clenching into a fist. With a scornful look, he said, No matter what era or society you were born into, you will always be nothing but scum. The atmosphere grew tense as he continued, his voice dripping with contempt for more. Your very existence was a mistake from the start. Hearing those words, she became enraged and screamed, Shut up! In the heavy silence, one person spoke. More. Old Man Authority stuck his hands in his pants pockets and said, Though the pain you endure can't compare to what countless victims and their families have gone through. He grabbed a watch. Authority quickly strapped the watch onto his wrist, his tone serious as he declared, But I will bring you the greatest pain within my power. He challenged Mores, who was so angry she ground her teeth until they bled. The old man said, Now, let's see what I can do. He raised the watch on his arm. He glanced at it and said, About 10 minutes should do it. Authority, a special body type. At that moment, Mores spoke up, ready to face her opponent. She stared intently and shouted, Bring it on! Whoosh, swish, swish. Moving like a flash of lightning, Authority closed the distance to More and landed a powerful blow right in her stomach. She was completely caught off guard by what was happening. She spat out a mouthful of blood as the strike made it pour out of her relentlessly. The old man continuously rained brutal blows upon More, giving her no time to counterattack, forcing her to endure them all. He punched her in the chest, and she clenched her teeth. Balloons floated in the air, as More, weapon in hand, shouted furiously, You old bastard! Suddenly, Authority lunged forward, smashing a powerful fist into Mores's stomach. The powerful shockwave from the punch sent the red orbs behind her flying. Pressing her hands hard against the wound, a cold voice uttered, Accelerate. Swish, swish, bam, bam. Countless invisible attacks struck all of Mores's joints. She was beaten so badly her face was distorted. Mores quickly spat out another mouthful of blood, as invisible hands appeared out of thin air. Authority quickly grabbed her head, and a dazzling blue light erupted. Below, a scream of agony pierced the heavens. Arg! Her face was now covered in blood, her teeth knocked out and broken. Authority quickly swung, kicking her up before punching her straight in the face. It was a devastating blow, sending blood splattering everywhere. Seeing her so battered, he spoke. Does it hurt? Tom must have treated you very gently. Bam! He delivered another brutal kick to her face. Mores, her face covered in blood, slowly let out a sound. Ugh! She roared in anger. Gah! A red circle formed on the ground beneath them. Mores was still clutching her weapon. Moaning sounds began to echo through the air, and countless ghosts in flowing robes appeared floating behind the old man. One of them called out, Lady F. The others simultaneously stretched their hands forward, chanting, Lady first, Lady first, Lady. Suddenly, Authority knelt down, slammed his fist on the ground, and uttered a single word, Accelerate. Countless blue lights shot straight through the horde of ghosts, the beams quickly shredding their attire to tatters. He looked up, his voice cold as he said, 4 times. Bam! Authority punched his opponent straight in the face, sending blood flying everywhere. The powerful punch sent an unconscious Mores flying backward. A dazzling blue flash suddenly appeared. Authority moved like lightning, appearing right in Moore's path. Bam! He landed another devastating blow on her. Moore's was sent flying upward, smashing hard against the glass wall. She fell, just as Authority appeared below her. Smack! Smack! Authority slapped her hard across the face. Bam! He punched her in the cheek, delivered a brutal blow to her stomach, and then another one right in her face. Everyone present looked up in fear, all of them horrified by the sight before them. Her body glowed with blue light in midair as Old Man Authority clasped his hands together. He raised them high, his eyes filled with rage as he looked at her. Bam! He smashed his clasped hands down hard onto her stomach. Moore's was sent crashing violently to the ground, dust and debris flying everywhere. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds, and she let out a few dry coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Authority sneered contemptuously. You look like you're in a lot of pain. That's a fitting expression for you. He raised his foot, his voice echoing, as Authority stomped right on the wound in her stomach, stomping down brutally. He then added, "The victims and families you've harmed, they must have been in much more pain than you are now." Moore's pained scream rang out. Gah! Authority quickly raised his hand to look at his watch and grunted. Looking at the watch, he noted, about 3 minutes left. Hearing this, she said through the pain, "A time acceleration ability." Hearing that, her opponent replied, "Precisely." He continued, "When I use my power, I can control the flow of time for any object I touch, including myself." His hands reached forward as Authority grabbed her head tightly. He said, "I can also slow down time." His eyes and face became terrifying, his gaze fixed on Moore as he uttered, "Just slowly feel the pain and die, you cancer of society." Grove and the children who were there were terrified and stunned by what was unfolding before them. Everyone's jaws dropped and their eyes widened. The kids hiding behind Grove thought to themselves, it was just a fleeting moment, but for Moore, it felt like a lifetime. The hand pressing down on her head finally lifted. Authority stuck one hand in his pocket, while raising the other to look at his watch. He then said, "What a pity. If the situation were less tense, I could have spent more time on this." Hearing the old man say that, Moore's let out a contemptuous laugh. She then started laughing louder. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Noticing this, Authority asked, "Why are you still laughing?" Moore's opened her mouth wide, her eyes staring into space without answering Authority. Seeing this, he knelt down, grabbed her by the shirt, and lifted her up, asking, "Are you laughing because you're afraid of death?" Moore's coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. She spoke up, "I won't lie and say I'm not afraid of death, but that's not why I'm laughing. I never expected to complete my mission this way, but it's fine either way." Hearing her words only confused the old man further. He demanded, "What are you talking about?" His gaze shifted towards Grove and the terrified children. She then said, "When I die, everyone from the Special Moore's bloodline." She then looked at Authority and said, "Takes will be caught in my ability." Moore's gloated, "All of them will follow me to the grave as a sacrifice to the god of death." Hearing her words, Broy was utterly stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" Immediately, Authority turned his head to look at Pro with a threatening gaze. His body turned purple, looking very savage. In a mysterious area, interlocking threads appeared in the blood-red sky like a magic formation. Kingston, in a defensive stance, stared intently at his opponents. A black aura appeared around him. Kingston was fighting Canis and Tom all by himself. They were rushing forward, unleashing all their power at each other. A black aura snaked through the air. It enveloped Canis and Tom's bodies and struck them right in their limbs. They screamed in pain as their bodies contorted. Tom's eyes filled with resentment, glaring hostilely at the man standing before her. Quick as a flash, she shot towards Kingston at lightning speed, her sharp hands lunging at her opponent. She screamed, "No!" But Kingston's hands were faster, slamming a palm strike onto the top of her head. Bam! She was smashed to the ground. Cracks spread densely across the ground around them. Seeing what was happening, Canis grabbed the collar around his neck, exclaiming worriedly, "Gatto, take off the collar, quick!" Bam! A punch from Kingston landed straight in his face. Both Canis and Tom were knocked to their knees. Kingston gloated, "Arrogant fools." He then said, "Who do you think you are, walking around with your powers sealed like that?" Kingston looked at them with contempt and spoke, "You're far too complacent." A strong gust of wind erupted from around him. Kingston took a ready stance, his eyes fixed on the two of them. He said, "I will make you." A powerful attack shot forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly slicing the bodies of Canis and Tom into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Kingston quickly dashed back. He said, "You never should have been so arrogant." Canis and Tom were stunned by what was happening to them. They looked down at their sliced bodies, slowly bleeding, and were rendered speechless. A piercing scream of pain echoed through the air. Hearing this, Kingston nonchalantly turned his head and spoke. Your arm. Have the healer reattach it for you. He's quite useful, you know. At that moment, over where Shinka was, she witnessed everything happening before her eyes. Furious, she pointed a hand at Kingston and shouted, You damn old man. Shinka gritted her teeth and said, You old bastard. Bam! Out of nowhere, someone appeared and punched Shinka straight in the stomach. The brutal attack sent her flying, slamming her hard into a nearby glass wall, shattering it into fragments. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her body was thrown several meters into the air. Shinka clutched her stomach in pain. She let out an angry grunt. Humph. Her resentful eyes glared at the person who had just attacked her. Seo Kang-yu rushed towards her like the wind. Seeing this, Shinka was completely shocked, fearfully raising her hands to defend herself. She cried out, Oh, stay away! Seo Kang-yu charged towards his opponent, ignoring Shinka's words. He angrily gritted his teeth, his eyes turning crazed as a flash of white light streaked past. Seo Kang-yu landed a powerful kick right on Shinka's stomach. Taking the hit, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Seo Kang-yu, with crimson eyes, stared down at his opponent, lying sprawled on the ground. Shinka painfully raised a hand and said, Seo Kang-yu, don't do this again. Think it over. Before she could finish her sentence, Seo Kang-yu quickly slammed a fist right into her abdomen. She couldn't react in time to his violent attack. Shinka was brutally punched, her entire body slamming into the wall behind her, sending objects scattering everywhere. Shinka coughed up a large amount of blood. Seo Kang-yu's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with rage as he stared at his opponent. Seeing her being beaten like this, Canis became enraged and screamed, Lady Shinka! Seo Kang-yu's fists clenched, creating black lightning in the air. He stood looking down at Shinka's motionless body on the ground, his fists tightened, preparing to launch an attack. Her frightened voice rang out, No! No! She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, I can't die here! Suddenly, Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened as a hand touched his arm. Kingston had appeared right beside him. Seeing him, Seo Kang-yu looked at the man in surprise. Kingston spoke, That's enough. He gave the boy a cold look and continued, You can't kill her yourself, can you? A true champion never accepts help. The scene changes back to the previous location. Authority grabbed Mors by the collar, lifted her up, and demanded, The goddess sacrifice ability? Hearing his question, she replied contemptuously, That's right. If I die, it will activate. Now, what are you going to do? At this, Authority spoke angrily. Listen here. He turned his face towards Pro and said, I apologize in advance. Hearing this, Pro was stunned. What? Authority used his power to thrust his hand straight through Moraz's body. She coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood in agony. Authority's expression didn't change in the slightest as a scream echoed, Kiarga. He then said, If you people take this girl back, heal her, make her dispel her ability, and then kill her, you can still survive. But if she somehow escapes from your grasp, tens or even hundreds of thousands of people will suffer for it. Authority looked at Moraz and continued, So, it's best to kill her right here. Your sacrifice is the most logical course of action. To cure cancer, sometimes healthy cells must also be damaged. He spread his arms wide, looked to the sky, and declared, Sacrifice for the greater good is necessary. He clasped his hands together and said, I thank you for your sacrifice. Authority turned his head back to look at Morz's corpse, which was now emitting streams of blue light. Pro, on the opposite side, also noticed this anomaly, and spread his arms to shield the others behind him. Authority's eyes were ice cold, as he looked at the corpse without emotion and said, Very dangerous. This unsettling feeling. It's fortunate this can only be used after death. If it could be used while alive, it would be even more dangerous. After speaking, he stared intently at the deadly streams of light emanating from Morz's body. Then, without lingering, he immediately turned and left. His face was still a mask, showing no emotion. He raised his hand to wave goodbye to Proof. In that case, I will bid you rest in peace in advance. After speaking, he suddenly called Proof's name and said, Proof, I don't need to apologize to you, do I? Proof could only stand and watch Authority leave, filled with a dreadful anxiety in the face of death. Authority asked one last question, then waved and left. Your body is quite tough, isn't it? Surviving is what you're good at. Just as Authority left, a haunting, terrifying voice echoed out, a single word that made Proof's gaze instantly sharpen. It seemed the spirit of Moraz had returned to carry out her vicious curse. She was surrounded by countless giant chains. Moores looked at Proof's group with a sinister, deadly smile in her eyes. In the next moment, the chains, like giant snakes, flashed out and gripped a little girl's arm from the group. Then came the other children, and finally, Proof himself was bound tightly by those terrifyingly heavy chains. The children immediately panicked, their eyes filled with terror. They realized they were about to face a swift death. They screamed endlessly, causing Proof to become frightened and worried as well. He quickly swallowed his fear and called out in a deep, warm, gentle voice. Hearing his voice, the children stopped crying. They looked toward him, their eyes filled with fear, but also with a glimmer of hope for survival. Proof spoke again to reassure them. "Don't worry. I promised I would protect all of you." With that, Proof walked forward alone to face Moore's spirit. He raised his head to look her straight in the face, which made her wonder. "What is this?" Proof spoke up. "Just as I said." He glanced at the poor, pitiful children. "The children will be safe." Moores looked at him suspiciously, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Proof looked at her with a resolute expression. "Here, the only one who can go with you, is me." Back with Seo Kang-yu, he was furiously charging towards Kingston, his powerful aura and bloodshot, deadly eyes terrifying everyone. Kingston also prepared his stance to block Seo Kang-yu's direct attack. The two immense powers collided, creating a massive shockwave. Kingston looked at Seo Kang-yu and suddenly smiled. "Just as I thought." He watched as Seo Kang-yu took the opportunity to pivot and rush to finish off Shinka, and continued, "A man like you will reach the true peak." Tremendous waves of power radiated from them. Kingston managed to rush over and block Seo Kang-yu's attack on Shinka. He looked at Seo Kang-yu with an annoyed expression when he got no response. "And an old man like me gets left in the dust? Let's have a chat." At this, Seo Kang-yu grew impatient, gritting his teeth in anger. Seo Kang-yu screamed, "Get out of the way," and raised his fist, preparing to charge once more. Canis and Gato watched Kingston and Seo Kang-yu's fierce struggle with anxious, frightened hearts. As Seo Kang-yu was in a frenzy, he heard Kingston's voice again. "Now, young man." He easily blocked Seo Kang-yu's fist with just one hand, continuing in an advisory tone, "I understand how you feel." At that moment, streams of white light began emanating from Kingston. He slowly lowered his hand, speaking to Seo Kang-yu in clipped tones. "But to resolve this situation, you can't let your emotions take over." With that, he took a stance, preparing a counterattack. Seo Kang-yu seemed to have sensed the danger radiating from him. He managed to dodge Kingston's attack in time. The blow was sent flying upwards. Immediately after, a sight unfolded that stunned Seo Kang-yu. A giant hole appeared in the ceiling, created by Kingston's last punch. Shinka, who had managed to sit up, was also left gaping in utter shock at the scene. In her panic, she heard Kingston's voice. "If you want to run," Shinka looked towards Kingston. He was still standing there proudly, not even turning his head as he spoke to her. "Now is the time, girl." She bit her lip, staring intently at Kingston, trying to figure out if he was being serious. In the end, she quickly cast a teleportation spell and vanished. Seeing their master had escaped safely, Canis and Gato didn't linger either. Seo Kang-yu just stood there, completely frozen, not speaking or moving. Kingston also looked straight at Seo Kang-yu. The two stood staring at each other in silence for a while. Finally, Kingston spoke, breaking the eerie atmosphere. "Sit down. Let's talk." The moment he finished speaking, Seo Kang-yu charged at him in a frenzy. Unsurprised, Kingston just said, "Oh?" He casually took a stance to receive the attack. "Very well. The body can say plenty, after all." Back with Moores and Proof, Moores's doubtful voice rang out. "What?" Proof stood calmly before her and repeated authority's words. "Besides my defensive ability, I have nothing special. At first, I didn't like my power either." He paused for a moment, then continued. "But after talking with Lao Sa, I realized my power is also necessary for this society." As he said this, Proof activated his magic. He declared heroically, "I will use my power to its fullest to take all the harm meant for these children." The children seemed to understand his words. They looked at him with worried eyes and called out, "Teacher." Hearing this, Moores asked Proof in confusion, "Why would you go that far?" Proof answered calmly, "I've already told you." He looked directly at Moores, "Because I am their teacher." A hint of bewilderment now flickered in Moores's eyes. She screamed back frantically, "What does that have to do with you walking to your own death?" Proof patiently explained to her, "Moores, you could never understand me, because we live in completely different worlds." Then he looked at her, his eyes sharp and full of condemnation. "Raised by the wrong people, you were turned into a killing machine." Hearing this, Moores became furious. She gritted her teeth and yelled at Proof, Shut up. Proof continued to stare at Moores with that same look, his condemning voice continuing. Never making a single choice of your own in this life, manipulated like a puppet. Seeing him continue, Moores frantically screamed for him to stop. Shut up, but Proof kept accusing her, walking down the wrong path for someone else's future. At this point, Moores exploded. Shut your mouth. Proof refused her. No, I can't do that. He repeated his earlier words once more. I will go down to hell with you, and correct every twisted thing you have been taught. Seeing his persistence, Moraes cursed. You bastard, Proof continued, if I keep talking. He glanced over at the children, who were looking at him with teary eyes. A teacher's job is to dedicate themselves to the future of their students. He then thought back to when he first started the job. So, ever since I was appointed as a teacher at this school, I'm ready to sacrifice myself for my students. One of the children screamed in panic, trying to stop him. Teacher, you can't. Broy looked at his beloved students with the fond eyes of a responsible, caring teacher and comforted them. It's okay, everyone. He smiled gently, sharing his last words with the children. Please, grow up to be good adults, because you are all our future. The children didn't know what to do when they saw their teacher like this. They could only gaze at their teacher with tear-filled eyes, as if trying to hold him back. Witnessing this scene, Moores gritted her teeth, speechless. The memory flashes back to when Moores was little, as a gentle voice rang out. Hello, children. From today on, I will be the one to guide you. 3 young children in ragged, shabby clothes looked up with innocent, curious eyes at the person introducing herself as their teacher. She bent down to look at them and then introduced herself. I am Talem. She looked straight at the children, smiled warmly, and continued. From now on, you will all be my future. Moores, at only 12 years old, was one of those 3 kids. She looked up at her new teacher with sparkling eyes, listening intently to her words. Are you ready to sacrifice yourselves for me? Continuing with Moores's childhood memories, Talem had selected children with special abilities from an orphanage. After doing so, Talem proceeded with her plan and had them enroll in a school she created. Talem stood on the podium and greeted the children she had chosen. Hello, children. You can call me Teacher Talem. She looked at the children with a somewhat sinister gaze. Then, her next words clearly revealed her greed and ambition. I will become the queen of this world in the future, and you will receive my lessons. Young Moores looked at her with timid, fearful eyes, as if she could already sense something was wrong. Talem continued to speak. To become loyal warriors in this school. At this point, she adopted an encouraging and motivating tone. So, try to follow the lessons closely. Young Moores's heart filled with unease at Talem's words. After that began the hellish period where Talem trained her personal killing tools. Moores and the other children spent years training under Talem's guidance. She relentlessly taught the kids cruel things, how to use their special abilities to kill with ease, followed by an education in etiquette under the guise of brainwashing. Not only that, she also used brutal, demonic methods to test their loyalty and much more. And after so much harsh training, Moores caught Talem's eye thanks to her outstanding potential, as Moores developed her abilities faster than any other child. Because of this, she received Talem's favor and became the class president. This favor came with certain privileges that Talem granted to the young girl. The privilege of the class president was to punish other students on Talem's behalf. The young girl also gradually became corrupted from frequently having to exercise her authority to torture her classmates. Her initial, innocent, doubtful eyes were gone, replaced by a soul that had been cleansed by the inhumane lessons. Moores followed Talem's teachings more seriously than anyone else. She watched impassively as her friends suffered painful punishments at her own hands. After moments like these, she always felt that something wasn't right, and it was at times like these that Talem would appear one night. As Moores was standing dazedly in the hall, Talem appeared from behind and asked, "How are things, Moores?" She gently asked how her day as class president was. Moores hesitated before replying, "Ma'am." She recalled the sight of her classmates screaming in agony as they were punished. Then she answered Talem honestly, "I don't know why, but when I punish the underperforming students." At this, she looked at Talem with a confused expression. "I feel an uncontrollable nausea." Hearing this, Talem just smiled and replied softly, but her eyes held an unconcealed look of satisfaction. Moores asked doubtfully, "Why is that, ma'am?" Talem called the young girl's name in a gentle voice, "Moores." She then suddenly asked an incredibly strange question. "Do you like insects?" Moores quickly and honestly replied, "No, I find them disgusting." This answer made Talem very pleased. Exactly. That's the issue. It's human nature to feel disgust when seeing creatures inferior to oneself. Saying this, She gently patted Morris's shoulder. It's a completely natural emotion. Then she leaned down, looking Morris straight in the eye. But as time passes and your friends learn to do their part well, that feeling will gradually fade. At this point, Talem offered what seemed like sincere words of encouragement to make Morris trust and completely submit to her. So keep trying. Morris, it was a good decision to give you the role of class president. These words seemed to gradually brainwash Morris. From then on, Morris continued to use her authority to punish her classmates. Afterwards, although Morris still felt that inexplicable disgust, and though there were times the nausea was almost unbearable, eventually, the inevitable happened. Just as Talem had said, the feeling gradually disappeared over time. During a group class, Talem looked down at her nearly adult students and said, "Time has flown by since you all came here." She stood proudly on the podium, looked down, and declared boldly, "In 5 years, when you are adults, I will become the queen of this world." And just like that, the children of the past were now adults, still having to train frantically under Talem's supervision. Even fighting each other became part of their training. They fought frantically, rain or shine, seeming to become numb to pain as well as the harsh weather. And finally, the day came when they were truly adults, standing before Talem with reverence, and Talem's plan proceeded without a hitch. Talem looked at them with a satisfied gaze, as if looking at her perfected tools. Everything continued like this until that incident occurred. On a beautiful evening at sunset, a man with a slash across his stomach was leaning against a wall, constantly making pained sounds. Ugh. At the same time, a cold, emotionless voice rang out. "What's this? You can't kill him in one go?" A man said doubtfully. "Humph. Maybe I overdid it last night." He was holding a woman in his arms. The woman asked, "Let me see." The man gently stroked her head and replied, "We should rest tonight." The identities of these two mysterious people were also revealed. The man was Clell, and the woman in his arms was Hilo. Both belonged to some unidentified, special, mysterious system. The scene shifts back to Talem's school, where drops of blood splattered onto the floor. Talem lay motionless, her body covered in blood. Clark's fist had pierced straight through Talem's chest, killing her with her eyes wide open. Seeing this, he even muttered in confusion, "What's this?" Then he said nonchalantly, "This girl was way too weak." Clark and Hilo spoke as if chiding themselves, but their faces were expressionless, devoid of any emotion. In fact, their words even carried a hint of excitement. "Mister, authority clearly told us to be careful. Did we get too strong? Maybe so." Clark crouched beside Talem's corpse and mused. Anyway, her plan to start a school and raise these kids into a rebel army was a pretty big dream, huh? Hearing him, Hilo asked a question. "Should we go to the school?" Clark played along with her. "I'm too lazy." Hilo put her hands on her hips and said, "But if we don't go, Mr. Authority is going to start nagging." Being reminded of that, Clark felt a bit hesitant. "Fine, let's just make a trip out of it. Get it over with quickly." The two of them swiftly made their way to the large classroom where Talem's students were gathered. The students, led by Morris, stared at the scene unfolding on the stage, listening silently to Clark's words. He then held up Talem's body for all the students to see and declared that the school was now closed. His announcement was immediately met with terrified screams. Morris screamed as she saw her teacher, now a lifeless corpse, being held so brutally in Clark's hand. "Teacher!" Her broken cries rang out, but Clark remained unfazed. Immediately after, the students furiously rushed toward the pair, launching a simultaneous attack. But Hilo stood perfectly still. She simply raised her hand in front of her and, unhurriedly, snapped her fingers. Instantly, the entire group was sent flying. Morris's jaw dropped in shock as she watched her comrades get defeated with a single snap. Clark and Hilo silently looked down at the bodies sprawled across the floor. Clark sighed with a humph. He remarked, "She trained them too well." Hilo wondered aloud if it was right to take the children with them. Clark stated his opinion seriously. "If we re-educate them to integrate into society, it'll take a lot of time and resources." As he said this, he glanced at the faces writhing in agony on the floor. After a moment, he added, "Even with an education, they're just walking, killing machines. They're clearly time bombs, and there's no telling when they'll go off." Clark turned to Hilo and asked, "Have these kids killed anyone yet?" Hilo replied seriously, "We got to them before they could act. So, probably not." Clark wondered, were we too hasty? This is an awkward situation. He dropped Talem's body to the floor and continued to discuss the matter with Hilo. "What now, Hilo? What do you mean?" Hilo immediately decided that to avoid future trouble, dealing with them now would be more effective. Hilo explained her reasoning. "They've been brainwashed. They live in a completely different world. When these kids grow up, they'll definitely become villains. Clark immediately agreed. Right, I agree. After that last attack, Morris couldn't get back up. She could only lie helplessly on the floor, listening as the two decided her fate and everyone else's. Clark mumbled, repeating Hilo's earlier point. It's better to put in the effort now than deal with the trouble later. Hilo reminded him. All right, we can just make up a reason. Talem's students looked at them, too terrified to speak. They could only stare in a daze of bewilderment and fear at the two of them. The pair advanced toward the group, preparing to eliminate all the killing machines that Talem had created. Hilo gently reminded him, Save your strength for tonight. Clark grunted in response and, without hesitation, extended his hand. Fire! Piercing screams erupted. Ah! Fresh blood covered the floor. Blood poured from the students' eyes, noses, and mouths. Their faces were twisted in fear and agony as they screamed. The student, Morris, was sitting on the floor. She looked up at the scarred man standing a short distance away and asked, Why? She asked again in terror, Why do you want to kill us? Other than being taught here, we. The large man named Clark cut her off. That's very dangerous, isn't it? He recalled an image of skinny, dirty children from long ago as he calmly narrated the lives of the students there. Born and abandoned by your parents, raised in an orphanage. That villain taught you kids about the human body, just so you could win fights faster. As he spoke, Clark reached his hand toward Morris. Learning how to kill in order to grow up. Just hearing it sounds dangerous, doesn't it? Listening to him, Morris was so frightened she was about to cry. She backed away as she watched Clark get closer. I'm sorry, but from the moment you were born, you never should have existed in this world. And then, a spray of fresh blood splattered across Clark's face, followed by his parting words. In your next life, try to be born into a decent family. More and more blood sprayed in every direction, raining down on the floor. Hilo stood beside him, watching with glee as Clark dealt with the students. She let out little cries with each of Clark's blows. Streams of fresh blood splattered against the wall. She cried out again. Ah! Morris was too terrified to speak. She could only whimper. Ugh. Ugh. Clark's face remained impassive. He didn't even blink as a sickening crack echoed through the room. And then Hilo walked over, pulled Clark's hand and said, Clark, I can't take it anymore. He turned to her and said, Just a moment, Hilo. I need to take care of this one. Before he could finish, she cut in. No, this one has to be left behind. Hilo looked around the room they were in and said, A classroom full of blood. Then she looked at the bodies of the students on the floor and continued, Dying children. And finally, she looked at the utterly terrified Morris, the only child left alive. Hilo felt a thrill of excitement and exclaimed, Isn't this situation stimulating? When she saw Clark just standing there, she urged him on. Huh? Hurry up. With a tone that was 3 parts exasperation and 7 parts indulgence, he said, You're really something else. All right. Fine. We'll just give a vague report to Mr. Authority, I guess. After saying that, he and Hilo pulled each other into a passionate embrace. At that moment, Morris seized the opportunity while they were distracted and slipped away. And just like that, thanks to one of Clark's unpredictable whims, Morris survived. The sky had turned red. She had already run a considerable distance. Morris could only weep in sorrow. She let out muffled, incoherent sounds. She felt exhausted and pained. Her whole body was giving out. After letting out one last small cry, she collapsed. Ugh. After that, she lost her way and wandered aimlessly for a long time. Just wandering. Then one day, as Morris was dragging her exhausted body down the road, a man approached her and asked, Are you a disciple of Talam? The tall man wore a rugged, menacing iron mask. He continued, Come with me. Then he revealed why he had sought her out. Fight with me for the revolution. In the end, Morris was taken in by Caracas. She fought under his command, causing immeasurable damage to the world. Later, Caracas was beaten to a bloody pulp by someone else. And after Caracas died, Morris was captured by Tom. Tom used his magical power to conjure incredibly strong chains and bound her, leaving her suspended in midair. Finally, Tom threw her into Lucillus Prison. The flashback ends, and Morris speaks with a sorrowful voice. My whole life was taught this way. I thought that acting like that, living like that, was the only way. Morris looked at the man and said, And now, all of a sudden, she furiously shouted, You're telling me I was wrong? How could I possibly accept that? She remembered a time long ago when someone had called her from behind. The one who called her was S, and she had smiled as she told her that Morris wasn't wrong. What's wrong is this world. If I become queen, I will change the world into a place that's right for you. S's eyes were filled with sincerity as she asked Morris, Do you want to become my subject? Back in the present, Morris demanded in a loud voice, Answer me. Grove looked at the children and stammered out, I. She remembered the cold, blood-covered face of old authority, and spoke as if echoing his words and the words of those heroes. Her eyes became lifeless, as Mores uttered the question she had been pondering for so long. Should I truly never have been born? Grove called out her name. Morris, there is no one in this world who shouldn't exist, Grove said gently. He wanted to explain. What you went through was horrible, Morris. I completely understand. But that doesn't mean you are forgiven for the sins you've committed. You have caused far too much pain. Her face filled with panic at his words. He placed a hand on his chest and said, with a determined voice, I will walk with you, to soothe the pain you suffered as a child, and to ask you to take responsibility for the crimes you've committed. Morris stared down at him without blinking, and then she heard him say that he would accompany her as a teacher. Grove spoke up. Mors, I have one request. Can you help block the children's view so they don't have to witness this? A final request before death. It's unknown which of his words set her off. But before Grove could finish, Mors angrily screamed at him. Shut up! Just shut up! Grove tilted his head back, looking at the sharp blade above him. Then he turned gently and smiled at his students. Everyone, please turn your backs. The children cried out in unison, Teacher! His face was happy, with no regrets left. As he said, It has been an honor teaching all of you during this time. At this, the children began to feel afraid. Some cried, while others were frozen in fear. Morris's eyes were more savage than ever as the blade began to fall. Grove didn't dare to look, so he just squeezed his eyes shut. And then, the blade fell with a loud thud. When Grove slowly opened his eyes, he saw Mors's head in front of him. He called out in shock, Mors, someone like you. She spoke, You don't have to follow me. I know I was wrong. Beside her, the blade was slowly dissolving. Mors finished her last words. I've known for a long time. I just didn't want to admit it. Because once I admitted it, I realized I'd already gone too far. How disgusting. Her memory returned to that day in the hall. After punishing her friends, she held a club in her hand. In front of her were her injured friends, but they were still trying to comfort her. Mors, we're okay. A student held her own arm and said, If you didn't do this, that woman Lum would scold you, right? We'll be fine. Mors lowered her head and saw her own reflection on the floor, stained with her friend's blood. Disgusting. Then her memory shifted to the time she was captured by Tom. The woman called her name, Mores, and continued, It's time you stopped living as someone's puppet. Looking into Tom's eyes, I saw my own reflection, and it was disgusting. Her memory shifted again, to her time in Lucillus Prison. She was sitting all alone in the middle of an empty room when a voice came from outside. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mores looked through the small window on the door and saw a very lovely young woman standing outside, introducing herself. I'm Hungja, the warden here. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? In the dark prison cell, seeing my reflection in the soup the warden gave me, I felt disgusted with myself. It was just too painful. Because of that, I couldn't admit it. I wasn't the disgusting one. What I learned wasn't wrong. This world is what's disgusting, and the world is what's wrong. I tried to believe that just so I could keep living. Mores remembered the sight of him laughing happily with his students, and then she reverted to her childhood form. Mores stared blankly at Grove's face. The flashback ends, returning to the present. The glass panels hanging high above were beginning to crack and fall. Mores spoke up. She could truly feel that she couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyes were slowly closing. It was such a disgusting life. Having said that, Mores slowly dissolved and drifted away. Grove stood there, stunned, watching the smoke vanish as his students rushed over from a distance and threw their arms around him. Kingston said to Seo Kang-yu, Getting angry at me won't change the situation. He calmly offered Kang-yu some sincere advice. If you don't get stronger from now on, you won't be able to kill that kid, or that girl either. In the end, the problem, Kingston paused for a moment, then continued, is still you. Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu didn't stop, but continued to charge toward him. Seeing that he had no intention of listening, Kingston continued speaking. He used their previous fight as an example to tell Seo Kang-yu, just now was the same. If you were stronger, you could have ignored me and killed the girl. Kingston didn't stop lecturing him. Anger is just a stage of denial. Seo Kang-yu showed no signs of calming down as he listened to his reasoning. You're only angry because you can't accept your own shortcomings. You're angry with yourself, aren't you? Seo Kang-yu charged straight at Kingston again. He seemed to have lost all patience with the man's advice, while Kingston calmly watched his actions. You don't want to admit it, do you? But I understand. Admitting your own flaws isn't easy. Kingston had no intention of dodging Seo Kang-yu's attack. but you have to accept it. He gently blocked Seo Kang-ho's powerful attacks. Despite being under a relentless assault, he stubbornly continued. Your shortcomings are also a part of you. Only when you accept and acknowledge that can you move forward. And only then can you achieve your goal. At this point, his expression suddenly turned serious. I'll ask you one more time, Kingston asked Seo Kang-ho. What has made you so angry? His question seemed to strike a nerve with the young man. Shards of broken, painful memories began to flood back into Seo Kang-ho's mind. The grim images of death and separation were dusted off and dragged back into the present, relentlessly besieging his thoughts. He gritted his teeth, refusing to be swept away by that torrent of agonizing memories again. Seo Kang-ho couldn't take it anymore, and his anger exploded. He screamed directly at Kingston, telling him to shut up. The haunting, painful images of his past materialized right before his eyes. Those images flowed like a dark, black stream into Kingston's hand. He spoke again, asking, "And what is the reason that led to all of this?" He asked while clenching the streams of memories flowing into his hand. Then, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly punched Seo Kang-ho straight in the chest, sending him flying in agony. The memory fragments shattered along with the impact of the punch. In that moment, as he fell, Seo Kang-ho felt as if he sensed something strange. Every painful, traumatic memory from his past came rushing back into his mind. The times he was severely injured in battle, the moments he watched loved ones face life and death partings. All those memories, like an old film locked away in his mind, were suddenly stirred up by someone, leaving him no time to react. Outside, the sky was bright and clear blue, a stark contrast to the gloomy space inside the building. Seo Kang-ho lay motionless on the ground, staring blankly at the sky outside. Kingston slowly walked up to him. He asked gently, "How are you? Have you calmed down a bit now?" Seo Kang-ho remained silent, staring blankly for a long moment. Then he suddenly raised his hands to cover his face and asked hesitantly, "So, what am I supposed to do?" Kingston had finally gotten a response from Seo Kang-ho. "What to do, you ask?" He didn't answer the question, but simply said, "Don't you already know the answer?" With that, he held out his hand to Seo Kang-ho. A moment later, Seo Kang-ho finally reached out and took that hand, a silent answer of his own. Elsewhere, in front of what looked like a universal gateway, someone suddenly spoke up. Ah-ho clutched her head and whined to Hyun Jo-young in frustration. "Seriously, I finally get to see a familiar face that I actually like, and you're telling me we have to go back right away?" Hyun Jo-young just chuckled and replied, "We have to follow orders, what else?" As he said this, his eyes darted forward as he added, "Besides, where he's looking, it seems someone is standing there." He looked at her and said, "It looks like this won't be over anytime soon. That girl is Miel, the Esper type." In a corner of the ruined city, Lepus was struggling to fend off the relentless barrage of attacks from his opponent. On the other side, Iswet was also casting spells non-stop, assaulting Lepus. The continuous clashes created massive explosions. Just then, SK, who had just escaped from Seo Kang-ho, suddenly arrived. Iswet had clearly opened a portal. "Why haven't you returned yet? What are you still doing?" Iswet turned his head to answer, "I still have something to do here." But before he could finish his sentence, SHCA sternly called his name, Iswet. Hearing his name called, he immediately turned to look at her, only to be met with a sight that stunned him. Before him stood SHCA, covered in wounds, her face blazing with fury as she yelled, "Get back here now, or I will kill you." After that, things gradually stabilized. The incident regarding SK's invitation was resolved, but the event left a ruined city in its wake, looking like the remnants of a war zone. After the battle, Kingston returned with Seo Kang-ho and requested a meeting with the world government. The meeting took place at a government headquarters building. The meeting room was buzzing with discussion. I see." Kingston stood there leisurely, smiling and chatting with the others. "I was wondering why we couldn't all meet without any restrictions." He paused for a moment, glancing around at everyone in the room before continuing. "Turns out, it's because there are some familiar faces." The familiar faces, he mentioned, Boda and Gera, spoke up to greet him. "It's been a while, Kingston. Have you been well?" Kingston laughed cheerfully with the two of them. "So, you finally climbed your way into those positions? You greedy bastards." Gera calmly replied, "I think it's far less ambitious than your own goals." Boda agreed with Gera. "Ha ha ha, that's right." Seeing that the three of them had finished their chat, the man sitting in the head seat immediately spoke up, drawing their attention. "So, Kingston, that man was none other than Bez." He hesitantly asked Kingston for the reason he had requested the meeting. Kingston didn't answer right away, instead looking at Bez and asking, "You're the president? You look rather young." Only then did he get to the main point. "Actually, I didn't come here to talk. I came to make an announcement. He stood directly opposite Bez, declaring with a powerful aura, Seo Kang-yu is now my disciple. All of you will stay out of it. That is all. The moment he finished speaking, the expression on every single person's face in the room changed drastically. Everyone was shocked by Kingston's announcement. No one had anticipated he would declare something like this. Afterward, he didn't linger and left immediately. After Kingston left, the key figures present in the meeting room immediately erupted into a discussion. Bez asked for opinions on whether to support or oppose Kingston's proposition. There were 4 people in the opposition faction. First was Kum, then Boda, another was Gera, and finally Enhei. There was only one person in the supporting faction, Authority, while Elgido remained neutral, not siding with either party. Seeing so many in opposition, Authority grew a bit angry. He shot to his feet, slammed the table, and demanded, "Is this all you people in power amount to? Why would you oppose this? Overwhelming power is on our side now. Are you really going to pass up this opportunity?" He then pointed directly at someone and questioned them. "Especially you, Grom. I don't quite understand your choice." Grom, having been called out, frowned in annoyance, and stated her thoughts in an irritable tone. "A criminal is a criminal. We cannot accept any of their demands. The fact that the government even agreed to meet with him is infuriating enough." Enhei, sitting next to Authority, also spoke up in rebuttal. "You're a real piece of work. Wasn't Kingston the very criminal you once adamantly demanded be executed first? And now you're going to trust the words of a man you considered to be that dangerous?" Called out, Authority quickly turned to rebut him. "Honestly, you people, the situation is different now, isn't it?" As for Bez, he could only sit to one side, listening to the others argue endlessly. He had a massive headache over this whole affair. He was deep in thought, trying to figure out a solution to this difficult situation. But the constant bickering of the others made him want to tear his hair out in frustration. Damn it. This must be the curse of my term. Meanwhile, in a warm, pleasant bathroom, SHCA had returned and was soaking in a hot bath. She too was deep in thought. She couldn't stop biting her nails, a look of terror on her face. She couldn't get Kingston's terrifying power out of her mind. That old man, I thought he'd grown much weaker. After being imprisoned for so long, she couldn't help but wonder, but has he really gotten weaker? Just how strong was he in his prime? While Shinka was muttering to herself, just as she was thinking about her plan, Hwang Seung-hwan walked in from outside and called her name. Standing there with a blanket wrapped around him was Chen-ji, who asked curiously, "You invited me to bathe with you, but..." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Is this really necessary to defeat Seo Kang-yu?" Seeing him walk in and ask that, Shinka happily opened her arms and replied, "Of course, this is an essential step for growth." Hwang Seung-hwan's appearance seemed to spark something in her, making her more confident. "No, my plan won't fail." She looked at Hwang Seung-hwan with gleaming eyes. "I have Hwang Seung-hwan," she thought, "and many other secret cards as well." A series of names flashed through her mind, like Hero, Terapia, and then Iora. With that thought, she happily hugged Hwang Seung-hwan tightly, joyfully thinking, Time will solve everything." She hugged him so tightly that Hwang Seung-hwan cried out in discomfort. "I can't breathe." Over at the Hero Association, Authority sat solemnly in the front row. Mionji was also present. Seeing that a crowd had gathered, the chairperson spoke up. "It seems everyone has arrived." She then continued. "Now, regarding the election for the 3rd generation of equality, the person speaking from the podium was the interim chairman, Lipus." She looked down, scanning the faces of those present in the hall. She looked over the meeting hall once more before formally announcing, "I hereby declare this meeting open." Lipus stood at the podium and clearly explained the procedure. The selection process for equality is as follows. She glanced at the candidates, all with different appearances, and continued, "The association chairman will propose 5 candidates. If the majority of heroes agree..." Lipus briefly thought of the massive government building looming against the sky, her voice growing firmer. "Each individual will be vetted by the government." The bronze honor badge, gleaming in the light, symbolized each person's pride. She added, "If no disqualifying factors are found, they will be selected as an equality." Lipus seemed a bit rushed. She quickly raised a hand to get everyone's attention and said hesitantly, "The equality candidates I would like to propose are..." Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting Lipus off, making her stop awkwardly. The person arrogantly questioned, "Who gave you the authority to decide on the candidates yourself?" It was Authority. He had his arms crossed sternly and reminded Lipus in a low voice, "You are only the temporary chairman." After a moment to collect herself, Lipus unflinchingly asked him back, "Authority, why are you here? You've already been stripped of your hero status." Authority replied coolly, I am here to attend the meeting as a leadership representative. Lucilus seriously reminded him to be clear about his authority. In that case, you just need to sit quietly and observe. You have no right to discuss the association's affairs. Authority paid no mind to her words, and instead stood firm on his own opinion. I will say it again. I do not recognize you as the association's chairman, Lucilus shouted, agitated. Your opinion doesn't matter, Authority continued in a level voice. He then glared at her menacingly and warned all the candidates present. Our world government will boycott any equality candidate selected by the temporary chairman Lucilus, for any reason whatsoever. Lucilus was stunned by his malicious words, and she exclaimed, "What?" The solemn hall fell silent. Authority said clearly, "You are not the official chairman, merely a temporary one." Everyone listened intently to his words. Authority, seemingly emboldened, bluntly stated his opinion. The momentous decision of choosing an equality, the one who will decide the future of the association, cannot be made by someone temporary. At this point, Authority emphasized in a harsh voice, "It must be carried out by an officially appointed chairman." Lucilus quickly voiced her objection. "Authority, are you even aware of the current situation? We need to select an equality as soon as possible to resolve this crisis." Authority shot back sarcastically. "Resolve the crisis? How laughable, hearing that from your mouth." Lucilus. He suddenly recalled the past, a map of Portugal, and Authority brought it up, saying, "Tell me, Lears, what did you do in Portugal?" Authority remembered the tenacious West fighting and continued in a low voice. "Instead of catching the criminals, you were just there, playing around with West." An agitated Lucilus hurriedly explained her motive. Behind her, a beautiful magic circle shone brightly. "Do you think it's all just a game if the target isn't killed? I prioritized protecting the civilians first." She suddenly recalled when Lao Sa unleashed his power, and then, proof with the children, and she glared furiously at Authority, questioning him sternly. "And you, Authority? I heard you were planning to sacrifice the children taken as hostages." Lucilus voiced her discontent. "Why do you always force others to make sacrifices? You haven't changed one bit." Authority growled her name. "Lucilus." Authority glared as if he couldn't understand. "Why should I change? You're the one who needs to change." Lucilus froze for a moment, glaring intently at him. The man's deep voice echoed through the large hall again. Or rather, it was Authority who paused for a moment. He stood up, turning his head to glare at the crowd behind him. "It is all of you who need to change." Authority spread his arms and asked casually, "What about what I did in Portugal?" "I made a decision appropriate for the situation." Seeing the sullen, restrained expressions on their faces, he continued cheerfully, "In the end, there were no casualties, were there?" Lucilus couldn't believe the man before her could so blatantly twist the truth. She gritted her teeth in indignation. "Authority. He's still going on about sacrifice." "Very well said." Authority pointed at her and said sternly, "You people are the ones sacrificing this society to protect criminals." Authority briefly thought of the imposing, brightly lit building, using the people's precious tax money to nurture and shelter countless murderers. Seeing her silence, he pressed his advantage. "And then you make excuses about social responsibility, rehabilitation, all just nice-sounding words." He thought of the court of justice like a dark nightmare. "Rehabilitation? How ridiculous." Authority asserted passionately, "They never change, they're all just scum." He felt as if he could see Shinka silently manipulating the entire globe. "Look, she just escaped, and is already preparing." Authority stressed. "To gather followers under that madwoman's command to prepare for another massacre. In a situation like this." Lucilus fell silent, not knowing how to refute his argument. Authority scoffed. For someone who was once a disciple of Mago, how could she choose equality and run the Hero Association herself? Authority continued. "I don't even have to see it to know what will happen. It'll just be more of that, heroes don't kill nonsense, acting all righteous and noble just to console yourself." Authority stared at Lucilus for a long moment, then stated firmly, "Lucilus, no one wants you to be the chairman of the Hero Association. You're no longer the chairman who pretended to be one." Lucilus could only grind her teeth, staring at him with outrage. Soft sunlight streamed into the hall through the skylights. Lucilus compromised. "All right, Authority. With newfound resolve," she said clearly. "So what you're saying is, if I become the official chairman, I can proceed according to the proper rules, right?" Authority stood up and stated firmly, "Yes, that's right." Lucilus turned to the attendees, who had been silent until now, and continued. "In that case," Lucilus announced loudly, "let's hold a vote." Authority seemed to be looking for an angle that would benefit him. "You mean a public vote? Fine by me." Lucilus immediately shot that down. "No." Her voice echoed throughout the solemn hall. Because we're short on time. Lippus looked out confidently at the packed seats and continued. We'll gather opinions from the heroes here. The decision will be based on a majority vote. What do you think, Authority? Authority hesitated slightly, glancing around. A majority vote, huh? Weren't all of them heroes carefully selected by Lao Sa? He focused on their expressions and said sharply, this is far too biased. Lippus remembered that bronze badge, full of pride, and set the rules based on it. Then, just like the process for choosing equality, a 2/3 majority is required for it to pass. Authority hesitated, deep in thought, as he looked pensively at the heroes sitting around him. Time ticked by quietly. Finally, the results were announced. The vote's content appeared on a blue background. The question, do you accept the result of Lippus's selection of equality? The results had been verified. The approval vote was at 52%, while the opposition was at 48%. The result was deemed to have failed to reach the required number of approval votes, and thus, the result was not passed. Lippus stared in shock at the numbers on the display screen, the words 48% opposition, and failed to reach a 2/3 majority, and not passed tormented her like a persistent nightmare. Lippus faltered at the result. In stark contrast to her predicament was Authority's gleeful expression. Well. He let out a savage, smug laugh. Looks like you didn't get the majority you were hoping for. Authority smirked. I suppose we'll have to re-elect the association's chairman, won't we? As Authority said, the heroes here had all been selected and active since Chairman Lao Sa's time. Lippus could not have foreseen this outcome. She stared blankly at the crowd. The result, failed to reach a 2/3 majority. Not passed was now displayed plainly before her eyes. The reason for this result was Authority. The scene shifted, and an image of him became crystal clear. As soon as the incident at Lucillus Prison occurred, a brutal disaster that made the prison even more grim and savage, he had quickly approached every hero. Authority had pleaded with them to persuade them, carefully presenting his point of view. Initially, most of them opposed Authority, the second chairman. The heroes' faces simultaneously showed their displeasure. But in this situation, as Authority persistently hounded them, he gradually won many of them over. A savage affair was unfolding. The important thing was, even if they didn't agree with Authority's ideology, with the powerful seat of chairman before them, quite a few heroes agreed that a re-election was necessary. From his perspective, the reason was becoming clearer. It was because of the brilliant image of Lao Sa. To lead her policies, Lao Sa had overwhelming power and a track record to prove her ideals, but Lippus appeared to be the complete opposite. Lippus lacked both of those things compared to Lao Sa. That bronze badge of power was like further proof of this. The legitimacy to inherit Lao Sa's ideals seemed to better suit Seo Kang-yu, a former member of ITY. However, Seo Kang-yu's image was now almost tied to savagery and bloodshed in the public's eyes because Seo Kang-yu had changed his views and killed the prisoners. The scene returned to the present-day hall. Opinions among the heroes began to split. Authority's voice baited Lippus. It seems even your comrades doubt your ability to be chairman. What will you do now? Lippus stammered in shock. A vote. Authority cut her off. A public vote, you mean? Lippus repeated, trembling. But there's no time. We could select candidates and let the heroes decide. Authority interjected. No, that's not it. He briefly thought of Lao Sa's dignified presence and used it as an excuse. You know this well. Your esteemed third chairman, Lao Sa, specified that the position of association, chairman must be decided by a public vote, and only in cases of emergency or natural disaster can the government shorten the election period. Lippus was stunned into silence. All that remained in the hall was Authority's mocking question. Ah, you did know this, didn't you? Authority continued confidently. Anyone, even a non-member of the association, can run for chairman. That was also a rule established by the esteemed Lao Sa. All the heroes were silent, as if they agreed with him. Authority looked at her mockingly. Hey, temporary chairman, what are you still standing there for? Authority ordered smugly. Quickly, inform the government that a re-election will be held so they can set the date. You have to fulfill your duties as chairman, you know. Lippus was cornered, hesitating, unsure of what the right thing to do was. Authority's voice grew harsh as he emphasized. Even if it's only temporary. Authority resigned as a world leader and announced he would be running for chairman of the Hero Association. The question posed to the entire population was, of the two candidates, Authority and Lippus, who was more suitable to be the association's chairman? Golden sunlight illuminated the luxurious chairman's office. The comfortable Bez was dozing off in his chair, taking a short break. Suddenly, his eyebrows knitted together, showing his anxiety and worry. Bez drifted back to a distant day in the past. It was a beautiful, sunny day, with a high, clear blue sky looking down on the dense green forest. Bez, dressed in outdoor gear with a large briefcase, stopped for a moment at a sudden sound. "You've got some nerve." Before him was Kingston, dressed in martial arts attire, sitting leisurely on a high rock. He inquired, "Requesting a private meeting? Is that appropriate for the chairman to do?" Bez approached the foot of the rock. He looked up and answered honestly, "I've heard a lot about you from Boda and Gera. I don't think you would harm me." Kingston muttered to himself, "These old guys are so shameless." Kingston quickly got back to the conversation. He offered a sincere compliment. "I heard you don't have any special abilities, yet you still managed to climb to the highest position. That's truly impressive." Bez didn't pay much attention to his words, getting straight to the point. "Mr. Kingston, now that it's just the two of us, I'll ask you directly." Bez looked Kingston straight in the eye, as if trying to confirm something. He asked in a stern voice, "What is your goal?" Kingston didn't answer directly, just looked at him with a profound gaze. He asked quietly, "Hey, Chairman, do you truly understand how special abilities develop?" Bez pondered for a moment before answering, the image of a brightly lit light bulb with its glowing filament appearing in his mind. He said slowly, "When it comes to the development of special abilities, for the summoning class, the clearer the visualization, the greater the power." BZ then thought of people with bulging muscles, while the unique and physical types would be strongest during their physical peak after puberty. Amidst the majestic mountains, a gentle breeze blew, carrying green leaves and Kingston's indifferent voice. "Half right, half wrong." Bez was surprised. "What?" Faced with Bez's doubtful expression, Kingston slowly explained, "It's true that physical and special ability types get stronger as they mature." He then moved his hand slightly, and a cloud of black dust dispersed from it. Kingston's sharp voice rang out, "But physical types can break their predetermined limits through grueling training." Hearing this, Bez was utterly stunned. A gust of wind rustled through the forest again. Kingston continued, "Aren't you curious?" Kingston thought of a red figure, ferocious, with immense power that could summon storms. What would happen if a person reached the highest level of special abilities while also maxing out their physical abilities? Upon hearing this, Bez was lost in thought. He brought a hand to his mouth, stunned. Then, the nation would have a hard time controlling them. Standing on a high cliff, Kingston called out again, "Hey, Chairman." He raised an eyebrow mischievously. "Shouldn't you be asking Seo Kang-yu about this? I'm not the one who can answer that question. I simply want to see what humanity's ultimate limit is." Bez was quite surprised by this. Kingston's voice softened. "That's all." The flow of memory shifts again. Bez remembered sitting in his chair at his desk. He turned slightly and said to the person across from him, asserting his authority, "You want to add someone to equality?" Sitting across from Lausa, he spoke honestly. "I'm just surprised that such an important procedure doesn't need to go through a formal approval process." Lausa firmly asserted, "He's worth it." Bez inquired further, "If you say so, his skills must be excellent. But as a teammate, can he be trusted?" Lausa replied with complete confidence, "He's as trustworthy as he is strong." She added, "I consider him a reliable comrade." Those words mirrored another moment in the past. It was when he was talking to Kingston. Under his gaze, Bez had said, "Back then." Bez had strongly believed in his own intuition. He spoke without hesitation. "I believe in Seo Kang-yu." Kingston suddenly said something that Bez didn't expect, leaving him very confused. Kingston said, "Well then, the answer is already clear, isn't it?" He gave a forced smile. "Besides, protesting won't change anything." The scene changes. A sigh of relief echoed in the chairman's office. Finally, Bez stood up, leaning his hands on the desk in relief. A crucial decision had been made. He could finally breathe a little easier. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. His secretary peeked her head into the room from the door, timidly calling, "Mr. Chairman." After being given permission, she entered and formally announced, "I've heard the Hero Association is electing a new chairman." Bez seemed interested in this, gesturing for his secretary to continue. The secretary continued hesitantly. She hesitated before reporting the urgent news. "Authority has just announced his candidacy for chairman of the Hero Association." It seemed Bez didn't want this to happen at all. His face showed clear disappointment, frustration, and confusion. Kingston's satisfied face appeared. Bez had accepted Kingston's condition. This matter was known only to the officials participating in the World Government Conference. The conference took place in a grand room with only a few people present. The matter was kept top secret. Meanwhile, in a towering, majestic skyscraper, the election for the chairman of the Hero Association was also about to begin, under a framework established by the government. The city, already bustling at night, became even more lively. After a 3-day registration period, there would be 3 public debates. In contrast, the assembly hall was filled with tension. Within 2 weeks, a circular chart with a red border appeared. The chairman of the Hero Association will be chosen through a public vote. The top security prison, always brightly lit, presented a difficult problem. However, the term for the chairman elected this time will be a maximum of 4 years. If the prison break incident at Lucillus is resolved, the term will end. Beneath the city's peaceful facade, secret plots were brewing. Furthermore, in principle, anyone could register as a candidate. Thus, if there were too many candidates, it could easily lead to chaos. At this moment, the shining dots representing the headquarters around the world became more important than ever. Therefore, only those endorsed by regional hero representatives are allowed to run. Authority, with its stern clock symbol, and Lipus, with its rabbit and carrot symbol, became 2 separate factions. During the registration period, Authority and the Lipusers each announced their candidacies. In the familiar conference room, a purple-haired girl named Mute, a special ability user, took the mic to kick things off. Hello, members of the Hero Association. I am Mute. I will be your host for this chairman election. Before the serious-looking, high-ranking individuals, Mute explained the election procedures. The candidates will have an opportunity to address the entire association. She looked towards Authority, who was already standing at the podium, and introduced him. First up is a speech from candidate Authority. He spoke to the heroes before him. I'll keep this brief. Authority pressed a button on the remote, and an LED screen lit up. Authority gestured towards it. Look. It was a sharp image of the inmates in Lucillus Prison. Authority said harshly, because you all kept chasing your ideals, these monsters were set free. He looked at the heroes below and questioned them. What are you planning to do now? Capture them alive, lock them up again, and then release them once more? Authority frowned, showing his clear dissatisfaction. I trust that you will not repeat such a foolish act ever again. Next was Les's speech. She stood seriously at the podium, boldly presenting evidence to defend her point of view. During Authority's time as chairman, he condoned heroes slaughtering civilians. Lipus thought of those heroes, like Hero and Klo, her voice growing even more determined. The number of civilians killed by heroes might be just as high as those killed by villains. She thought of SK's villainous image, and couldn't help but agree with the urgency of the matter. I know the current situation is critical. A madman preaching eugenics is threatening humanity, but Authority is just as insane. Lipus looked at the people below and continued passionately. He places different values on human lives, using the name of justice to force minorities to sacrifice themselves. She closed her eyes, her pain evident. My friends, everyone is equal. Please don't forget the duty of a hero that Lao Sa emphasized. Lipus's rabbit symbol and Authority's clock symbol were complete opposites. The initial strategy for both candidates was as follows. In the city, with its towering skyscrapers, they would consolidate their support bases. Across the entire continent, both were busy rallying the representative heroes of each region to their side. The symbol of the authoritative clock appeared, representing the heroes supporting Authority. They were the seasoned veteran from North America, Angunar Su, and an elderly man from India, Ader. The rabbit emblem appeared for the heroes supporting Lipus, the representative of Europe. There was a girl from Oceania and a person in a mask. China, Myanmar, and the man from the Middle East, Kafega. Additionally, there was Hassan from South America and Anigo from Africa. In the city center, after both candidates had solidified their support bases, they appeared in the newspapers with eye-catching headlines on the front page. Both Lipus and Authority had relentlessly waged public opinion campaigns right up to the final day of the election, using negative attack strategies to take each other down. The moment arrived, and on the last day of candidate registration, an announcer held a mic, watched the LED board, and declared, "So, the registration period is now over, isn't it?" Mute kept her eyes on the screen in front of her. Now, we will proceed with 3 debates. Suddenly, she was completely stunned. Huh? She glanced towards the others and the screens in front of them, exclaiming in shock, Huh? What's this? She announced that one more person had just unexpectedly registered to run. Both Authority and Lipus were completely taken aback, instinctively looking at the screen for information. The sound of someone clearing their throat echoed through the hall. Ahem, ahem, a strange voice rang out. Hello, members of the Hero Association. A young girl standing on the podium gently introduced herself. I am Medius. Contrary to her voice, her eyes revealed a sinister and somewhat triumphant look. She continued, current occupation, high school student. Lipus's eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. What in the world is happening? Although Authority said nothing, a look of contempt and disdain crossed his face. After a moment, he finally blurted out in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" Medius's sudden appearance caused the atmosphere in the entire auditorium to tense up. In contrast to the stiff and awkward atmosphere, Medius's face showed clear confidence. She had obviously anticipated this situation. Medius's appearance clearly annoyed authority. He immediately spoke up to complain. "What is this situation? Do they think the election for the chairman of the Hero Association is a high school class president election? It's explicitly stated that only those endorsed by a regional hero representative can run." That's right. The crowd's criticism seemed about to erupt. Suddenly, a solemn voice spoke up. "I will endorse her." It was the voice of Kafega, the hero representative from the Middle East. Kafega's words stunned the entire auditorium. Authority and Lippus couldn't believe their ears, their eyes wide with astonishment. What? Lippus, in particular, was shocked to see a representative who had previously supported her suddenly switch sides. "Sir Kafega, you supported me." Kafega didn't hesitate for a second, and calmly replied, "I have changed my mind." It seemed nothing could change Kafega's decision. His eyes were filled with seriousness. "I now support Medius." That girl. Medius smiled faintly as if she already knew this outcome, her profound gaze seeming to see through everything. In an instant, the dynamics shifted. Medius had appeared as a new factor, overturning the entire game. And so, candidate number 1, Lippus. The first two candidates weren't vastly different. Candidate number 2, Authority. The biggest difference in this race came from the newly appeared candidate. Candidate number 3, Medius. The three candidates were now officially registered. Newspapers quickly updated their headlines with the hot news. The new information was eagerly discussed and published in major newspapers. TSK. Watching Medius dominate the media, authority couldn't help but feel annoyed. Every article was about that high school student. It was a real sensation. The news about Medius spread, drawing plenty of mixed opinions. It looked like the press would be very busy for a while, but there were also many who criticized Kafega and the girl, saying that an election isn't a joke. "So, have you investigated that girl yet?" Authority moved quickly. First, he had to learn more about Medius, but the data on her was full of unknowns. "She's just an ordinary high school girl, nothing special at all." Authority began to speculate, forming 1,000 hypotheses about Medius's identity. Does she have some kind of special ability? The vague data quickly threw his secretary into confusion. That's not clear. Perhaps it's some kind of hypothetical power, right? Confusion filled the room. Medius's mysterious nature left even authority in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Lippus was visibly upset. She confronted Kafega. "Kafega, you have to explain yourself." Kafega remained calm, not at all flustered by Lippus's questioning. "Ask anything you like." Lippus thought Kafega was being too emotional about this. Perhaps it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision you didn't think through. Did you know that girl beforehand? Even if you did, you can't let personal feelings influence something this important. No, I had never met her before. What? Kafega began to recall the events that led him to make his decision. A few days ago, when I entered my office to work, he had encountered Medius before. In my own office, I saw her sitting in my chair. At that time, Kafega was clearly hostile towards Medius. He was visibly frowning. At first, I thought she was an intruder sent by the villains and was about to subdue her, but Kafega's hostile attitude didn't last long. It began to fade before Medius's words. But after talking a few times, Kafega's memories seemed to get jumbled. He could no longer remember the specific details of what happened. Dozens of times. Hundreds of times. No, countless times. Medius's words had some kind of magic to them. Kafega felt himself being drawn in, starting to agree with and support her. "I feel as if I've talked to her many, many times. And then, I don't know when it happened, but I became certain that I had to support her." Kafega's fragmented memories left Lippus utterly baffled. She had a look of complete disbelief on her face. Unable to let Kafega remain lost in his memories, Lippus spoke up. "With your permission, sir." "Of course. Go right ahead." Lippus quickly reached out and used her ability on Kafega. Lippus's ability created two large rabbits with medical symbols on their heads, which gently appeared behind Kafega. As expected, Lippus didn't detect anything unusual. This left her completely astonished. There were no signs of hypnosis or mind control abilities. But what could this mean? Unable to find any suspicious evidence, Lippus could only try her best to persuade Kafega with logic. However, deciding such an important matter, based on just a feeling, Kafega immediately cut her off. "This isn't a feeling. Lippus, how many times have I told you?" Kafega's eyes lit up like a devout follower looking upon his god. It was a look of loyalty. of absolute faith and unwavering belief. I believe that she must become the president of the association. With Kafega being this resolute, what else could Lipus say? Any further advice would be pointless at this moment. The appearance of Medius remained a huge question mark in this election. A mysterious figure has emerged. What will her presence bring to the future of humanity? A difficult question to answer. She wasn't just mysterious, but not necessarily a threat. The ones most directly affected by this were Authority and Lipus's faction, but they had bigger things to worry about. Authority and Lipus's faction still had their suspicions, but they decided it didn't affect the overall situation and chose to focus on each other. It seemed neither of them considered Medius a rival. They were only focused on competing with one another. The day of the debate arrived. The debate began with the sweet voice of the host. Mute waved to the audience. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mute, your host for this debate. Before we begin, allow me to explain the rules. First, let's talk about the time." Mute began her explanation. First, each candidate will have 10 minutes for their speech. Everyone has been assigned a number for this debate. The speaking order will follow the candidate numbers. The candidates won't just be giving simple speeches. They must also be prepared to ask difficult questions. During these 10 minutes, candidates can present their platforms or pose questions to their opponents. The time element also plays a crucial role in this questioning portion. The time taken for an answer will be deducted from the questioner's own time bank. Therefore, they can interrupt if they feel they don't need to hear the full response. An equally interesting mechanic is the rebuttal. Additionally, during an opponent's speech, each candidate is allowed 2 rebuttals. Smiling brightly, she recited the rules flawlessly from start to finish, and each one will grant them control for 1 minute. Now, let's begin the debate. The candidates quickly introduced themselves to the public. Candidate number 1, Lipus. "Hello, I am Lipus, a student of Mago and a member of Equality." Next up is Authority. Candidate number 2, Authority. "A pleasure to meet you all. I am Authority, the former second-generation president of the Hero Association." And finally, the new face in this election, candidate number 3, Medius. "This is my first time appearing before you all. I am Medius." Immediately after the introductions, the debate moved to the speech of candidate number 1, Lipus. As expected of the interim president, Lipus knew how to lead a speech. We have been through countless wars. Her speech began by addressing the deep-seated roots of the current situation. Ever since special abilities appeared centuries ago, wars have broken out between nations. She then moved on to the development of conflicts in each era. After the world government unified, there were countless civil wars. These conflicts took on many forms, but never disappeared. And after the Hero Association was established, society was once again divided between heroes and villains. War seems to be an inevitable part of every era. Lipus seemed to be emphasizing the process of being submerged in that terrifying inevitability. We have spent most of our time in such a state of societal collapse. From the bitterness brought by conflict, Lipus once again highlighted the role of many senior heroes, but thanks to the efforts of Laos and many others, the foundations of society were rebuilt. Just as expected from a student of Laos, she spoke with great conviction. And now, society is finally beginning to function properly. Lipus was implying that Authority had trampled on everything the heroes of the past had built. Think back to Authority's era. Back then, heroes were like outlaws, with inconsistent beliefs and methods, indiscriminately slaughtering villains and civilians alike. It seems this speech was aimed entirely at Authority, with the intent of bringing him down. If Authority becomes the association's president, those events will repeat themselves, and the society we worked so hard to build will collapse. As Lipus was arguing passionately, Authority interjected. Society is already collapsing. Authority's side wasn't just going to sit back and take it. He was starting to make his move. Authority requested his 1-minute rebuttal. "Can you not see the current situation?" This old man had lived for quite some years. His debate experience was more than plentiful. "I truly cannot understand why the sacrifices I endured, though tear-stained, are considered massacres. While you all, sacrificing society for the sake of criminals, is seen as moral." Authority began his argument. His words were no less persuasive. "You must understand that this world cannot achieve any noble goal without sacrifice. If sacrifice is unavoidable." Even though it was Lipus's turn, the words Authority used in his rebuttal earned him considerable agreement. "Then we must ensure that sacrifice does not become meaningless. Every seed of evil must be completely eradicated." Authority went on a long tirade as if the stage belonged to him alone. "Just look. It is precisely because we left these seeds of evil behind that they have caused this situation." Lipus realized something was wrong. It seemed the old man was cheating. "Wait a minute, Authority. Hasn't your 1 minute been up for a while?" Turns out he had deliberately placed his hand on the clock, using his ability to go over his rebuttal time. Get your hand off that clock, now. How can 1 minute be this long? No wonder authority had been talking so much. He sneered, a smug look on his face. What are you talking about? That punchable face only made Lipus angrier. She continued. If you don't take your hand off. Humph. Before Lipus could finish her sentence, Mute's sharp voice rang out. That's enough. That's enough. Mute immediately cut Lipus off, preventing her from speaking further. Mute used her ability to silence Lipus while repeating the rules. Lipus, you are only allowed to speak when your opponent's rebuttal time is over. Mute's ability was silencing. Authority was also quickly reminded, but that old man was incredibly stubborn. He just shrugged, showing he couldn't care less. Please refrain from using your abilities. The battle seems to be centered entirely around Lipus and Authority. They're fighting for a certain image. The actions of these two are completely understandable. They are fiercely defending their positions in the elections. Their public image is extremely important. It's currently a semi-wartime situation. Authority and Lipus are trying to build a strong image in front of the public. The two sides argued back and forth non-stop. Lipus looked very tense, constantly raising her voice and attacking the other. Authority was no different, his face also filled with rage. During their time, instead of emphasizing their platforms, Authority and Lipus only focused on attacking each other. The debate proceeded in extreme tension, but of course, Authority, with his strong image, started to adopt a skeptical tone. He openly looked down on Lipus, but this was actually very suspicious. How can a girl who can't even handle one villain solve this situation? Or, are you trying to say you're stronger than Lao Sa? In terms of both experience and cunning, Lipus was far inferior to Authority. Lipus was no match for Authority at all. Her master's shadow was too large for her to handle. Her running for election was a stroke of luck. In the public's eyes, she was only remembered as Mago's student, so she was still seen as someone who needed to learn more. Her appearance also became a disadvantage for Lipus, making it difficult for her to win over the public. Most importantly, her rabbit-like appearance made people associate her with a weak image. Authority's deep-set eyes quietly assessed the situation. The next person he targeted was Medius. If he could just crush that variable, this debate would end just as he wished. Finally, Medius took the stage in an atmosphere that leaned in Authority's favor. She didn't seem nervous or worried at all. It was Medius's turn. Medius began her debate in a way no one expected. She commented on her opponents. Mr. Authority transformed the Hero Association from a small organization into a global corporation with his decisiveness and excellent drive. Lipus also received praise from Medius. Lipus, who inherited Lao Sa's will, has strengthened this corporation with her strong ideals and beliefs. Medius calmly continued, much to the confusion of her two opponents. Then, she made a shocking statement. Therefore, I want to combine the strengths of both of you to resolve the current situation. Medius was about to continue when Authority cut her off. My platform is, you, kid. He used that scornful tone again to mock Medius. This isn't a student council election. Go home and do your homework. This debate isn't a place for policy discussions. This old geezer is so rude, he continued to mock Medius heavily. Or maybe you ran here because you're failing school? It was a place to force prejudices onto an opponent. He kept grumbling until the MC had to step in. Mr. Authority, your time is up. That's fine. I'm willing to use my time to talk. Seeing Medius's generosity, Authority pressed his advantage. Then speak, kid. What do you want to talk about? Medius wore an expression of complete indifference and continued. I am a person who possesses a special ability. She began to reveal information about herself. The ability training school that Mr. Lao built when he was chairman is where I grew up, so you couldn't possibly know what ability I possess. Is that so? Then what special ability does this kid have? Medius had no intention of satisfying all of Authority's demands. I have no obligation to say, but Authority stubbornly held on. No, you have to say it. If you want to become the leader of the association, you need to have a suitable ability. Authority started using logic to make Medius comply. No hero in the association will follow a leader who isn't capable. So, Medius directly issued a challenge, her eyes shining with confidence and filled with arrogance. Choose a location, Mr. Authority. We will fight as soon as possible. Authority was speechless at Medius's proposal. He was stunned. What? The debate was being broadcast live on every platform. And of course, Medius's challenge was instantly transmitted. Office workers watching live during their lunch break were so shocked they forgot to eat. Medius's image was now being watched by everyone, everywhere. In 1 square meter, you'd find 9 people holding their phones, watching live. The debate was even being broadcast on billboards hanging from skyscrapers. A direct challenge. Well, authority? The man who received the challenge still hadn't recovered his senses. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Without waiting for authority to process the situation, Medius went straight to the main point, discussing the terms of the duel with authority. How about we make the rules mixed martial arts, using our special abilities? Authority still didn't respond at all. Life experience told him he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Authority fell deep into thought. Faced with Medius's challenge, authority was frozen on the spot. An unexpected direct challenge. All the tricks authority had used were almost instantly neutralized. No matter how strong of an image he had always built, hearing such an unexpected response couldn't help but fluster authority. Authority had been calling Medius kid over and over, but in the end, he was just shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, his strategy of labeling his opponent was now becoming a trap for himself. Currently, authority faced two choices. If he accepts the condition, how would this choice affect his image? Having regarded his opponent as a kid from the start would make the image of him fighting a kid seem ridiculous. After considering it, it was clear authority would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with his current overwhelming political standing, if he were to actually face off in an arena, authority would be brought down to his opponent's level, damaging his prestige. With this choice, two scenarios could occur. Even if he wins, it would only be a meaningless victory. In either situation, authority's honor would be affected, but if he loses, it could affect him to the point of ending his political career. From Medius's completely confident expression, everyone knew she had just made a cunning move that had cornered her opponent. So, what if he refuses the condition? This choice would bring even more risks. He would be labeled as someone afraid to fight a kid, and be seen as a coward. This decision will surely get authority a lot of heat, branding him a coward. The image he's worked so hard to build will definitely be tarnished. This will seriously damage his powerful image. Backed into a corner, authority weighs all his options. In that short amount of time, authority's mind raced, coming up with a series of countermeasures. But even M, who had participated in countless debates, was surprised by this move. Because no matter what choice was made, the most pressing thing to figure out was Medius's I couldn't care less about anyone expression and her mysterious abilities, which made the chess game against authority even more difficult. This girl's ability. Authority was lost in thought for a long while. The triumphant expression he wore while debating Lipus completely vanished. Just what kind of ability does she possess? Just then, the scene shifts to a vast, green meadow with fresh, clean air. Authority was lying on the grass, looking at the sky and the earth, feeling completely relaxed. Haven't you felt that something's been strange lately? Hun Du-yang was utterly confused by authority's vague and cryptic words. What do you mean? Authority continued with his philosophical musings. I don't really get it either, but never mind. I just feel like the words I just said are being repeated over and over. Dad, I'm always like this. How long will this go on? Authority responded with a long sigh, his pensive eyes gazing into the distance. Ugh, am I getting old, or is something really off? Meanwhile, Medius was determined not to give authority any more time to think. She asked him directly, "Why won't you answer, authority?" Authority knew he had to come up with a countermeasure quickly, so, instead of answering directly, authority began a long, rambling, roundabout speech. Just as expected of a kid, acting purely on emotion. Challenging me to a duel in the middle of a debate like this isn't the least bit rational. Looks like I'll have to drag this debate into the mud to get through this. He put on a mature facade again to overpower Medius. Hey kid, this debate is not a place for jokes, but this old man had messed with the wrong person. Once Medius joined, she was determined to fight to the end. I'm being completely serious, authority. Medius even used authority's own arguments to counter him and vie for the position of association president. The most important thing is strength, just as you yourself said. The very argument authority had used against Lipus moments ago was now backing him into a corner. Right when he was talking to Lipus, he even said that Lipus was weaker than Lao Sa and therefore couldn't be trusted, right? Medius continued to draw evidence from the hero headquarters itself during his time as president. Medius's sharp analysis was flawless. You made the heroes fight each other to determine their ranks, didn't you? Every word Medius spoke left authority speechless. In that case, you should try ranking me, too. Medius was determined to corner authority. If it's inconvenient to hold it here, we can decide on a location after the debate. Seeing that his attempt to stall and distract had failed, and that he was even getting an earful from Medius, authority realized this was going south. Damn it. I've run into a true viper. Medius extended her hand toward authority in a friendly gesture, but her smile held a hint of malicious intent. I shouldn't have provoked her from the start. She's not like me. She has nothing to lose. Authority continued to drag his feet, planning to use his stalling tactic again. All right, your words have merit. He continued to speak, but no sound came from his throat. So that was it. It was Mute's ability. Authority was literally silenced, unable to speak even if he wanted to. Mute quickly gave a signal, indicating that Authority had been rambling for too long. Sir Authority, Medius has decided not to let you stall any longer. Please remain silent. Authority was stunned, shocked, and flabbergasted. He had already lost all control of the situation. Did this brat just wait to hear the answer she wanted, and then cut my time short? Seeing how Medius had calculated everything so perfectly, Authority couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and caution. Just what kind of ability does she have to be so confident? Pushed onto the defensive, every move Authority made was a disadvantage. Was the old man hesitating about playing dirty? Perhaps it was high risk, high reward. Should he try making a dangerous move? At maximum speed, if I strike without anyone noticing. While contemplating, Authority suddenly froze, a look of pure bewilderment on his face. Medius was facing him, observing his every single move. Authority was shaken. Luckily, he hadn't made a move yet. Medius, with her deep, violet eyes, seemed to see right through his soul. Her indifferent, emotionless expression sent a chill down Authority's spine. His eyes widened in fear. It seemed countless suspicions had already formed in Authority's mind. Could she have been? After a bit more back and forth, Medius's speech finally began. The first debate was nearing its end as Medius took the stage. Medius began with a concrete analogy, personifying the current predicaments. After countless battles, our society is like a tangled mess of knots, filled with unresolved problems. The problems were so numerous that the knot in Medius's analogy was a chaotic jumble, and those knots showed no signs of being untied. Then, the human element trying to solve these problems was forcefully cut off. The one who did all the cutting, Medius mentioned, was a familiar name. I believe that was Authority. However, Authority's solution didn't make the problems disappear. Instead of cleaning up the severed knots, Authority just kept on slashing relentlessly. Because of this, even the threads that were perfectly fine began to be cut. In addition, there was another figure who deeply influenced these issues, the one who took those threads and tied them back together. I believe that was Lao Sa. Needless to say, Medius's analogy was incredibly fitting. Lao Sa was the one who mended this world. However, the problem didn't stop there. That's why the world is in such chaos now. But among the knots that Lao Sa retied, rotten ones also managed to creep in. This is what's causing the current problem. Medius was likely carrying on the previous generation's way of looking at the issue. However, we cannot just leave things as they are. She recognized the flaws in her predecessor's methods, but also knew that she couldn't just cut everything apart like before. Medius expressed her sincerity from the bottom of her heart, hoping it would reach the entire public. We need to cut carefully so as not to damage the normal threads, and carefully tie them back together with great care. Medius embodied a harmonious combination, a school of thought that acknowledged the achievements of both sides. This is a time when we should not lean towards one extreme, but find a balance and move forward in harmony. Her solemn declaration was heard by the entire crowd. I, Medius, if I become the association president, will propose to the government to grant heroes the authority to execute on-site. Medius's unexpected measure left the entire audience dumbfounded. The heroes granted this authority will be selected through an even more rigorous screening process. Their focused attention and astonishment somewhat reflected Medius's influence. In determining the list of villains to be executed on-site, I pledge to make these decisions with the utmost caution. Additionally, Medius didn't forget to add how to handle the death row inmates from Alpha. Of course, she declared with a firm tone and an incredibly clear gaze, the death row inmates of Alpha will all be subject to on-site execution. I rest my case. Time was up. The final seconds ticked away. The first debate had ended, and regardless of their performance, the candidates could only turn and head home. Finally, the difficult question that lingered after the debate was about to be answered. Who is the most suitable person to become the next leader of the Hero Association? Chapter 41. The debate was drawing to a close. Medius always maintained a confident smile. Authority seemed quite tense, and Lepus had completely lost her earlier confidence. After the first round of debates ended, Lepus and her symbol received a rather low result. Lepus's support rate was at 8%. Authority, appearing with his familiar clock symbol, did slightly better. Authority had 35%. And finally, with an overwhelming 57%, Medius concluded the public opinion poll. A map of the continent appeared with scattered points of light. In addition, some heroes who had previously supported Lepus announced they were switching their support to Medius. Among them was the masked man from China, Mianji, and also Hassan from South America. The brightly lit podium at the press conference was illuminated day and night. Faced with this situation, Lepus held a press conference. She spoke earnestly, hoping to win back everyone's support. I listened to what Medius said during the debate. I spent too much time debating authority and couldn't refute Medius's points at that time. The reporters listened silently and attentively to her presentation, quietly making their own assessments. Lepus added, "A high school student who lacks social experience. By what standard does she get to decide who lives and who dies?" Lepus expressed her indignation over the issue. She is just as dangerous as authority, that was her assertion. After criticizing Medius, Lepus continued speaking. The scene transitions to another luxurious room. Lepus entered with a serious expression, her tone somewhat pleading, "Everyone." Inside were the people who had once supported her, but had now switched to Medius, Mianji, Kafega, and Hassan. Kafega asked her in a low voice, "Why did you call me here?" Lepus didn't hesitate and directly voiced her long-held concerns. "Don't pretend you don't know. Why did you choose that high school girl?" Hassan casually replied, "It's simple." He raised an eyebrow suggestively. "I have a feeling there's no other reason besides that one." Lepus froze, then said hesitantly, "Well, that's just how you are." But she looked at the woman across from her in disbelief and asked Mianji, "I never expected you to make such a choice." A man's silhouette appeared between them. It was Ju Le, who said softly, "If your master, Mr. Ju, knew about this, he would surely be very sad." Mianji finally spoke up. "Our master." She recalled the past, a moonlit night when butterflies fluttered all around. Mr. Ju looked up thoughtfully and said, "This world is a complicated place, Mianji." He stared at the butterfly in front of him, his voice carried softly on the wind. Things that were once considered obviously right can become wrong over time, and the reverse has also happened many times. Mr. Ju and Mianji were standing in the middle of a flower garden. He then looked at her. "To be honest, I have killed many villains in my past." Mianji was slightly startled by this sudden confession. Ju Yu continued, lost in his memories. He saw himself standing calmly amidst hundreds of corpses. Ju Yu continued, "The reason was very simple. Because, at the time, I believed it was the right thing to do." Another figure appeared in the scene, Lao Sa. Ju Yu's voice suddenly held a hint of nostalgia. "But after meeting Mr. Lao Sa, my way of thinking changed. Even so, I still don't think my current perspective is absolutely correct." He looked towards Mianji and advised her, "Mianji, there is no single right answer in this world. However, no matter what circumstances arise, try your best to adapt to them. As long as you've done your best, that's enough." Mr. Ju's words still echoed in Mianji's mind. Her gentle voice filled the room. "He used to say that often." Mianji explained reasonably to Lepus. "That is why, after listening to the entire debate and looking at the current situation, I believe that Medius, not Lepus, is the right person to be the association's president." Lepus was so stunned she couldn't reply to Mianji, just standing there as if thunderstruck. Kafega's words showed clear hesitation. "Lepus, we do not support you," he continued politely. "During the election period, please refrain from meeting with us." Lepus bowed her head in silence, wondering what she could do to change the current situation. In contrast to her situation, Medius always appeared radiant. She was surrounded by countless bright lights. After the first round of the debate ended, the entire media began to focus their coverage on Medius. The newspapers featured Medius's picture with sensational headlines and exclusive stories. There were articles about her school days, features investigating Medius and her family, and articles about her family. There were also articles with the latest information on the election. Pictures of Medius and authority were on the front page in articles about her confrontation with authority. Newspapers with Medius's image were everywhere. Among the buzzing topics, the most prominent was Medius, with the mysterious smile. Along with that came the question that piqued the curiosity of the vast audience. What exactly is her power? Authority's eyes widened as he carefully examined the information. On the screen in front of him was a magnified image of Medius from the debate. It was a video that captured every detail of Medius's facial expressions and gestures that day. Authority stared intently at the screen, as if trying to dig out information about this mysterious girl from the short clip. He paid close attention to her expression, especially her deep purple eyes. Suddenly, Authority's eyes shot open as if he had discovered a hidden detail. The silent room was finally filled with a sound. "Huh." Authority was stunned as he realized the truth. He muttered softly, "So that's it." Meanwhile, at the SK base, Canis spoke cautiously. "Sink-sama, don't you find life has become repetitive and boring lately?" Kaido expressed his agreement. "I agree." Shinka sighed. So humans feel that way too?" She raised a hand to her chin. It's not just me who thinks so, right? On the other side, a hat with a complex emblem appeared. It was the hat worn on Ho's head. She sat in a deserted corner of the house, looking up boredly, trying to see the brim of her hat, thinking silently. In a ruined area, a piercing scream rang out. Ah! A little boy with tears in his eyes wailed desperately. So boring, I can't take it anymore. I'm bored to death. This was Fratu, a user of a special system. Images of him appear from childhood to his youth, adulthood, and finally old age. His life lasts only 1 week, and he relives it from beginning to end every single week. Right now, he's in his vibrant teenage years. Fratu is on the ground, thrashing and screaming, surrounded by Natura, Beckenwill, West, and Vid. Fratu yelled, "Ugh, when am I ever going to get out of here?" Natura chuckled softly and said, "Lord Shinka, please wait just a bit longer. Something unexpected has come up. Just be a little more patient." Vi mumbled to herself as she scribbled something down. What a fascinating power. I feel an overwhelming surge of inspiration. Fratu called out, "Natura." Natura looked over to see what he wanted. Fratu said eagerly, "Let's go outside for a little while." A worried voice echoed from the ruins. "If Lord Shinka finds out, he's going to be furious." Another, more innocent voice, replied reassuringly, "It'll be fine as long as we don't get caught." Fratu threw his arms out, swaying as he tried to persuade Natura. "We'll just pop over to the nearby village for a bit." "What's the big deal?" Natura looked at Fratu's eager and expectant face, considered it for a moment, and finally, he gave in. "All right, it has been a while since I've gotten to experience nature," Fratu cheered. "Yes, this is great. Natura, you're the best." Natura turned to ask the others, "How about the rest of you?" Binui hesitantly declined. "Oh, no thanks. I'm too scared to go outside." "I'm not going." Vi closed her eyes lightly, waved her pen in a few circles through the air, and said, "I don't want to go, either." In comics, the characters who sneak off on their own are always the first to get killed. Fratu grumbled in annoyance. "Humph, what a drag." Natura gestured invitingly. "And what about you as West?" West hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the terrifyingly furious look on Shinka's face. At that thought, he went quiet, losing all enthusiasm to talk about it anymore. West cleverly declined. "You guys go on without me. I'm not feeling very well." Natura just smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Fratu, a bit deflated, mumbled under his breath, "What a weakling." Just then, the sky became overcast, making the vibrant green forest feel a little darker than usual. Green canopies and endless stretches of plants spread out in all directions as a series of vibrations rose from the ground. Natura and Fratu stood on the highest branch of a towering tree, casually observing the scene below. They both leaped down to the ground, their faces showing pure relaxation and joy. "Ah, it's been so long since I've smelled nature. Heh, this ability is so convenient," Fratu quickly suggested. "Let's head to that village nearby for a little while." As the two were happily chatting, they suddenly sensed something approaching. It was a group of heroes, representatives from different regions, and every single one of them was radiating a furious killing intent. Mianji wasn't wearing his usual mask, revealing the tattoos on his face. Hassan and Kafega were both armed to the teeth, looking like they were heading into a fight to the death, and most notably, behind them stood Medius. Her purple eyes only highlighted her cold expression. Both Fratu and Natura froze for a moment, stunned by the overwhelming killing intent. "Huh? Who are those people?" Elsewhere, Authority was moving in a hurry, his secretary trailing right behind him. She asked, "Sir, are we holding a press conference?" "Yes." Authority finally made a decision that left his secretary completely bewildered. "I've decided to accept the challenge that Medius proposed." "What?" The secretary, breaking out in a cold sweat, had to ask again. "You can't be serious, sir. I am not joking. This is the only way for me to win." Authority suddenly stopped talking. He seemed to have realized something. "So that's it. No wonder she." From the tense look on Authority's face, it was clear Medius was no pushover, and it seemed this wasn't her first time in a debate like this. "It turns out she has an ability that's basically cheating. How are we supposed to win against that?" "What do you mean by that, sir?" It appeared Authority knew about Medius's hidden power. Meanwhile, the battle between the brothers, Natura and Fratu, and the group of heroes had become a brutal, bloody brawl. Fratu was critically injured, with blood splattered all over his body. Natura was in slightly better shape, but he was still a complete mess. Medius was just standing back and watching, yet her killing intent was the most powerful of all. Elsewhere, Authority revealed Medius's shocking ability. She can turn back time, Looking at Medius's cold expression, it was hard to believe she possessed such a terrifying power. Somewhere, a fierce battle was raging on. An image of Medius appeared, her eyes tinged with sadness. Yet they were also sinister and terrifying. The secretary asked, her face filled with shock. She can. Reverse time? Authority turned his head and affirmed it. He spoke with certainty. Yes. No wonder. The further we got in the debate, the more everything went sideways. Growing angrier the more he thought about it, he said through clenched teeth. She has been rewinding the debate over and over again, changing the future until it's favorable to her. Hearing this, the secretary wondered aloud, then how is it even possible to defeat her? Authority answered slowly. Fortunately, she has one weakness. He glanced at his secretary, instructing her, look at what I just sent you. She immediately turned her attention to the iPad's screen. Authority calmly asked her, do you see anything different? An image of Medius appeared on the screen. At first glance, the initial scene looked completely normal, but in the second clip, a small, sudden change appeared. The ends of her hair began to look different, a dark purple color appeared, and at the same time, her hair seemed to have grown longer in an instant. After watching for a moment, the secretary seemed to realize what was going on and replied, Did her hair get a little longer? Am I seeing that right? Authority's gaze remained calm, but it was filled with meaning, as if he had already uncovered the whole secret. He confirmed it again. Yes. Then he calmly asked, and why do you think that is? After a moment of hesitation, the secretary offered her speculation. Because she has too many dark thoughts? Hearing this, he froze for a second before reacting with complete annoyance. Are you messing with me? Authority then revealed another secret he'd discovered. Even though that woman can reverse time for everything around her, she can't do it to herself. He stated with conviction. Then he brought up an image of Medius getting injured as an example for his clueless secretary to understand. That means if she gets hurt, she can't reverse the wound. She returns to the past, but the injury comes with her. Thinking this, he concluded smugly. So, the moment I accepted her challenge, I knew I was going to win. The secretary asked worriedly, but wouldn't someone who can control the flow of time also be physically powerful? He quickly reminded her, have you forgotten? A vicious look crossed Authority's face as he said, I also have the power to control time. The secretary's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her completely speechless. Authority's voice continued in a steady tone. To put it bluntly, I've been manipulating time for far longer than she has. He let out a smirk, his voice dripping with confidence. I will win. The old man's face creased into a scowl, his sharp gaze fixed straight ahead as he continued. Perhaps this is the destiny of all who possess the power to control time. We use our power at the cost of our own life force. An image of Medius flashed through his mind. Elsewhere, the group of superhumans was fighting fiercely against monstrous tentacles. Natura, covered in wounds, was panting heavily. He looked up and let out a long sigh. Whew. Just then, the plant-like tentacles began to grow relentlessly, attacking everyone. Kafega coldly swings his sword in a powerful strike, slicing them into tiny pieces. He glares in annoyance and says, Plant control. This power isn't suited for killing people, but the plant's growing tendrils spring back to life, charging straight forward, followed by a determined voice. But I like it. I get to admire the beautiful curves of the plants. Let me tell you something. The moment he finishes, a powerful golden blade swings up. Seeing this, Natura's eyes widen in terror, sensing the imminent danger. Kafega deftly parries each attack with his sword, but Natura isn't so lucky. He's hit with 1,000 cuts across his body. In agony, Natura is sent flying into the distance. Blood pours endlessly from the wounds on his skin. He grits his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Kafega turns back to his opponent with a furious, threatening glare. My sword has curves too, you know. At that same moment, a hammer comes crashing down from above. A cool-looking young man appears before the full moon. He plummets from the sky, slamming his hammer into the ground and creating an earth-shattering impact. The surrounding earth and rock explode into dust. The atmosphere suddenly grows tense as everyone looks at the newcomer with confusion. This person is none other than Hassan of the Anomaly Group. He brazenly uses the hammer in his hand to strike an innocent person, then slowly says, You can seal a user's ability for 24 hours by hitting them hard on the top of the head. Hassan arrogantly points at Kafega, threatening him. So you're the famous headhunter, Kafega. Suddenly, he glances over at Breuer Tour and confidently orders, Take the hood off the guy behind you. I can't see his head. Over on the other side, Mianji of the Anomaly Group wears a mysterious mask. She stares intently at her own hand and exclaims, Then, shape-shifting sword, Mianji, with a demonic expression, says, depending on the color of the mask, her ability changes accordingly. With that, she quickly swings her hand, and her power instantly freezes everything in front of her. Natura gets caught as well. Unable to dodge in time, his legs are frozen solid, immobilizing him. Mianji looks up and orders, "We'll take him down first." The current color is blue, the ability is ice. Terrified, Natura glances back and asks, "Breuer, how much longer do we have to wait? Haven't you matured yet?" Clutching his chest in pain, Natura answers honestly, "It'll be a while longer." He coughs up a mouthful of blood, his eyes determined, as he says, "I'll be back in my prime soon enough." Gritting his teeth, Natura continues to attack the growing plant tendrils. The full moon is about to be covered by dark clouds, and the eerie light begins to fade, leaving only faint rays piercing through the gaps in the gloomy clouds. Breuer Tour, with eyes full of anticipation, murmurs, "Just a little longer." The surrounding landscape seems to sink into darkness, creating a cold and oppressively quiet feeling. A light breeze blows by, carrying an unusual chill that makes the air feel even heavier. Natura stands his ground, gritting his teeth and taking the hits. Breuer is still holding out hope, but by now, his eyes have grown incredibly dull. He mutters, "Just a little more." The bright moonlight, now mixed with a hint of black, no longer looks pure. Breuer Tour's lips tremble, and he screams, "Ah!" At this moment, Breuer Tour appears with a new look. His body is strong and full of vitality, and his face is free of wrinkles. He exclaims with joy, "It's done! This is it. Being young again is the best." This is the current body of Breuer Tour, 23 years old, with physical abilities at their absolute peak. He steps forward, clenching his fists, and says in a confident tone, "Time is on my side now." Hearing this, Medius appears from out of nowhere, baring her teeth in a chuckle. Natura's group hears this and stares at her, their eyes wide with shock. An irritated Breuer asks, "What are you laughing at?" Medius casually replies, "Listening to you spout nonsense is just too funny." He growls, "What's nonsensical about it?" Everyone's faces are blank as they wait for her answer. Hassan, standing behind them, scoffs as if he already knows something. Medius, with an eerie look in her eyes, says coldly, "It's not on your side." Suddenly, a film reel flashes through her mind, fast-forwarding to the past. Medius's eyes widen in horror as the two people in front of her are brutally attacked. Their faces are swollen and their bodies are covered in wounds. Natura is beaten so badly he's spitting up fresh blood. Breuer Tour, standing beside him, is just as badly beaten. Kafega, his face sharp and cold, swings his sword to attack. He uses his final technique to completely finish off the masked Mianji. Hassan's giant hammer is raised high once again. He soars into the sky and brings down a fatal blow on Natura's group. One by one, they are struck on the head with a devastating blow, but they have no strength left to resist. With bright red welts on both their heads, Medius's voice rings out, "As long as I'm alive." The cruel and cold Hassan stands there, looking at the two of them. Medius slowly says with satisfaction, "Time will always be on my side." The room is dark and silent, with only a single beam of light shining down from a ceiling lamp. Authority leans back in his chair, lost in thought. His secretary suddenly opens the door and walks in. Candidate. He opens his eyes and asks, "Have all the reporters gathered yet?" She immediately replies, "It's not about that." The secretary has a shocked expression on her face. "There's something important you need to see. This video was just uploaded." Authority looks at her with a questioning expression. The video starts playing, showing a childish prank. Suddenly, an emergency news broadcast cuts in. Medius appears. "Hello everyone. I am Medius." At the same time, she shows two other faces. "Tonight, I have captured the third-floor prisoner and Natura. The criminals are both tied up and under strict guard in a sealed room. Kafega is standing guard over both of them, his sword resting on his shoulder. Beside them are Hassan and Mianji, supervised by 3 regional representative heroes." Medius continues to explain her plan. "Initially, I intended to deal with them on the spot by means of elimination, but since I am still technically a civilian, I've temporarily handed them over to the government. The final decision will depend on who becomes the association's president next week." The girl smiles confidently. "Oh, and one more thing. About the duel with authority. An offer was made, given the current situation. Let's put that aside after we handle this incident. I'll arrange a schedule with the authority. Right now, instead of internal disputes, we should focus on capturing the villains." A cunning smile spread across his face. "I believe authority will understand this as well." Concluding his words, Medius bowed before the screen. "That is all. I am Medius. The screen then went dark. The authority chairman frowned after watching the footage. The secretary continued her report. Ah, there's also an invitation to speak with Medius. She asked for his opinion while the chairman was lost in thought. How do you want to answer? As a result, authority is now sitting on the sofa, able to ask his questions. What does he mean? He called out her nickname, the girl who rewinds time. Medius faced him and replied, So you've realized. Authority confirmed, it's not just me. Others with space-time abilities have noticed as well. Medius remained completely calm. Just as you said, I am a person with time-manipulating abilities. The girl shared honestly. However, I cannot rewind my own personal time. Authority immediately understood and continued. And the amount of time you can rewind is also limited. He surmised. A week, maybe 10 days at most. If you could turn back time indefinitely, you would have already rewound time to before the prison break. The girl agreed. That's right. Outside, the evening twilight had set in. To avoid social chaos, the world government kept that truth hidden, even after Sin's broadcast ended. So, I couldn't get accurate information at that time. Medius gave off a mysterious aura. Just as you guessed, I can rewind time by 1 week. That means I know information a week ahead of everyone else. Authority stroked his chin. The election results won't be out in a week, will they? She immediately agreed. That's right. His casual expression vanished as he glared and asked, Tell me this, what is your purpose? Is this process necessary for you to win? She shared without hesitation. During my debate with you, I realized that clumsily probing you or avoiding your questions would be a bad move, so I chose to be direct. The light inside was dim and faint. Furthermore, Medius directly brought something up. We are both time manipulators, aren't we? She put on a friendly demeanor. To a senior with the same ability as you, I'd like to comfortably share my story. Authority shot down that idea. Speaking like that sounds like you want to form a bond with me, but I have no intention of doing so. She gave a sad smile. Is that so? What a pity. Their conversation was over, so the young woman stood up. See you at the next debate, but authority stopped her. I have something I'm curious about. He wondered why her symbol was a capybara. At first, I thought you had a physically related ability. The badge on her chest flashed. The reason? Medius casually gave a reason. Just because they're cute. Everything after that proceeded as it should. Thanks to Medius's achievements, Atredia stared ahead thoughtfully. He was the regional representative hero for Authority's side, and was from India. Next was Anarigo from Africa, a regional representative hero for Lipus's side. They were all focused on the capybara badge, which had switched to Medius's side. The debate building was also marked in red. Furthermore, the second debate was cancelled by the agreement of all 3 candidates. Meanwhile, someone was watching the footage that Medius had shown. Ska didn't feel angry about the unexpected behavior of the high-level prisoners. She scowled, annoyed that someone with such a troublesome ability had appeared. His annoyance towards Medius's existence grew. Kingston remained focused on channeling his inner energy. Meanwhile, despite Medius's appearance, he smiled with satisfaction as he sensed his progress. People were secretly pursuing their own goals. Seo Kang-yu breathed out a hot breath, his eyes glowing brightly. The government was also very tense, or trying to build a world they believed was right, busily taking action. The campaign venue remained empty day by day. Time passed, and now it was time for the third debate. Mute held the mic and opened the event. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mute, the moderator for today's debate. This is the final debate, isn't it? The clock is set to 60 minutes. Since it's the last one, each candidate will have ample time to speak. The guilds are also arranged. The speaking order this time will be in reverse of the candidates' numbers. The clock was reset. Each speech is a maximum of 10 minutes. They also have several limits, 3 rebuttals, and when the clock hits 0, they will follow the old rules. If all 3 candidates run out of time, the debate will end. Mute spread his arms. Now, let's welcome the candidates. The Lipus Guild is number 1. Lipus, also wearing her familiar bunny ears, walked out. The girl's gaze was resolute for this final battle. Learsis, number 2, had a simple clock symbol. Authority walked out calmly with his hands in his pockets. His expression didn't change at all. Authority. And the final candidate, wearing the capybara badge, number 3. They all showed expressions of surprise when Medius walked out. Mute also froze for a moment in astonishment. The spectators outside also gaped. A strange mane of black hair fluttered past. Medius appeared with a completely different look, but her eyes were the same as ever. Medius began the final debate. The candidates moved to their positions, but it didn't start right away. Before we begin, I need to confirm something. Mute pointed at the girl and asked hesitantly, You are Medius, correct? She immediately replied, That's right. Medius asked the moderator, May I begin? Mute quickly obliged. Of course. Let's start the debate. The young woman began confidently. Hello everyone, I am Medius. Today, in this debate, I want to reveal my ability. This was a completely unexpected move. I am a person who possesses a time ability. The people outside all looked up at the screens. As you may have realized, I cannot turn back my own personal time, but I can reverse the time of the world. She also revealed without hesitation, before coming to this third debate, I turned back time many times to gather information. Medius presented her useful intel. And right now, I know the location of Alpha's base and all information about the enemy. Authority just watched her silently without saying a word. Medius continued to declare, If I am chosen as the president, I will use this information. 2. Lyrcis's eyes widened in shock at the vision she painted of the city submerged in a sea of flames. Attack Alpha World's base and launch an all-out war. I promise to choose the future with the fewest civilian casualties. She touched her chest and vowed. And even if I have to trade all of my time, I will strive to end this incident as safely as possible. That is all. All attention turned to the next candidate after Medius's speech. It was Authority's turn. Only a few seconds had passed when he declared, I have decided. He was serious as he spoke those words. I support Medius and withdraw from the race. Lipus was dumbfounded. What? But Medius was completely unfazed. Flashing back to an earlier time, she was having a secret meeting with Authority. Why did you call for me, Authority? He got straight to the point, acting as if she didn't already know. Haven't you already seen this future? Don't you already know what I'm going to say? You're very annoyed. You've turned back time countless times, haven't you? Thanks to that, I feel like with just this one cup of coffee, I've already drunk 10,000 of them. So what did you do during that time? Medius smiled and replied, I'll make it clear during the debate. He thought for a moment before continuing, Medius, after careful consideration, I realize Authority is expressing his opinion. You are the most suitable person to resolve this incident. I'm also telling you in advance what I'm going to say. Therefore, I've decided to support you in the election and withdraw. If I support you, you'll easily win, because that rabbit's approval rating has hit rock bottom. Medius didn't celebrate just yet. Of course, you have a condition, right? Authority admitted it. That's right. He delved deeper into the matter. As you know, the term of this president will end once the current incident is resolved. An agreement was made between them. So, my condition is that you cannot run in the next election. Medius agreed as well. Fine, Authority. I accept that offer. Authority tilted his head suspiciously. It seems like you're still hiding something, aren't you? I don't believe you'd accept so easily. She maintained a friendly demeanor. You're trying to help me, so why would I refuse? But Authority wasn't finished speaking. Finally, as a senior in the field of time abilities, I have a piece of advice for you. He uttered a cryptic sentence. Don't mistake controlling time for having time on your side. He sincerely advised, time is always fair and strangely terrifying. Medius listened, the smile gone from her lips. I'll keep that in mind. Just then, Lipus angrily shouted, Hey, Authority! She continued to scold him. If you were going to do this, why did you even participate in the debate? You should have withdrawn right before it started, he replied coldly. That's my business. Authority didn't even glance at her. And it's still my turn, right? Lipus retorted. You said you were going to withdraw, so what does the time even matter to you now? But he cut her off. I haven't officially withdrawn yet. Authority suggested, Moderator, can you please turn off that rabbit's microphone? It's my turn, and she's making so much noise I can't speak. The girl holding the mic was completely stunned. Lipus was confused. Making noise? She retorted angrily. I have the right to file a complaint 3 times, and I'm using my time to have a legitimate conversation with you. He frowned, raising his hand in objection. Fine, keep spouting nonsense. I'll give you all of my time. Moderator, give all my time to her and turn off my mic as well. Please mute the surrounding noise, too. I don't want to waste my breath on her anymore. Lipus pointed a hand toward the door. This greedy old man. Are you kidding me? If so, then get out. Authority held up a hand to explain. If I were greedy, I wouldn't have withdrawn, nor would I have given you my time. You foolish rabbit. Suddenly, Medius raised her hand. I've said everything I needed to. Can I leave now? It's better to use this time to find more information about the enemy, Lipus snapped. Where do you think you're going? My time isn't up yet. The girl holding the mic watched the argument in confusion. And you call this a debate? Sunlight streamed through the window frame. Time passed just like that. The clock struck the hour, and the debate finally came to an end. The entire cityscape was quiet. The result: Medius, with an emotionless face, the president of the Hero Association. The world government immediately acknowledged the fourth president, Medius, confirmed the election result, and summoned her. She entered the meeting room, where the delegates stared intently. Opposite Hervasbedzet. Here, Medius shared all the information she had gathered, along with her predictions for the future. He, with a serious face, said, "The world government pledges its full support to Medius, sparing no expense." He also updated her on the current situation of S-Class Kang Se-woo. Medius's face clouded with a hint of sadness. Thinking he was receiving treatment, she said, "I see." After the information exchange, the room was dark, with only a faint glimmer of light. As she was walking, she heard someone call out and turned her head. The fourth association president, Ido, approached and said sympathetically, "The ability to turn back time. Hearing the same thing over and over must be exhausting for you, right? You've been through it countless times, haven't you?" He wore a sorrowful expression. "Although this is the first time I'm saying this, you've probably heard it many, many times. Medius, this world has no place for repetition." She remained silent, not answering. Ido said earnestly, "Please remember my words." After the meeting with the world government, Medius met with the heroes, asking them to cooperate with her policies. Most of the heroes agreed to follow Medius, but the biggest problem was Lipus. She pressed her hand to her forehead, sighing wearily. When she met Lipus to talk, she asked, "How many times have we had this conversation?" Lipus replied coldly, "Really? To me, it feels like this is the first time we're talking." The sound of their conversation echoed in the room. "And I've refuted that answer I don't know how many times. Someone as strong as you can't possibly not feel that something is a little off. So, how do you plan to convince me this time?" "There's no need for convincing anymore," Medius said bluntly. "I respect your opinion, Lipus. Even so, you are still a very important factor. Please, hold fast to your beliefs." "But I hope you will participate in this battle plan," Lipus said. "You don't need to say that. I was going to participate anyway." At the Hero Association, inside a large building, Authority smiled cheerfully, his hands in his pockets. "Congratulations on being elected the fourth association president." Medius was polite. "Thank you." Authority studied her expression. "Judging by your face, it seems you couldn't convince that rabbit, huh? A weak woman who can't even bring herself to kill a single villain." Medius didn't think so. She denied it, replying, "You could say she's someone who is very firm in her beliefs." He looked amused. "Finish everything quickly, fourth president. I'm really looking forward to your first speech. If you need advice, I'm always available." Medius bowed slightly, her hand on her chest. "Thank you." An emblem appeared. Medius appeared for the first speech of the fourth president of the Hero Association, Medius. Standing at the podium, she said, "Hello to all members of the Hero Association. I am Medius, the fourth president of the association." An avatar of the three equalities appeared, depicting a bird with spreading wings and the scales of justice. She explained, "The reason I have summoned you today is to announce the selection of the third-generation equality before we proceed with the campaign." Those sitting below had sharp gazes. "These are the names I have chosen." Suddenly, the symbolic emblem blazed, emitting a powerful light. The man carrying a sword on his shoulder, Amir Sifega. The red-haired girl with the shifting face, Mien. The tall, melancholic-looking man, alchemist Anter Ego, and the rabbit girl behind them, barrier rabbit Lipus. The people sitting below were surprised, many were angry, and finally, Medius looked straight at the person sitting in front and called out, "Authority." A smirk appeared on her face. "Oh, and the leader of the team will be Authority. That is all." He frowned, his mouth falling open in disbelief. Medius's decision to form the IQ team had sent ripples of uncertainty through the heroes. Lipus's eyes went wide with surprise. "What?" Kafega remained completely silent. During the meeting, Medius smiled and said to Authority, "Authority, after this speech, could you spare me a moment? I need some advice." Authority's brow twitched slightly, but he didn't refuse. Later, the two met privately in a dimly lit room. Authority was the first to speak. "So, it seems you were hiding something, and this was it?" Medius replied nonchalantly, "I had no intention of hiding anything. If you'd asked, I would have told you." He snorted and said, "I have absolutely no intention of participating in something where I have to work with people I don't get along with. It's just asking for a headache. That's why I nominated you as the leader." Hearing this, Authority asked, "And you think they'll listen to me?" Medius smiled and spoke softly. "Authority, if you participate with Igwa and Tora Snack in this campaign, your victory in the next election will be all but guaranteed." he answered, without a hint of hesitation. That won't be necessary. The winner of the next election is guaranteed to be me. That rabbit is no match for me. How can you be so sure? If Lippis joins this campaign as an IQ member and achieves great things, she could become a threat in the coming election. Authorities scowled, insisting, that will never happen. She continued, presenting another possibility. Well, what if someone else with a variable type ability like mine decides to run in the next election? He suddenly fell silent. Medius pressed on. If you help me in this campaign, I'll use my ability to ensure you win the next election. Authority was rather taken aback by her offer. Authority, lend me your strength. If you side with me, your power within the association will be strengthened, and that will be a huge advantage when you aim for the chairman position. Hearing Medius's words, he fell silent, deep in thought. Then he spoke quietly. In any case, in the timeline you already experienced, it seems I was a member of the IQ team anyway. The fact that you haven't turned back time proves it. I get it. Us sitting here talking is just a waste of time. All right, I'll help you. But remember your promise to help me in the upcoming election, Medius replied instantly. Understood. She paused, her expression becoming unreadable, as she said, the more we talk, the more interesting I find you. What? Authority didn't understand why she'd say that. Medius slowly explained. Most heroes, when they talk to me, they all ask if they'll survive the campaign. But you haven't asked that even once. Authority was slightly taken aback by this. He replied at once, because I can't imagine a future where I die. The only future I see is me as the chairman. Now, let's focus on planning the campaign and get this over with. Because the next chairman is definitely me. Authority urged her on. Through a speech, Medius once again explained her reasons for creating the IQ team, earning the consensus of the other heroes. And just like that, the third-generation IQ team was formed. Medius named the mission, Operation Annihilation. To counter the Hero Association's movements, the SCA sent out invitations across the globe. However, since Medius already had information on who would accept the SCA's invitations, she dispatched heroes to eliminate most of them before the letters even arrived. This resulted in very few people joining the SCA's ranks. Canis observed the people standing outside and remarked, there are fewer of them than I thought. Just then, Terra, a physical type, spoke up, calling out to the SCA's Alpha Gon. Why are we only ranked third class? Sor, a physical type, Nucius, a special type, and Asen, a unique type, all turned to look at them. We don't think we're any weaker than those guys. Varus, a physical type, frowned and asked, where is Hwang Seung-hwan? Shin smiled and told them, achieve great things in this battle, and I'll raise your rank. If your contributions are truly exceptional, there might even be a bonus. As for Hwang Seung-hwan, he is training separately. The group fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Then, in the dead of night, in the dark night sky, massive fireballs stained the air above the SCA's base red. Of course, there was no way a commotion this big would go unnoticed by her. Shin looked at her hands as they generated flames and said, Red, It seems my luck isn't so bad today. Canis looked at the fireballs in the sky and yelled anxiously, Shin, there are fireballs in the sky. She simply replied calmly, I see them. In the quiet night sky, enormous fireballs were slowly descending upon their base. In response, Shin quickly generated a massive purple shield to block them, but the IQ team was prepared. Kafega stood atop a giant carrot, sword in hand. He uttered a single incantation, Arbaz, and then, with a swing of his sword, he shattered the purple shield that covered the area. It broke into countless fragments, and the fireballs immediately rained down, destroying the entire sector. The scale of the attack was, of course, terrifying, and the impact was immense. Authority and Lippis watched from a safe distance. He clicked his tongue and said, if you had summoned Mir and then layered the fireballs on top, the impact would have been even greater. But you wouldn't do it. Lippis immediately retorted, I've told you time and again, that would be too powerful. It would harm our own allies. Authority glanced at her. If our teammates are weak enough to die from that, they should just quit being heroes. Lippis was furious at his words. You're the one who should quit. Hey, I'm the team captain here. Just then, Terapia appeared from behind them. Come on, stop fighting. We need to move to the coordinates the chairwoman provided. Authority smiled faintly and asked them, all right. Is everyone ready? Let's wipe out these cancer cells. The Hero Association mobilized. Operation Annihilation had officially begun. This was the council Medius had established. Mute, a unique type with sound nullification abilities, was in charge of security. She could create a soundproof space to prevent eavesdropping. Grove, a unique type specializing in protection, was responsible for safety measures, preventing any assassination attempts on Medius. Ideopia, a unique type and genius mechanical engineer, was in charge of communications, managing all the devices used to relay her orders. This council held a meeting and came to a conclusion. If we don't have information on Jin's location, we can't make a move. Medius crossed her arms and asked, "This is strange. How did they— Can we use that information about the mole in Lucillus Prison?" Medius asked with a serious expression. "After we kill SK, we'll use mind reading to find out." She placed both hands on the table, calling everyone back to the meeting. "For now, let's focus on the mission." Yes, the association's president, Medius, had spent 2 years of her life preparing for this mission. She used that time to think all by herself. Medius was stretched out on the couch, hugging a pillow as she rested. She slowly chewed on cotton candy, just eating and drinking. Medius held a stack of papers. Try to prevent the death of even a single hero. That was the motivation behind this plan. That's why she planned to rewind time the moment a dangerous situation arose. Looking a bit tired, she put a hand to her head. This power is so inconvenient. It would be great if I could just rewind my own time and keep my memories. It really was an extraordinary power. Aren't you being a little too greedy? Medius kept rewinding time over and over, creating the future she wanted with her advisory council. She had rewound time far too many times. Is she dreaming of a perfect future? Authority slouched slightly, putting one hand in his pocket as he spoke. Ma Ming told her that time is fair, you know. A purple cluster of light flared up, rewinding time again and again. A circle formed, just like a mirror. It reflected an image of Medius. However, the future she desired wouldn't appear. Medius dispatched powerful heroes to fight the enemy. An announcement rang out. The regional representative hero is requested to handle the level 2 villain, now accepting requests for level 3 villains and above. What? Lepus stared ahead with a bewildered expression. She frowned and asked, "You're the villain I'm supposed to handle." The girl looked annoyed. "The members of Equality will handle them." Ugh, how rude. That girl's name was Censura, and her quirk was censorship. She believed the world needed wholesome thoughts. Anything she deemed indecent, she would photograph and trap inside the pictures. Censura scowled and snapped. How indecent, how indecent, how indecent. Lepus bit her lip, her hands clenched into fists. Didn't Medius place me here to deal with her because I was supposed to have an advantage? She's clearly a terrible matchup for me. She raised her hands, and a flash of light appeared as a rabbit cloak enveloped her body. Lepus tugged at the cloak and asked the girl, "Hey, is this okay now?" "No, of course not." "Why not?" she asked again, looking worried. "What's the standard? What is it?" Censura immediately yelled, "It's whatever I think it is. How could you possibly understand?" Her standards would change depending on her feelings in any given situation. The girl held the camera in her hands as if preparing to take a picture. "You simply have the body of something that needs to be censored. Why do you go around wearing that thing? Are you a pervert?" Hearing that, Lepus gritted her teeth in anger. "You damn brat." She swung her arm, using her power to knock Censura to the ground. "This is what I want." Pow! Fuming with anger, Lepus continued. "I like rabbits." "So what?" She raised her hand and spoke into it. "Medius. Are you there?" "Yes." "Lepus. What is it?" She immediately shouted in anger. "Didn't you say I'd have the upper hand here? It feels more like you're trying to put me at a disadvantage and get me killed. You're a member of Equality, yet you're complaining this much about handling a single level 3 villain. Be quiet." Censura is unconscious on the ground. "You aren't going to kill the villain, are you? That's why I assigned you a villain who has a hard time killing others. She's someone we won't have a problem with, even if you let her escape." Lepus then spoke up. "Are you messing with me?" Furthermore, she looked at the camera lying on the ground. The picture she used to imprison people also contained civilians. If we kill her carelessly, there's a high chance those civilians will die. Lepus silently observed and listened to Medius. "That's why I chose you to deal with her. Do you understand now?" She picked up Censura and said to the other side, "This annoying brat. But I'm the adult now, so shut up." A large, round moon shone in the sky, its gentle rays casting down below. Kafega, with a fierce expression, walked forward, tightly gripping his sword, when a voice suddenly rang out. How lucky. He looked up to see a girl sitting on a building. She looked down and said to Kafega, "I've been wanting to meet you. And you're still looking at me so calmly? Huh?" She jumped down from above. "I never expected to meet both individuals known as the Sword Gods. Today is definitely a special day. A good day to die. Although, I did ask to learn from the other Sword God, but I was turned down because she said she hadn't yet achieved the swordsmanship she desired." Kafega just stared intently without saying a word. Ahem. The girl drew her sword. A light shone around her. What is a sword? I have cut down countless lives, but I still don't understand. The slain are shown no mercy, for I wish to attain enlightenment. Drops of blood splattered onto his face. However, I attained enlightenment from a place I least expected. The girl, her eyes blazing red, raised her weapon high. The sword in my hand, was enveloped in a surge of power, along with her body. Kafega calmly drew his own sword. She rushed forward, a glint of light flashing in her red eyes. He stood his ground and used his ultimate technique. The girl was immediately and severely wounded, spitting up blood. Kafega finally spoke. It is not a tool you wield for yourself, but something you wield for others. In a corner of the city, under a dreamy purple night sky, a hand was raised to shield a head. Humph. Authority stood still, observing something. He raised his head to look at a guy standing on a building. That must be the one I'm in charge of. The guy glanced at Authority and asked in a condescending tone, Your Authority, you're a bit old, but despite that, your fighting spirit is pretty impressive. It's a shame Amiya didn't come, but you'll do. Hey, his voice made the man pause. Authority grabbed the tie on his chest. What I hate most is trash that talks down to me like they're some big shot. He violently ripped off his tie. Words are just a waste. I'm going to kill you, you piece of trash. The villain took a direct punch to the stomach from Authority. His hands flew open, revealing sharp claws. He tried to swing his arm to counterattack, but Authority dodged it. The villain clutched his stomach and praised him. That was a heavy punch, a really good punch. And just as expected, the speed increase from time acceleration is really fast. So fast. Authority raised an eyebrow, confused by the words he was muttering. The villain took out his sword, relishing the feeling of cutting something so worthwhile. But his opponent interrupted him. What the hell is this piece of trash talking about? Authority told him one thing. I haven't even used my time ability. The villain was stunned. What? Before he could finish his sentence, he took another kick to the face. I simply dodged it, you trash. Red blood sprayed from his mouth as the villain's body was sent flying backward. His head was bleeding as he groaned in agony. But Authority just looked on with contempt. You've already transformed and you still couldn't dodge that? Even enhancement types have their own ranks. You piece of trash. He suddenly whispered, What if I actually used my time powers here? The mutant hurriedly screamed, Wait, hold on. But Authority didn't care and rushed straight at him to finish the job, accelerating to 4 times his normal speed. The enhancement-type mutant's head was crushed. Hold on for what? Red blood rained down on his face. Did you think more time would let you counterattack? Get lost, you piece of trash. And so, the hero's battle ended successfully. The 3 big shots from Equality had easily defeated the third-floor inmate. The girl with the camera had been trapped in a sphere by Lipus. Lipus was standing there alone when she suddenly heard a voice call out to her. Authority's sudden appearance made the girl jump and scream. Only then did she recognize him, as he started scolding her. This crazy rabbit. I knew it. She wondered. Knew what? The inmate Lipus was holding was still unconscious. And that woman with the camera. Why didn't you just kill her instead of dragging her along? Authority rolled up his sleeves. Drop the barrier. I'll send her to hell myself. But Lipus immediately objected. Nonsense. The old man didn't back down. Then I'll just blow away the barrier too. Lipus, completely unfazed, prepared a magic circle. Just try it. However, someone's voice was transmitted to them. Sir Authority, please calm down. It was Medius speaking to them. There's a civilian trapped inside her barrier. Just bring her to the detention center, and we'll deal with her later. He was still not satisfied. What if she escapes? Medius assured him. Sir Authority, in all the futures I have experienced, there hasn't been a single case where that woman with the camera becomes a variable. He asked again. Will she be dead within a week? Medius replied, I haven't seen that yet. She elaborated on her process. Right now, I'm not monitoring day by day, but hour by hour. Authority yelled. By the hour? Medius, what kind of future are you even trying to paint? She answered him with an illustration. If you've already started sketching a large painting, no matter where you make a mistake, you have to keep drawing until it's finished as quickly as possible. Then the drawing was erased. If you just draw a little, then erase, make a mistake, and erase again. When will you ever finish? She was extremely confident in her plan. Even if it takes more time, I won't let a single hero die. Authority looked at his blood-soaked arm and reminded her, Medius, no future is perfect. Don't try to carry everything on your own. Heroes dying is inevitable. She remained resolute. Even so, I will still do everything I can. He didn't argue with her anymore. You're the guildmaster for now, so I'll listen to you. But he wouldn't let the matter of the inmate go. In that case, look into the future 1 week from this very moment. Based on that outcome, we will decide this girl's fate. Medius spoke softly and complied. Understood. Bloody memories of heroes flowed through her mind. They kept repeating, more and more frequently. Medius's eyes flew open in surprise, and she reported back, Sir Authority, according to the results, after I experienced the future and returned, she does not become a variable. She confirmed once more. After being taken in, she will be held in prison without any issues. He reluctantly accepted it. Fine. Let's just drop this for now. Those in the strategy room listened silently to Authority. Then, he asked seriously, will we win this war? Medius hesitated. Victory seems possible, but if things continue as they are, some heroes will die. He wasn't too surprised. That's unavoidable. Medius remained focused on her goal. Authority, if there's a way to save them, shouldn't I try? Even if it consumes all of my time. He let out a frustrated sigh. You people. Authority turned away. Even so, make sure to leave some time for my election. They ended their conversation. Understood. Lipus was curious. Election? What are you two talking about? He turned to her and barked an order. Shut up, rabbit. Get ready to move to the next area. Meanwhile, those in the meeting room were actively discussing. Guildmaster, are we certain of victory? Victory seems certain. In that case, let's focus on reducing hero casualties, Medius shared with them. But there's something strange, she mused. Even if all the villains of Alpha World are wiped out in this battle. She went through the names one by one. Steve Niss. Next, a black man. Therapy. Also in the villain group is a calm-looking individual, Aora, and a girl with a crazed look, Shinka. The last one is someone they cannot underestimate, Seung-hwan Huang. She uttered something that shocked everyone there. They don't appear. What are they discussing? If that's the case, then nearly half of their main forces haven't even joined the fight. Did they run away? This is suspicious. Good thing we listened to Authority this time. They grew more urgent. We should push the process forward and then look further into the future. The situation on their side was going very well. The heroes followed Medius's instructions one by one, wiping out every villain. In a gloomy, multi-story building with few people around, Shinka appeared through a mirror. Is everyone ready? The powered individuals were all looking at her, my lords and ladies. She was very serious, as the characters in her eyes glowed brightly. You can all feel it too, can't you? There's something wrong with the flow of time. They listened silently as she spoke. Medius. He's mistaken in thinking that time is on his side. Her space portal emanated a mysterious, dark aura. My lords and ladies, Shinka turned her back and instructed them. But time is our true ally. Go forth and teach them a lesson. Lepus nodded to her. Yes, my lady. The middle-aged man spoke up, a cigarette in his mouth. Seo Kang-yu, the one who defeated Hwang Seung-hwan. Maladidi warmed up his shoulder joints. When is he getting here? Tsujin raised an eyebrow. It's been a while since we've had a proper fight. Shinka also gradually disappeared behind the portal. Has Amiya arrived? They began to march out for their common goal. For the glory of Alpha. 4th floor special task force. Move out. Hassan let out a breath. Humph. All right. He had a triumphant look on his face. It's under control. Boki stammered. That went really smoothly, huh? She wondered. Hassan, do I really not need to do anything? He replied with an annoyed expression. Yeah, it's best if you don't use your powers. It's hard to hold back. Hearing that, she felt a little hurt. You're so mean, Hassan said confidently. Anyway, the guys on the 2nd floor really are easy to handle. Boki probed. I guess the people from Equality will handle floors 3 and 4B, huh? He replied. That's right. He seemed a bit bored. And we'll probably just stop at the 2nd floor. From a distance, a man dressed like a cowboy walked toward the two of them. Puffing on a cigar with a condescending look, Varys offered a greeting. A pleasure. Heroes. The two of them were utterly horrified. Oh, crap. He is Varys, a physical enhancement type. Varys is a member of the villainous website, Tragedy, which specializes in hunting hero bounties. A professional hero bounty hunter. She was trembling so much she couldn't speak clearly. 444, 4th floor. Hassan reminded her. Calm down. Pocket. He showed clear disdain for the enemy. We've still got Medius. This must have been arranged beforehand. 4th floor or 5th floor, it'll all be over with one swing of my hammer. Varys just watched without saying a word. Hassan came up with a plan on the spot. The two of you, work together. Somehow, you have to knock his hat off. We just need to hit the very top of his head with all our might. Just one good shot. He looked skeptical. The top of the head? It seemed Varys had realized something. Ah, "So you're the one who specializes in sealing abilities by hitting people on the head." He replied, "That's right." Varys wondered aloud. "How much is the bounty on the regional hero? I remember it being quite generous." He proposed, "I've always wanted to ask you something." Hassan was confused. Varys took off his hat and pointed the top of his head towards him. "What about in this case?" "I have 2 cowlicks." Hassan was stunned. "2 cowlicks? You have 2 cowlicks?" Varys nodded. "That's right." Hassan was skeptical. "So? What does that have to do with my ability? Someone with 2 cowlicks must have 2 crowns, right? That means you have to hit me in 2 places." Pocket stood to the side, witnessing their confrontation. Hassan shot back. "What are you talking about? A person only has 1 crown." Varys argued. "Is that so? Then don't bald people have no crown at all?" Hassan explained that it was all nonsense. "Who doesn't have a crown? On the contrary, I love fighting bald guys because their crown is so easy to see." Varys exclaimed, "I see. Another new piece of information." Hassan teased. "And before you go making fun of bald people, you should probably get yourself checked out," he said with a weary look. 2 cowlicks are an early sign of hair loss. Hearing this, Varys was speechless. He grew angry. "You," he declared, "we're going to kill you in the most painful way possible." Hassan asked, "Why?" Varys started menacingly reaching for his gun. "You told me something I didn't want to know, and I feel insulted." Realizing Varys's intent, he and Pocket immediately got into position. "Pocket, get ready." "Yes, sir." She began to concentrate her power. Hassan and Varys watched, somewhat surprised. "Oh my god, that's insane." She had transformed into a giant rabbit. Pocket, in her transformed state, had an angry expression. "Ready." Varys seemed intrigued. "A physical enhancement type, huh? This will be an interesting fight," Kingston explained. Physical enhancement types are different from special or summoner types, which usually control their energy externally. Most people with physical enhancement abilities only control the energy within their own bodies. Hassan sat and listened intently to his master. Because of that, many in this class believe their ability's strength is fixed from birth, which leads to laziness, or even giving up on training altogether. Kingston described that power as a container, but in reality, it's just that their containers are too small. The energy is like water. When the container is small, the energy overflows, and once that energy exceeds their control, it becomes useless. Kingston instructed seriously. "But if you know how, we can hone and expand this container through training. You will hone your container with me." Hassan's eyes hardened at his master's declaration. While he learned to control his energy, and one more thing. When you reach a certain level of energy control, Varys quickly drew his gun. The 2 of them were already prepared. The bullet was fired at an incredible speed. Hassan and Pocket coordinated, dodging his attack. The powerful bullet then pierced through several large buildings behind them. He and she were a bit surprised to witness that power. Varys was somewhat quiet, seeing they were unharmed. Kingston's lesson was that one can also infuse energy into objects. A rope now appeared next to the gun. He grabbed the rope, then threw it towards them. The rope hit the 2 and bound them tightly together, and they both fell to the ground. Having gained control, he looked smug. "Now you can't move anymore, because I've infused my energy into the binding rope. It's harder than steel." And now, with a vicious expression, Varys said, "I'm going to skin your head." A shocking sound echoed. Then, a strange man appeared, flying in and punching Varys straight in the gut. Caught by the surprise attack, he couldn't react in time, and was hit, coughing up blood. Hassan and Pocket were horrified, realizing it was Seo Kang-yu. He had sent Varys flying. Kingston spoke up. "Not bad, your growth rate is pretty fast," he said, with a happy smile. "Just keep feeling the energy in your body and move like that." He raised a hand to his forehead, looking into the distance. "Let's see now." He observed the intense power surrounding Varys's body. "Oh, this guy is the perfect opponent for a warm-up. Not too shabby." Kingston instructed, "Now, try mixing your special type ability into your attacks, just like we practiced." He advised, "If you kill him in one blow, it's a failure. You have to use at least 3 moves or more." Seo Kang-yu understood. Varys stood up, adjusting his hat. Treating me like a punching bag, are you?" Sure enough, Kingston put his hands on the ground and sat down. "All right, I'll watch from here." He sat behind the 2 who were still tied up and commanded, "Go, my disciple." The Hero Bounty Hunting Site. Tragedy. When the Hero Association implemented its ranking system, of course, from grade 5 to grade 1, the bounties were priced according to the level of danger. The highest income for Varys, the leader in this industry, came from hunting Son Khans, a candidate for the equality title. After completing that mission, Varys enjoyed a leisurely retirement, only monitoring the bounty site without participating anymore. He was lying comfortably on a chair, sunbathing. So many new faces are popping up. But then one day, a name on the website caught Varys's attention: Seo Kang-yu. Although he was at the equality level, Seo Kang-yu had no bounty amount listed. Out of curiosity, Varys contacted Tragedy to ask why, but the voice from Tragedy replied over the phone, "He's literally unmeasurable. Seo Kang-yu has never been in a real fight, so there's no data on him at all." Tragedy then made a proposal. "Varys, why don't you fight him once to set a price? We'll pay you a worthy sum for it." Varys warily declined. "Back in the present," Varys explained. "At the time, I thought he was nothing special, so I was just a little curious and let it go." Varys continued. "But when I heard the news that you defeated Hwang Seung-hwan, I decided I had to see for myself." As he spoke to Seo Kang-yu, he reached for the gun at his hip. "So, what's your bounty, anyway?" Boris fired continuously at Seo Kang-yu. The bullets flew toward Kang-yu, but he remained motionless. He didn't even flinch. His expression was cold. Seo Kang-yu raised his hand, and another invisible hand appeared. He then unleashed his blacklight shatter strike, nimbly using his hand to alter the bullets' trajectories. In a flash, he was on Boris, knocking him to the ground. Boris immediately reeled in pain, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Seo Kang-yu's punch carried a dark red power that spread throughout Boris's entire body. Seo Kang-yu then followed up with an upward strike. Dark Soul, Quake. Boris was launched into the air by the attack. But Seo Kang-yu didn't stop there. He clenched his fist for the Seven Souls Chaos Strike. Seo Kang-yu treated Boris like a punching bag, relentlessly pummeling him without mercy. Boris struggled to think, "I get it now. So this is why his bounty wasn't specified?" An emotionless look appeared in Seo Kang-yu's eyes as a cross-shaped glint of white light appeared in the sky. Seo Kang-yu leaped high into the air, his fist at the center of the light. He opened his mouth. Dark Knight Annihilation. As Boris lay on the ground, covered in wounds, he said, "Your bounty." He cracked a smile of admiration. "It's truly, so immeasurable." Without another word from Seo Kang-yu, a pillar of red light descended from the sky. He slammed that formidable power right into Boris, causing the surrounding earth and rock to quake from the impact. Hassan and Morez watched the scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. Hassan thought to himself, "Someone who can deal with a fourth tier like it's child's play. I heard rumors he was training in secret." He glanced at Kingston sitting behind them. "But I never expected him to be learning from Kingston." Hassan immediately shouted, "Kingston, please, accept me as your disciple, too." Morez also stammered, I want to be one too." Kingston was baffled. "What's this? Get lost." Hassan sighed. "Medius, I'm sorry for doubting you, so this is why you ignored him." Morez was surprised. I thought he was dead for sure." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Our chairman really is the best." Kingston fell into deep thought. Kingston had judged Medius's abilities to be no less than authorities. He looked at the image on the monitor. It seems Kingston had deduced that he had the ability to experience the future and then return to the past. With this power, he could steer the future according to his will. He gazed at the sunset sky before him. Kingston frowned, annoyed. If that's the case, this isn't fun anymore. He wondered to himself, should I just go and kill him? Kingston's eyes were glued to the monitor in front of him. He remembered the past, how Bez had said, "Kingston, I've decided to entrust Seo Kang-yu to you, but if anything unexpected happens, I won't be able to leave him in your care any longer. I hope you understand." Kingston, who was sitting on a cliff, had scoffed. "Ho, you dare threaten me?" Bez had seriously bowed his head low. "This is not a threat, but a plea." Kingston's voice rose as he asked, the leader of the entire world, bowing and pleading to someone else. "Don't you feel any shame?" Bez replied, "If it's for the safety of the people, I am prepared to do anything." Kingston pushed himself up with his hands. "Commendable." He smiled. "All right. I'll give it some positive consideration." Kingston waved his hand and left. "I'll watch a little longer. If I get bored, I'll come and take care of him myself." Kingston had postponed his decision, recalling his promise to Bez. But when Medius turned back time by a total of several months, Kingston decided he would kill him. Right now, Kingston was looking up at the sky, deep in thought. The sky was clear blue, without a single cloud. Kingston remarked, "So that's how it is?" Seo Kang-yu, who was meditating behind him, spoke up and asked, "What is it?" Seeing his reaction, Kingston frowned thoughtfully. Hasn't he reached the level where he can sense this yet? How can Seo Kang-yu not detect anything out of the ordinary? Kingston said aloud, "It's nothing. Just focus on your training." This left Seo Kang-yu confused, as Kingston once again looked up at the sky, sighing to himself. Is this really as far as he can go? Back in the present, Kingston praised Seo Kang-yu. Not bad. Your technique has gotten more refined. He clapped his hands repeatedly. There's nothing better than actual combat for improving your strength, but he thought to himself, he still has a long way to go. Kingston looked towards Kang-yu, thinking to himself, because you still can't perceive this, he calculated in his head. Maybe he needs more real-life battles to heighten his senses. Kingston thought with a sigh, well, it looks like this will be more interesting than I expected. He turned and walked away. Let's go. Time to find the next opponent. The scene shifts to another location, where Medius is heard reporting. Hassan made contact and reported back. She then tells the other three, Seo Kang-yu has completed the elimination of Boris. Canis said with apprehension. A fourth tier? And he dealt with him that fast? Mute exclaimed. That's Seo Kang-yu for you. Medius agreed. Yeah. Mia looked at her and said, if we keep this up, we might actually be able to save all the heroes. Medius proposed that they continue to turn back time. She continued, one step at a time, like fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. News of Kang-yu joining the battle has already spread to the other heroes. Authority frowned, looking at the watch on his wrist. Is that so? He smirked contemptuously. I just need to catch that brat, Hwang Seung-hwan, and this will all be over. Suddenly, another voice cut in. Oh my, that makes me a little sad to hear. Maledicti feigned being wronged. It's like you're treating us as if we're not even here. She flashed a ghastly smile. Long time no see, former chairman. Authority frowned. It's Chairman Live, actually. As the equality group proceeded smoothly, Menge appeared. Someone called out to him. Long time no see, MJ. Ho also raised his hand in an excited greeting. Miel, we meet again, huh? Hyun Do-young smiled. Allow me to send you back to your master. Miel replied. That doesn't sound so bad, but it's not time yet. Back with Medius, she was forming two intricately detailed, mysterious symbols with her hands. This time, I'll be sure to capture you. West also held out her hand, drawing on her blue power. Go ahead and try, little bunny. Bake, trembling in the background, said, all I ask is that you don't kill me. Medius replied with a look of certainty. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill anyone. In another location, Ego had also run into Vidi's group. Vidi spoke first, asking, So? It's you? His expression was filled with disdain. The number 4 that therapy mentioned. The maid beside him chimed in. He looks exactly like the description. The two of them stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Ego gritted his teeth and said angrily, My name is not number 4. I am alter ego. As night fell, the city lay in ruins. Terapia was facing off against Amiya. She spoke in greeting. Amiya, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Amiya responded coldly. Considering our relationship, I doubt greetings are necessary, are they? Without another word, the two of them immediately lunged at each other, powerful adversaries now face to face. Kingston and Seo Kang-yu's group also met their opponents. Kingston remarked, Oh, not bad. He looked at Canis and the fox-eared girl before him. You've already taken off your collars? Kingston gestured at them. Wait a moment. I need to speak with Seo Kang-yu. The fox-eared girl immediately objected. Who gave you permission? Suddenly, both of them widened their eyes as Kingston's cold voice rang out. Hey! His expression was full of menace. Wait! The two of them froze, their faces pale with fear. Kingston turned to Seo Kang-yu and said, Now, let those two fight for a little while. This is perfect practice. Seo Kang-yu replied, I will do as you say. He asked emotionlessly, But how long must I restrain my power? Can't I just kill them quickly and get it over with? Kingston smirked. Absolutely not. You can feel it too, can't you? You're much stronger than before, he continued, but it's still not enough. These words made the fox-eared girl and Canis wary. Kingston continued to lecture Seo Kang-yu. Listen carefully. In this place, besides me, no one here can be your opponent. His voice seemed to hold a hidden meaning. Only in this place. Seo Kang-yu was confused. What are you talking about? Kingston prompted him. Look. Can't you feel it yet? You need to get more used to using your ki. Seo Kang-yu observed the air around him. Feel what? Kingston also looked up, gazing at the ruined city. You'll understand soon enough. Kingston turned to the other two and said, All right, you can move now. He dashed in front of them with incredible speed, causing both of them to grit their teeth in terror. But Kingston slammed Canis to the ground before he could even react. He held Canis tightly by the neck. Fight him one-on-one. The fox-eared girl panicked. Canis. Canis tried to move. Cough. I can't move, Kingston said scornfully. Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you, but if you came here just to save this guy without fighting Seo Kang-yu, then I'll kill him immediately. He gave the fox-eared girl an ultimatum. If you defeat Seo Kang-yu, I'll let him go. The fox-eared girl was confused. What do you really want? At that moment, streams of dark power were once again being summoned to one place. Kingston answered her, I just want to see it before I die. He looked towards Seo Kang-yu, who had already taken a ready stance. A battle between those who have reached the pinnacle. Consider it the final amusement for an old man. Finally, Kingston stood up and declared, All right. He ordered, Fight. He turned his head to instruct Seo Kang-yu. Seo Kang-yu, use as many skills as you can. Don't kill her immediately. Seo Kang-yu replied, Understood. Kingston frowned, thinking to himself. Only then, he looked up at the slightly changing scenery before him, thinking, Can you win? Elsewhere, Shinka was staring down below. Hwang Seung-hwan spoke up. Shinka, has Seo Kang-yu arrived? Shinka replied. It seems so. Hwang Seung-hwan then broke into a grotesque smile. It's been a long time. He speculated. The others must be here too. Just then, Aora appeared, and above her head were the bodies of other people. Aora observed Hwang Seung-hwan. Hwang Seung-hwan also smiled confidently, meeting her gaze head-on. Below, Seo Kang-yu was also ready. Ska and Medius spoke at the same time. This battle, the fox-eared girl and Seo Kang-yu charged at each other, preparing for a life-or-death fight. And now we begin Season 2, which has just been released. Medius appears with a calm face and closed eyes, repeating the act of reversing time and redesigning the battle of the three great guilds, MJ, Alter Ego, Kafega, and Lipus Authority. Suddenly, Medius's eyes flew open in astonishment, as if she had just discovered something. Next, she straightened up and announced, I have adjusted everything to lead to a timeline where we win. The girl in the maid outfit commented, Well done. Then she revealed, Seo Kang-yu is currently fighting Canis and Gato. His master is still nowhere to be seen. The boy in the hat glanced over curiously. Is it a strategy to wait until they're exhausted before appearing? Medius put a hand to her chin, looking thoughtful, and made a decision. We will have to design another timeline, one where the hero's stamina consumption is at its lowest. I will reverse time once more. The man beside her wondered, Is Seo Kang-yu's battle still going well? She hesitated. About that, do we really need to worry? A scene appeared showing Seo Kang-yu launching an attack at his opponent. Gato was hit and coughed up a mouthful of blood, letting out a pained scream. He didn't hesitate to clench his fist and unleash the chaotic spirit fist. She gritted her teeth. Next, Gato screamed and flailed her arms wildly. Seo Kang-yu was taken aback. He stared with a look of disbelief. As the girl before him began to emit a dark energy, her expression one of utter defiance. Kingston, still sitting on Canis, smirked at the sight. So that's how it is. In the end, neither of them are human. This is the first time I've seen an animal awaken a skill. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed his collar. You're a dog, and she's a cat. That kid really brings some interesting things to the table. Just then, Seo Kang-yu clenched his fist and unleashed his technique, Dark Light Destruction Fist. With a terrified expression, Gato quickly leaned back, dodging the powerful attack. Then she jumped backward. Seeing this, his voice grew deep. You dodged my attack too easily, didn't you? Next, Seo Kang-yu turned around and held out his hand. The target was none other than Gato. Immovable black thunder. Instantly, she was compressed into a small, square box. With a smile on his face, Kingston raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Trying to bury her in darkness and finish it in one blow? Good idea. At the same time, a flash of red light appeared in the darkness. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the square box. Gato leaped out from within that space. Seo Kang-yu calmly charged straight ahead. Kingston remained seated, observing with a smirk and narrowed eyes. But a cat can move freely in the darkness. She used her sharp claws to slash directly at Seo Kang-yu. The ground beneath him was torn up as if by immense pressure. After taking the hit, Seo Kang-yu glared, grinding his teeth in anger. Seeing this, Kingston laughed nonchalantly. Are you getting mad? Hearing this, his anger flared even more. Before him was the sight of two people, Seo Kang-yu and Gato, standing face to face. The darkness on his face gradually faded away. Kingston squinted in admiration. He calms down fast. Then, he held out his hand and warned, Seo Kang-yu, don't try to just grab that cat. Have you ever seen a cat get caught so easily? Next, Kingston offered him some advice. Focus on your opponent's flow of energy. During his training with Seo Kang-yu, Kingston had noticed two problems. First, he possessed such an overwhelmingly strong power that he never felt the need to train his physical body. Since he only specialized in releasing his power outward, he couldn't clearly sense the flow of energy within. And the second problem was, Kingston, sitting under the blue sky, smiled faintly and asked, Seo Kang-yu, what do you think of the people you fight? Seo Kang-yu didn't hesitate for a second and answered immediately, they're all cockroaches that need to be squashed. After hearing his answer, he closed his eyes and nodded. I see. Then, Kingston gently advised him, from now on, stop seeing your opponents as insects that need to be killed. See them as warriors. Hearing this, he looked confused. What the hell are you talking about? Kingston's tone immediately became serious. To cultivate your ki, you must respect your opponent as an individual. That will help you improve faster. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You've always thought that way while fighting? He nonchalantly affirmed. Of course. I always try to understand my opponent, respect what's respectable, and ponder what they must have gone through to achieve such strength. He was still dumbfounded, stammering, understand. At that moment, Kingston gave a slight wink. Of course, you're not required to understand them, but even so, at least try to. Back in the present, the fight between Seo Kang-yu and Gato was still ongoing. As he launched an attack, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, understand? Understand them? Meanwhile, she was continuously dodging his attacks. Against the black sky, the bright moon shone brilliantly. Seo Kang-yu's thoughts surfaced. How the hell am I supposed to understand a piece of trash like this? With a disgusted expression, he gritted his teeth. No matter how I think about it, they all deserve to die. At that moment, the darkness on Seo Kang-yu's face spread once more. An image of two girls hugging each other in fear appeared before him. Seeing this scene, he froze for a moment. A scene of two men standing opposite each other appeared, and the blonde man in front of him was holding something in his hands. Seo Kang-yu glanced over. On the television screen, a news anchor reported that the villain Tamoki had received the highest sentence from the court, the death penalty. Hap, sweating with a worried look, spoke up. Take this. The blue-haired girl beside him said sadly, When we were little, Lily would always rush over to me, worried as if she were the one who got hurt every time I fell. How did things end up like this? With an expressionless face, he glanced over, only to see a vast but completely silent place before him. In the center, a girl was passionately giving some kind of speech, while others listened intently. An undeniable confidence showed on her face. Seo Kang-yu couldn't help but stare in surprise at the sight. Back in the present, red bolts of lightning appeared around his body, while he stood completely still. At the same time, Gato, with a crazed look, powerfully charged forward. Suddenly, her body turned pale white, and purple circles appeared in several places. Seo Kang-yu's eyes widened in surprise. Gato stared ahead, with a look of utter disbelief, and an immense explosion erupted instantly. The loud sound echoed through the area as the ground was torn apart. When Gato saw one side of her face disappear, her eyes widened in confusion. Kingston watched this, unable to hide his impressed expression. At the same time, Gato's thoughts emerged. A life just vanished. Hurry up and regenerate. But when she saw the current state of her body, her eyes widened in surprise. Looking to be in extreme pain, she exploded right in front of Seo Kang-yu, his face splattered with red blood. Gato glared, wondering to herself, why won't it regenerate? He winked and clapped in praise. Congratulations, Seo Kang-yu. You've taken a few more steps forward, and what's more, they were very long steps. From now on, streams of red energy snaked before his eyes. Kingston looked at Seo Kang-yu's current state with happy satisfaction. I have nothing left to teach you. With a cold expression, Seo Kang-yu stared at Gato, who was screaming in agony before him. She wore a bewildered expression, wondering to herself, why can't I regenerate? Why do I just keep dying over and over again? Gato seemed to know she couldn't fight back, and decided to charge in for a suicide attack to take him down with her. A blinding blue light appeared. Seo Kang-yu was still standing there while she slammed her hands on the ground, attacking repeatedly. After a flurry of attacks, Gato panted, exhausted. At the same time, she glared and thought, with just that last attack, I lost 3 lives, now I only have 5 left. Is the Seo Kang-yu before me an unshakable fortress that can't be toppled? Gato felt a fear from Seo Kang-yu, exactly like the fear she felt when facing Kingston. Gato gritted her teeth in anger, wondering, what the hell is this? What kind of trick did he pull? Suddenly, his low voice rang out. Kingston, let Canis go, that's enough. Hearing this, Kingston immediately jumped off Canis. I understand. Next, he ordered in a stern voice. Good. You heard him. Now get out of my sight. He shakily sat up, but his hate-filled eyes were still glaring at them. Just then, Seo Kang-yu spoke up. Before I kill you all, I have something to ask. Why would you risk your lives to follow that crazy woman to this extent? Hearing this, Gato screamed in fury. Crazy woman? Beside her, a sweating Canis tried to calm her down. Gato, calm down. Then he asked cautiously, why do you care about that? He answered coldly. Let's just say I'm trying to change my perspective on you. Hearing this, Canis frowned and gritted his teeth. They were born with powers, but had the bodies of beastmen. Because of their appearance, they were shunned by their own kind. Later, they were captured by humans and forced to endure countless biological experiments and brutal torture. And the one who saved them was Shinka. Seeing their frantic state, she said softly, so that's how it is. It seems there are other test subjects here besides me. She looked them over, then smirked and commented, you all have such vibrant eyes. As if sensing their defensiveness, Shinka gently reassured them, don't be afraid. I'm not like those humans. Then, she spread her arms triumphantly and declared, you are the fruits of evolution. You are not creatures born to be test subjects for that lowly species. And then, she cheerfully suggested, come with me, and together we will change this unjust world. Hearing these words, Canis and Gato couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat of astonishment. Back in the present, he frowned and spoke. That day, thanks to Lord Sin, we were reborn. After understanding everything, Seo Kang-yu mumbled, so, that's how it is. Suddenly, Canis spoke up. We have a question for you, too. Then, he asked in confusion, with that kind of power, why didn't you join us? The Seo Kang-yu of the past would have surely flown into a rage at Canis's words, but the current Seo Kang-yu calmly answered the question. In a deep, steady voice, he slowly explained, first, the appearance of abilities is not a genetic factor. Even if you only let those with abilities survive, it doesn't mean all children born will have powers. There could still be powerless children. What will you do in that case? Will you call them mutants and eliminate them? The same way you were once discriminated against for being called mutants. If you discriminate against others just because they don't have abilities, then it's no different from the pain you yourselves once had to endure. If you try to justify that discrimination, you are also justifying the actions of those who once tormented you. It's truly a contradiction. And finally, because of what you've done, someone very important to me lost their life. Hearing these words, Canis's brow furrowed slightly. That was unavoidable. It was a necessary sacrifice to create a better world. But Seo Kang-yu immediately cut him off. If you think that way, then as I said, what you had to endure can also be considered a sacrifice for someone else's benefit. The two of them fell silent. Kingston, watching from a distance, thought to himself, the kid's keeping his cool, well now. That's right, that's the way. Seo Kang-yu, remember this well. Anger is an emotion that disrupts the flow of ki, he thought, narrowing his eyes. But I'm still a little worried. I wonder if you can stay calm when you face that brat. A silhouette appeared in his thoughts, the expression on his face still radiating a terrifying coldness. Then, Kang So-yu asked in a low voice, have you found the answer to your question? Canis raised an eyebrow in response. I admit there's a contradiction, but this world is already full of contradictions. So we will still follow Lord Sin. After hearing his opponent's decision, he pulled his hood down. I see. And then, Kang So-yu declared, then I will begin the execution. At that moment, his voice deepened. Gato, find a chance and run. You must survive for Lord Sin. But before Canis could do anything, he took a direct punch from Seo Kang-yu. A mouthful of fresh red blood immediately sprayed from his mouth, but it seemed like he wasn't satisfied with just one punch. Next, Seo Kang-yu delivered a relentless barrage of punches to Canis. Seeing his comrade at a disadvantage, Gato rushed forward. Meanwhile, Canis was still trying his best to endure the heaven-sent blows from him. Kingston, who was observing, suddenly widened his eyes in admiration. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, he thought with awe, his power is truly incredible. Seo Kang-yu, if it's you, you might be able to make me feel that same thrill from our past battle again. Meanwhile, the image of a desolate, ruined building stood under the night sky. On someone's wrist, a watch showed the time as a little after 2 o'clock. Authority was experiencing a rather strange phenomenon. Maladiti was squatting before him with an impatient look on her face. Hey, former association president, aren't you going to fight? You've been staring at your watch this whole time. What the hell are you doing? He kept his eyes fixed on the watch and suggested contemptuously, wait a moment, you piece of trash, and call me the future association president. Hearing this, she looked confused. You're about to die here, and you're talking about the future? Authority glanced at her and ordered, shut your mouth. At the same time, he thought to himself, 30 times. I wonder how many times I've rewound time, including this one. That makes one more. Maladiti pouted angrily at his cold words. What's this? How can you act like this with someone standing right in front of you? Suddenly, Authority's eyes widened as he thought, look at this. Isn't this getting interesting? She now eagerly suggested, former president, no, future president, shall I attack first? He immediately replied, yes, do as you wish. After all, your first attack is to create a curse, isn't it? Hearing this, Maladiti froze for a moment. Then, she glared and demanded, how did you know that? Authority tilted his head and smiled mysteriously. I knew it. That's why the position of future association president will be mine. The scene shows Authority with his eyes glued to his wristwatch. Maladiti, with a slight frown, stared straight ahead. Maladiti, a special creation type, uses human lives as sacrifices to create summoned creatures and totems containing single-use magic, also known as the Capacocha contract. She calls herself the prophet of the sun god and increases her power by sacrificing countless followers, but was later thrown into Lucillus Prison by Lao Sa. After Lao Sa became the president of the association, through users with psychometric abilities, the pasts and powers of all prisoners were analyzed, so she naturally knew that her own abilities had been seen through. In the present, she thought to herself, I can accept that the old man knows my abilities, but how does he know how I'm about to attack right now? Maladiti looked at the man before her and silently confirmed, this guy is dangerous. I'll go all out from the very beginning. At the same time, a powerful energy emanated from her body. Establish totem. The moment Maladiti finished speaking, a wooden bird immediately appeared. Right after that, countless other things also rose from the ground. Witnessing this scene, he widened his eyes in surprise. As the strange things continued to appear, Maladiti was surrounded by bizarre-looking objects. Next, she glared and chanted an incantation in a low voice. Incomprehensible sounds came from Maladiti's mouth. It sounded like some kind of spell. Authority stood there watching, completely unafraid. She immediately gave the command, establish. A symbol of a radiant sun appeared before them. After absorbing that light, the strange objects near Maladiti began to glow. The sun god. Blinding rays of light burst forth from that strange, sun-shaped object. With one eye bleeding, Maladiti stared wide-eyed and uttered, Inti Tata. The light radiating from that shrunken sun grew increasingly intense. Authority was so stunned by the unfolding scene that he couldn't tear his eyes away, only to see the space around him, once pitch black, instantly become brilliantly lit. The sunlight from that sun symbol fiercely illuminated the entire city, bringing with it an unstoppable destructive force. The surrounding ground seemed to turn into lava. After unleashing her power, Maladiti panted, exhausted. Sweating and gritting her teeth, she thought to herself, I've used everything I have. If this attack doesn't kill him, then the next move will be. Just then, she opened her eyes wide, only to see Authority collapse to the ground from that devastating attack. Covered in wounds, he lay curled up on the scorching earth. Maladiti stared, utterly shocked at the unbelievable scene. Meanwhile, Medius, watching on a monitor, stammered in bewilderment. What is this? Her maid asked anxiously. Chairwoman Beckon, is something wrong? She hesitated. This. Then, breaking into a sweat, Medius announced, Authority is dead. Everyone gasped in shock at the news. The boy in the hat beside her jumped, crying out, Auntie! For real? We've lost the signal. Medius stared anxiously at the device in her hand. What just happened? I thought I had already arranged every possible future. Did the future change? This has never happened before. A man, breaking into a sweat, suggested, For now, let's just rewind time and deal with this later. She nodded in agreement. Got it. Afterward, Medius closed her eyes tightly as a thought crossed her mind. What the hell is happening? A chain of events then flashed through her thoughts. Just then, a look of surprise crossed his face. Authority stared upward, his expression one of utter shock. At that same moment, Maladiti's voice called out, Hey, former chairman of the association, aren't you going to fight? What kind of game are you playing, just staring at your watch this whole time? Upon seeing the person before him, he exclaimed, So, I was right. Starting from some point, Authority began experiencing more and more fragments of déjà vu. Right before his eyes, blue phantoms appeared, charging at him. Seeing them, he wondered, is it because I'm also a user of time manipulation? But these are just fragments. I can't see the entire picture. Still, the most intense moments are burned into my memory. Isn't there some way I can use this? There has to be a way. And so, Authority decided to experience death, the most intense moment a person can face. And upon returning to the original timeline, Authority thought with a smirk, Heh heh, so this is what it feels like to see the future? This ability is just too powerful. First, there's been no contact from Medius. She must be in a panic. The timeline isn't following the course she established. In the prearranged battle between Authority and Malediti, Authority was completely dominant at first. But when Malediti summoned the god Inti, it ultimately took Authority longer than expected to win. However, Malediti now spoke up, looking a bit anxious. Former chairman, I'll be making the first move. Authority's eyes widened in surprise. But now, as someone who could see the future, he simultaneously activated his 8 times acceleration skill, wasting no more time. Seeing this, Malediti's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced back over his shoulder, saying, I know every single move you're going to make. If you accelerate time in sync with your opponent's movements. Every point on Malediti's body was slammed as if by powerful, invisible blows. Blood gushed from her nose, and then she was obliterated without a trace, while Authority calmly thought, the effect is multiplied exponentially. After defeating Malediti, he cried out in delight, God, I love this feeling. Authority spread his arms wide, reveling in the falling droplets of blood. It's so exhilarating, he mused. It's as if my very neurons are firing at full speed. The future chairman's seat? Huh. No. With this power, I can aim for something much, much greater. He began to forge his own path toward the future he craved. Authority glanced at the watch on his wrist, thinking, let's see. I should be getting a call right about now. In the timeline that little witch established, the fight should be over. Right on cue, a slightly anxious voice came through the line. Authority. Did anything out of the ordinary happen? He thought to himself. Just as I predicted. She's changed the question. This isn't the original one, so I'll just play along, and she'll just rewind time again. Then, Authority asked aloud, Unusual? What do you mean? Sweating, Medius replied. It's nothing. I just saw countless images flashing. Anyway, she asked next, Authority, are you injured? Authority glanced at Malediti's body on the ground and answered nonchalantly. The woman had a rather annoying trick hidden for the end, but I'm fine. Then, he raised an eyebrow, probing. However, I did waste quite a bit of time. Where should I head to next? Medius immediately issued his next task. I'm going to jump ahead a bit in the timeline and dispatch you to support heroes who are in need of help. Authority nodded. Understood. I'll be waiting. She replied gently, Thank you so much. After ending the call, Authority looked down at the body and chuckled, asking if anything unusual happened. Oh, something unusual happened all right. But as if I'd ever tell that arrogant witch, and then he declared smugly, From now on, the future is on my side, and I will make excellent use of your ability. All Medius could see were drops of fresh blood falling onto the cold ground. Seo Kang-yu, using his powers, successfully subdued both Canis and Gato. Then, he spoke, Hey, you mutts. He followed up with a threatening glare. Where is your master? Tell me, and I'll let you go without any more pain. Canis, bleeding heavily, narrowed his eyes. Pain? I'm already well acquainted with pain. I suffered through it in that lab until I was sick to death of it. Seo Kang-yu asked doubtfully. Is that right? Then, he added casually, but your partner here doesn't seem to share that sentiment. At that, Gato could be seen with tears streaming down her face, her expression a mask of pure terror. Seeing her, Canis gritted his teeth. Gato! She quickly tried to reassure him. Don't worry, Canis. No matter how painful or agonizing it gets, I won't breathe a word. You know I wouldn't, right? Canis saw this and glared, gritting his teeth, while Gato stated firmly, I know how to keep my mouth shut. Flashing back to the past, a man with an electric baton in hand glared and demanded of test subject 26, Where is the runaway, number 27? Gato, terrified, denied it. No, I don't know. He pressed the device against her and yelled, Talk. But Gato remained tight-lipped. I don't know. Canis, watching from above, shed tears at the sight. Even while being tortured, she kept denying it. I don't know anything. His face covered in tears and snot, Canis gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a panel from the ceiling fell, making the men turn around. Just then, a loud voice shouted, We found the runaway test subject. Subdue him now. Hearing this, Gato slowly closed her eyes. In the quiet room, her voice echoed, Canis. Gato looked at her friend, now tied up before her, and asked, Why did you come back? Canis, lying on the ground, immediately replied, I couldn't just leave you behind. With tears streaming down her face, she lowered her head. If only someone could get us both out of this place. I wouldn't care who it was. I'd serve them for the rest of my life. Hearing these words, his eyes widened in surprise. The scene flashes to the two of them, stunned by what they see before them. Shinka, with a smile on his face, extends a hand toward the two forsaken children. After stepping through the portal, their eyes widened in amazement at the sight of a brilliant golden sunset. It was a sight neither of them had ever seen before. At that moment, Shinka spoke softly from behind them. "From now on, I will be your master. Stay by my side for the rest of your lives and soothe this loneliness of mine." Back in the present, Canis glared and declared, "Shinka is my first master. A dog never betrays its master." Seo Kang-yu glared impatiently and growled. "Then farewell." Suddenly, for reasons unknown, he cried out in pain. He was momentarily stunned by the sight. Canis's biceps swelled to a massive size, and then he glared and screamed, "Gato, run! Hurry!" Gato, beside him, couldn't hide her fear as energy began to radiate from her body. At the last second, Seo Kang-yu switched targets, and his powerful attack landed squarely on her abdomen. Black Light Annihilation Fist. The moment the blow landed, Gato spat out a mouthful of blood. Even he himself was surprised by this. At the same time, Canis furiously opened his mouth, as if wanting to devour Seo Kang-yu whole, but he reacted in time and kicked him hard in the face. With eyes full of fury, Canis clamped his jaws shut on Seo Kang-yu's foot. Seeing this, Seo Kang-yu immediately thrust his hand forward and unleashed the Dark Soul Severance skill. The attack sent him flying backward. Seeing this, Gato screamed in horror. "Canis!" Although Canis was nearing his limit, he still urged her in a stern voice. "Gato, stay back. If you disappear too, Master will be so lonely. Please, take good care of him." Hearing these words, she fell silent. Gato seemed to muster all her courage and quickly turned to flee. When Seo Kang-yu saw his prey escaping, he immediately got into a stance to pursue her, only to see Canis, despite his battered body, still desperately holding onto his leg. Seo Kang-yu saw this and coldly looked down at him. Someone who tries so hard to protect the one they cherish. How can you feel no guilt when you take away what someone else cherishes? You've really pissed me off. And then he glared down at the man at his feet. Die. After a massive explosion, the scene was one of devastation. Canis's body, riddled with holes, lay collapsed on the cold ground. He was now completely lifeless. Seo Kang-yu continued to stare intently at Canis's cold corpse. Just then, Kingston approached with a satisfied look and offered his praise. "Looks like one of them got away. Regardless, you did well." Then, he cracked a faint smile. Those who are determined to protect others are always especially troublesome to deal with. Then, Kingston placed a hand on his shoulder. "You've done enough. Just make sure to kill that cat next time. All right, who are we fighting now? Have you chosen someone yet?" Hearing this, Seo Kang-yu slowly glanced over to his next opponent, only to see tears falling to the ground. It was Shinka, her face streaked with tears as she gritted her teeth. One of the men saw this and asked, "Why is she crying?" The guy next to him was also curious. Did she go crazy from not leaving the house for so long? Meanwhile, she widened her eyes and looked back. "Canis, just wait a little longer. The preparations are almost complete. I will definitely create the world you always wanted to see." At the same time, Lipus was extending her hand, casting a magic circle. Opposite her, West was using a shield to block her attacks. Then, he taunted her scornfully. "Hey, is that all you've got? That rabbit." Becken was now thinking to himself in fear, putting West aside. Her ability is just too much trouble. He trembled and stammered. So scary. So terrifying. As Lipus launched her attacks, she wondered with wide eyes, "What the hell is Mady thinking? Why did she make me fight these runts?" Meanwhile, Medius glanced down. In Authority's case, it seems the plan is still proceeding according to the foreseen future. The kid in the hat next to her, however, looked worried. But did Authority really die once? A man who even rose to become the association president of his era? The person opposite her spoke. Perhaps it's because he was too old. Hearing this, she replied, "Something like this has never happened before. It's unclear when the variable appeared." He offered his speculation. Could it be that when an immense amount of power is used, the future gets slightly distorted? She somewhat agreed with this idea. Powerful abilities having the potential to affect the timeline. That makes sense. Then, Medius suggested, "In that case, we'll have to keep an eye on Lipus." He turned in surprise and asked, "Isn't Lipus the type who never kills and always knows how to control her power?" The other man was also bewildered. Wouldn't it be better to focus on Seo Kang-yu? Medius, as if understanding their concerns, began to explain. It seems Seo Kang-yu is holding back his power even more strictly than he did during the prison battle. He must be calculating for his showdown with Hwang Seung-hwan. And so, she affirmed in a low voice. For now, let's focus on the outcome of Lippus's battle. Things are about to get interesting. At that moment, Lippus glared and wondered to herself, how can I subdue these two safely? West, while blocking her attacks, taunted her, keep trying, you stupid fricking rabbit. Meanwhile, Becken, with tears streaming down his cheeks, mumbled, I'm scared, so scared, I'm scared. He seemed to have fallen into despair, while Medius said in a low voice, for the first time, she's going to kill someone. Lippus gently placed her hand on a sigil, and a magic circle flared to life for a summoning. She chanted, calling forth her power, Binding Doll. Immediately, a swarm of stuffed rabbits shot into the air, surrounding the area as voices echoed repeatedly. I love you. I love you. On the other side, Hwang Seung-hwan focused his energy, erecting a sturdy shield to block the relentless attack from the swarm of bizarre rabbits. Witnessing this, West couldn't contain his anger and roared in fury. Hey, you rabbit woman. Are you kidding me? You think you can defeat me with this nonsense? Try attacking me for real. Part of the reason Lippus's attack wasn't lethal is because she's a pacifist. But more importantly, it was because of Becken's ability. Special grade Becken, the child who beckons death. If there was one thing that set him apart from other children, a kid saw a smelly, dead mouse on the ground and couldn't help but comment in disgust. It's a gross dead mouse. The kid next to him added, should we bury it? The first kid shook his head. Forget it. It's too dirty. In contrast to them, only Becken showed clear fear in his eyes. Seeing this, his friends asked worriedly, Becken, what's wrong? Just then, Becken couldn't stop himself from throwing up all over the ground. Seeing this, the other kid quickly shouted, Becken's puking, so gross. He was a child with an obsessive fear of death. The catalyst that awakened Becken's ability was his grandmother's funeral. Becken and his parents watched as she was cremated. The man in charge of the cremation spoke up. The family has finished their confirmations. We will now proceed with the cremation. Immediately after, the coffin slid silently into the furnace, quickly swallowed by the raging flames. A while later, her ashes were respectfully placed into a meticulously engraved ceramic urn. Becken stood there, his face showing his usual anxiety and unease. He just stared at the urn of ashes, as if he still couldn't believe the reality before him. Becken broke into a cold sweat, pressing his lips together, as if suppressing a deep discomfort. In the room, the ceiling fan spun lazily. Becken's parents were sitting on the sofa. Suddenly, his mother turned and asked, Honey, do you think Becken is okay? Hearing this, his father replied in a low voice, the boy had to face death at his age. He's not a little kid anymore, right? Contrary to their thoughts, a trembling voice came from Becken's room. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Grandma, who was always so kind to me. To think that warm, kind woman would end up so pitifully inside that tiny little urn. He was like a ghost, muttering to himself, Is that what will happen to me when I die? Becken cried out, trembling. I'm so scared. His face was like a lifeless statue, as tears streamed tragically down his cheeks. So scared. And that night, in the living room cloaked in darkness, Becken called out, Mom, Dad. His parents were startled and confused by what was happening. Becken was now enveloped in a gloomy green aura. He asked in bewilderment, What is this? His mother, worried, rushed toward him without hesitation. Becken, what's wrong, honey? However, as soon as they got close, the aura immediately enveloped them. Becken's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, Mom! Dad! On the floor lay Becken's parents, completely lifeless. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Becken trembled in fear. He stood there, frozen, not knowing how to react. The death of his parents caused his power to spiral even further out of control, and everyone in the city died because of Becken's ability. Afterward, HP appeared and put an end to this horrific tragedy. The ability releases a gas from the user's mouth when they are touched while experiencing extreme fear. After being detained, Becken received intensive psychological and mental treatment. End of flashback. Lippus was using her power while urging him, Becken, get out of there right now and hide behind me. Inside his shield, West wondered, Kid, were you forced to join Alpha World? There's no way a coward like you would willingly take part in such a terrifying plan. At that moment, Becken was clutching his head in a panic. He tearfully admitted, It's true. I followed them because I had nowhere else to go. Then, Becken retorted bluntly, SK, West, and everyone else have been very good to me. I can't betray them. On the other side, Lippus was still trying to persuade him. Of course they have to treat you well. It's because they can't let your ability activate. Hurry and come over to my side. He tremblingly shared his fear. But if I get caught, I'll just be executed in the end. I'm terrified of dying. Hearing this, she was about to say more on the matter. However, Beckon cut her off. And my mom told me not to follow strangers. You're a weirdo, Lippis shouted irritably. I am not a weirdo, West immediately added. You've got a lot of nerve saying that while wearing that outfit. She raised her hand to summon her power, while saying, I'm just someone who happens to love rabbits. Witnessing the situation, West gritted his teeth. That woman. She keeps using all these useless spells. The ability West wanted to steal from Lippis was, of course, Meteor Summon. West can steal one type of summoning magic from each person. With physical contact, he can steal their most recently used spell. When he kills an opponent, he has the right to choose and steal any spell he wants. Therefore, to obtain Lippis's Meteor spell, he had to either force her into a position where she had to use it, or he had to kill her. It seemed West understood the problem. He said to himself, as I thought. To make that happen, West then made a firm decision. He said, Beckon, I'm sorry. I'm going to need you to step forward for a moment. Hearing the unexpected request, Beckon was stunned. A giant rabbit stepped forward, let out a huff, then slammed down hard to shatter West's protective shield. Lippis thoughtfully calculated, how can I resolve this without provoking Beckon and still break through those barriers? But before she could act, a surge of power erupted violently from Beckon. He sat clutching his head, letting the energy rage wildly around him. A moment later, Beckon threw his head back, his eyes rolling back fiercely as a scream tore through the air. Lippis was stunned by what was happening, and she was a little worried. Bew, why did that kid suddenly go crazy like this? On the other side, West's voice suddenly spoke up. I have seized the magic from Malediti on high, bringing everything into my sight. Over here, Malediti was reaching his hand towards West, doing the same. His face showed clear confidence, possessing the ability to summon hallucinogenic plants. Right now, what Beckon is seeing must be very different from what we see. Sweat poured intensely, running all over Beckon's face. Reflected in his blue pupils was the image of a deathly skull. The giant skull continuously radiated a dark energy, as if wanting to dominate everything. Elsewhere, Lippis raised her hand, struggling just to keep her footing against the powerful force radiating outwards. She thought in a panic, what in the world did he do? The scale of this rage isn't just limited to the 3rd basement level. It's almost reaching the 4th or even 5th level. What should I do? How am I supposed to handle this? In a situation like this, what would Master do? A memory came to her mind. Mago was sipping a cup of hot tea. He asked the person opposite him, You said your daughter wants to learn summoning magic? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, I tried to stop her, but she insisted on meeting you. While Mago was laughing heartily, Lippis suddenly pointed straight at his face and yelled, Hey, you old goat! You're the one making a living off my family's donations. Teach me. Hearing this, Mago's face froze for a moment. Despite her mother trying to stop her, Lippis aggressively demanded, This isn't a request. It's an order. Take me as your disciple, right now. Lippis was the only daughter of the chairman of the Jbit Group, one of the top 100 corporations in the world. The company's original name was CR, but after one of Lippis's tantrums, the doting chairman changed its name to Jbit. A perfect example of a bratty rich girl, through and through. When Mago didn't answer, Lippis continued to shout, Hey, you bearded old man, why aren't you answering me? He wasn't angry. On the contrary, he cheerfully asked a question. Why does our young lady wish to become stronger? She didn't hesitate to tell him. I recently watched an anime, and the heroes in it looked super cool. Mago nodded. I see. So, what do you plan on summoning? Lippis clasped her hands confidently and replied, I'll show you. However, her mother stopped her, pleading, Please don't do it here. Then, she grabbed Lippis's wrist and urged her, Let's go somewhere else. Mago was confused by her mother's actions. A moment later, his face was a picture of utter shock. Before Mago was a deep crater, blazing with radiating heat. He thought to himself grimly, A meteor. A child can summon a meteor? Ignoring the fact that the meteor was shaped like a carrot, this is absolutely not something a child should be able to summon. Lippis seemed very confident in her power. She turned to him excitedly and asked, So, what do you think? Mago silently remarked, What a child with terrifying talent. If this child were to fall onto an evil path, she would bring about an immense disaster. I wasn't planning on taking any more disciples. But then, he turned and made his decision. Very well, I will take you as my disciple. Her request was approved. Lippis exclaimed with delight, Awesome. My talent is the best. Thanks, you old geezer with the goatee. Suddenly, Mago spoke with a serious tone. However, I cannot accept you as my disciple if you don't know how to behave politely." Contrary to her bratty behavior from before, she puffed out her chest and said, "Of course not, master. I know how to be polite." After that, Mago taught Lepus many different types of summoning magic, except for meteor magic. Frustrated, Lepus questioned him. "Hey, master, when are you going to teach me meteor magic?" Mago clasped his hands behind his back, maintained his indifferent attitude, and said, "Miss Lepus, I recall telling you to speak politely." She stomped her foot and whined. "Even if I speak politely, you still won't teach me meteor magic," Mago answered honestly. "It is not yet time." Hearing this, Lepus asked, "But why?" He calmly explained, "I will teach you meteor magic when you are an adult. Until then, you are absolutely forbidden from using meteors." He stared directly into Lepus's eyes and warned her, "Absolutely not." His gaze made her a little flustered. Lepus didn't fight back and immediately obeyed. "Absolutely not, sir." Despite being an arrogant rich girl, at her core, she was still a good-hearted child. So, she listened to Mago and didn't use meteor magic. And so, time flew by. In the sunlight streaming through the window, Lepus stood with her hands on her hips and called out, "Master, I'm an adult now. Shouldn't I start learning meteor magic?" Mago, sitting on the sofa, exclaimed, "Oh my, has it been that long? No wonder your father keeps asking for my opinion on your fashion sense." Lepus began to reason. "I can now skillfully use almost every type of summoning magic." Mago nodded and continued, "In that case, it's time for us to start preparing." Catching a key word in his words, she asked, "Preparing? Preparing to use meteor magic?" However, he shook his head and denied it. "Something even more important. Preparing to become a hero. Become my sidekick. Miss Lepus." She repeated the word, not quite believing what she had heard. "A sidekick?" Lepus leaned forward and flatly refused. "No way, I just want to cast meteor spells, a really huge and magnificent meteor." As soon as she finished, Mago interrupted. "If you become a sidekick, the association will officially make you a uniform." Lepus scoffed as if she didn't care. "So what? I can just buy one with my own money." He paused for a moment. "And even if you dress according to your own tastes, you can still call it a uniform, and your parents won't be able to complain one bit." She seemed a little surprised. Instead of retorting, Lepus just let out a small sound. Mago took Lepus on as his sidekick, and they completed many missions together. And during their missions, Lepus started to grow curious. Why is he so strong? He doesn't use any offensive magic, only defensive magic. At that moment, Lepus was biting her lip, thinking to herself, "I want to summon a meteor. A meteor." And as a little more time passed, amidst the thick smoke and dust, an expressionless West stared straight ahead. All around them, countless glowing golden magic circles appeared. Witnessing this scene, Lepus was a bit stunned. Looking at the earth that had been carved out and was now burning with fiery energy, she asked in disbelief, "My meteor magic?" Mago calmly explained from beside her. "All the lessons you learned with me were the basic fundamentals of summoning magic. Because you have a solid foundation combined with your natural talent, you were able to create something on such a terrifying scale. Miss Lepus, in the field of offensive magic, your talent has far surpassed my own. You possess a truly frightening gift. In the future, you will become much, much stronger than this. But remember this, with great power comes great responsibility. Congratulations on your graduation, Miss Lepus. I hope you will become a great hero." Elsewhere, Authority sat at his desk and offered his sincere congratulations. "Congratulations on becoming a hero, Lepus. Normally, you would have to start at rank 5 and gradually level up. But because you are Mago's direct apprentice, you will start immediately as a rank 3 hero. However, there are some heroes within the organization who are dissatisfied, so join this mission and build a record of achievements to silence those complaints. Your role is to support another hero. Since you were Mago's support, you must be very familiar with that kind of work, right?" Lepus, standing opposite him, wondered, "Who will I be supporting?" He leaned on the desk with both hands and answered in a deep voice, "The person you will be supporting is..." Just as he finished, a robotic voice suddenly rang out, catching her attention. "Pleased to meet you. You must be Mago's apprentice, Lepus." The man extended his hand and introduced himself. "My name is Hero." Hero didn't forget to give Lepus a word of caution. "I hear this is your first mission. Don't be nervous. I'll lead you well." She walked closer to him and nodded in response. "Ah, yes," Lepus thought to herself. "He's certainly full of energy." Then, Hero asked curiously, "By the way, Lepus, why did you want to become a hero?" Lepus lowered her head slightly and shared slowly. "At first, I thought that if I became a hero, I could summon as many meteors as I wanted. I started with a simple thought like that, but after meeting Master Mago, I wanted to be like him and become a hero who can heal the world's pain. Hearing that, he suddenly laughed. You have a great teacher. He's truly someone worthy of being invited into the equality group. You've gone on many missions with Mago, but this is your first official one, right? Lepus nodded to confirm. That's right. My master doesn't take on missions. He just acts freely. He didn't hesitate to share. Well then, I'll have to show you how a real, official mission is handled. I'll work hard so I don't bring shame to the equality group. She replied with a bit of helplessness, her face scrunching up. Yes. Lepus sighed internally. He's so intense. And so, on her first mission, in the enveloping darkness, a voice called out her name. Now, Lepus was seeing something she'd never been able to see before, because she was always sheltered by Mago. Hero held out his fist and reminded her, a hero isn't allowed to just lie around like that. He stood before her and yelled, a hero always stands firm. Get up right now and look at me. Startled, Lepus just sat there dazed, staring at Hero. When he saw she didn't move, he urged her again, hurry up. For the first time, she was seeing the hidden side of a hero. Yeah,